Chapter 1334. Fish Dragon Art, like a fish in water, thousands of changes. Xiao Qin moved back step by step. His body was like a fish in water, swaying back and forth. He left behind many afterimages layered over each other, looking hazy and blurry. Amid the thousands of afterimages, Xiao Qian's true body seemed to be hidden in a water screen, looking very blurry. However, the blue-robed old man had locked onto Xiao Qian's aura from the very start. No matter how Xiao Qian changed, the 3-meter-long sword kept pressing forward, not giving Xiao Qian a chance to move. After taking 10 steps back, Xiao Qian could no longer retreat. The blue-robed old man shouted, "Die! Don't even think about it!" Xiao Qian roared in response. At this critical moment of life and death, he brought out all his potential. Fish Dragon Art, Blue Dragon Goes to Sea, shaking the heavens in one rage. Xiao Qian's aura suddenly changed. The spirit fish turned into a dragon as he drew his saber in anger. When the lunar shadow saber was drawn, the thousands of afterimages merged. Light and shadow changed in the darkness. Thousands of dazzling beams of light shot out from Xiao Qian's body, condensing into a heavy and sharp saber intent. The dazzling beams of light from the saber intent pierced the rather vast space, riddling it with holes. Dang! The moment Xiao Qian drew his saber, he managed to block that horrifying sword strike. A thunderous sound resounded throughout the entire 5-poison sect. Countless houses, buildings, pavilions, and small courtyards were shaken to pieces. Xiao Qian took 3 steps back. With each step, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. By the time Xiao Qian finished taking 3 steps back, his complexion was already frighteningly pale. Cracks appeared in his hands, which he used to block his saber. The pain was numb. Based on Xiao Qian's condition, it was clear that he was severely injured. However, he managed to block this sure-kill sword strike. As long as Xiao Qian blocked it, he created a chance for himself to survive. Everyone present was greatly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qian managed to block the peak sword strike of the 5th Heaven Emperor Wu, a sure-kill move. On the host's seat, Chen Feng showed an extremely sullen expression. He shouted coldly and threw a palm strike at the blue-robed old man. This palm strike contained Qin Feng's full power, not showing any mercy. The dense killing intent made the air as viscous as ink. If the blue-robed old man dared to block it, he would definitely die. Only by retreating would he have a chance at survival. For him to be so heavy-handed and merciless, one could imagine how angry Qin Feng was. This kind of person who placed him in a disadvantageous position was equivalent to betrayal and had to be killed. When Xiao Qian saw Qin Feng making a move, he heaved a sigh of relief. If Qin Feng had not made a move, with his current condition, he would not have been able to block this attack. "Do you think you are safe now? Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin, you will die today." A jade slip appeared in the blue-robed old man's hand, and he crushed it. The blue-robed old man and Xiao Qian vanished simultaneously. It was like they had left this world. Bang! With the sudden disappearance of the two of them, Qin Feng's furious attack naturally missed its target and landed on the ground. The entire building collapsed with a loud bang, turning into countless fragments that fluttered about in the air. The soft cloud pavilion was equipped with formations. Fighting Emperor Wu would not be a problem. However, after receiving Xiao Qian's overwhelming saber aura, the blue-robed old man's peak attack, and Qin Feng's furious attack, it was within expectations that they could not withstand it. When Qin Feng and the others arrived at where Xiao Qian and the blue-robed old man disappeared, they were all at a loss. After losing their sight temporarily, Yin Susu and the others recovered their vision. They were all astonished, their brains short-circuiting. What's going on? Why did Xiao Qian and that blue-robed old man suddenly disappear? Yin Susu asked, feeling extremely confused. Chen Feng clenched his teeth and said, it's the dimensional talisman, a dimensional talisman unique to the deity race. It can create a separate dimension, independent of the Kunlun realm. Unless a prime makes a move, no one will be able to affect the two of them in that small dimension. Ah! The expression of the red-clothed lady behind Ian Susu changed. Doesn't that mean that the Blue Dragon King is dead for sure? It's over. We are all going to be implicated this time. The scholarly old man from the Heavenly Province Academy had an unsightly expression as well. He said coldly, Sect Master Qin is truly unfathomable. First, he hid the poison spirit from us, and now, he still has this trick up his sleeves. How brilliant! Chen Feng's expression was extremely gloomy, but he did not say anything. At this moment, the only one that was happy was probably Gong Taihua, who had been mocking Chen Feng earlier. That was a close call. He even managed to withstand the peak attack of the Fifth Heaven Emperor Wu. If he had accepted my challenge, I would have made a fool of myself in front of everyone and lost all my face. Fortunately, this fellow is dead for sure today. How can he survive being in the same dimension as a Fifth Heaven Emperor? In the small dimension, the blue-robed old man's tense heart relaxed instead. He had been extremely nervous during the assassination outside, fearing that Chen Feng would see through his disguise. Now that the blue-robed old man was in this small dimension, he could do whatever he wanted. He was just a brat who had not advanced to martial emperor. There was no need to disturb him. Blue Dragon King, sorry for the offense. This old man's lifespan is almost up, and I need your head. I will exchange it for another 500 years of my lifespan. Sorry for the offense. The blue-robed old man had a relaxed expression as he smiled faintly. While the blue-robed old man was relaxed, Xiao Chen was even more relaxed. In the soft cloud pavilion, he had been restrained, worried about exposing his trump cards. In this mysterious space, he could go all out. With so many trump cards, it would be strange if he could not toy with the other party to death. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, It might not go as you wish. Not only will you not live for 500 years, but you will also have to hand over your life here today. When the blue-robed old man heard that, he laughed loudly. Blue Dragon King, unless you have a primordial emperor treasure that can break through this dimension, even a deity will not be able to save you. Is that so? Xiao Chen smiled coldly and ferociously threw a palm strike. All the heavenly snow divine flame in the Buddhist lamp in the world in his palm surged out. Heavy snow flew, and the divine flame covered the sky. In an instant, the space in front turned into a land of ice. Before the blue-robed old man could react, the heavenly snow divine flame trapped him, burning him with ice and fire. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared in the space that the ice and fire froze. 3 seconds later, the blue-robed old man soared into the sky in a sorry state. After breaking free, he laughed loudly, just an insignificant divine flame, and you want to burn me to death? A junior like you doesn't understand the might of a greater heavenly martial emperor. However, after the blue-robed old man finished laughing, he suddenly discovered that something was wrong. Xiao Chen had disappeared. Instead, 2 pillars as thick as mountains appeared in front of the blue-robed old man. There was also a powerful aura that rumbled down like a godly mountain descending from the sky. When the blue-robed old man looked up, he revealed an extremely horrified expression, completely stupefied. He swore that he had never seen such a scene in his life. Paw! A huge hand suddenly descended, smashing the blue-robed old man, who had just broken free, into a pool of blood. The might of Dermic world vanished, and Xiao Chen's figure shrank, returning to his original form. With ample time to execute his major magic skill, Xiao Chen did not suffer any severe repercussions. His expression remained the same, just somewhat unsightly. Boom! After the blue-robed old man died, the dimension shattered. The white-robed, white-haired Xiao Chen with a treasured saber at his waist suddenly appeared. When the few powerhouses, who were worried about how to deal with the aftermath of Xiao Chen's death, saw this familiar figure, they were so startled that their eyeballs nearly fell out. Naturally, the one with the most interesting expression was Gong Taihua. The dimension shattered, and Xiao Chen walked out alive. In that case, there was only one possibility: the blue-robed old man was dead. Everyone's minds buzzed. A fifth heaven martial emperor died, and the one who walked out alive was actually Xiao Qin. This was too inconceivable. Chen Feng walked over with a smile and said, "Little friend Xiao Qin, is it really you?" Xiao Qin nodded and said, "Yes, it is me." Today's matter, Xiao Qin smiled and said, "I know. There is no need for Sect Master to explain. If Sect Master wanted to kill me, you had 1,000 ways to do it silently. How could you be so clumsy, sending an elder to kill me in the headquarters?" Chen Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The Blue Dragon King, Xiao Qin, was indeed as generous as the rumors said. Yin Susu's smile was like a flower. Her clear eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiao Qin. She curled her lips and said, "Young Master Xiao is truly incredible. You even killed a fifth heaven martial emperor." I recall that a certain fourth heaven martial emperor was very boastful, saying that he could defeat the Blue Dragon King with only half his strength. Yin Susu's laughter was like a mountain spring, extremely ear-piercing in Gong Taihua's ears. Gong Taihua lowered his head in shame, unable to refute her words. How could he refute? Did he have to prove that he was stronger than a fifth heaven martial emperor? Clearly, that was impossible. Not only was he weaker than the blue-robed old man, but he was also much weaker. However, now that Xiao Qin had even killed the blue-robed old man, it was like a heavy slap to his face. Weren't you always arrogant and despotic, saying that the other party was a coward and was only so-so? Now, Xiao Qin had directly killed a fifth heaven martial emperor. What could be more convincing than this to slap his face with reality? But now, he was just a small character. Just like what Xiao Qin said earlier, he was just a clown. Xiao Qin did not reply to Yin Susu. The others only looked at him with disdain and ignored him. Xiao Qin cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master, thank you for your hospitality. I'm afraid I have to take my leave first." Instantly, Chen Feng felt disappointed and frustrated, as if something was stuck in his throat. "Young Master Xiao, after leaving the Five Poison Sect, how about you come to our Yin-Yang paradise? We sisters have long wanted to see the true face of the Blue Dragon King." Yin Susu stepped forward and approached Xiao Qin, doing her best to invite him. The Heavenly Province Holy Son received the voice projection from the elder behind him. He stepped forward as well and invited, "Blue Dragon King, how about you come to my Heavenly Province Academy? My Heavenly Province Academy has many historical sites, even remnants from the Immortal epic. The Blue Dragon King will definitely be interested." Seeing that Xiao Qin could even kill a fifth heaven martial emperor, the attitudes of the Yin-Yang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy changed drastically. On the other hand, Chen Feng, who had wanted to remain neutral earlier, felt regret in his heart when he saw the situation. However, he could not bring himself to do so, feeling regret. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. Both sides were inviting him at the same time, putting him in a difficult position. He did not know where to go. However, this vexation was a happy one. If Tian Yushi knew that not only did the assassination he arranged not work, but it even helped Xiao Qin, he would probably be frustrated to death. Even if he wanted to cry, he would not be able to do so. What could be more frustrating than this? Chapter 1335. Ha! Blue Dragon King, since you are already here, why are you in such a rush to leave? Just at that moment, a burst of laughter rang out in the sky. An imposing old man slowly walked over. A powerful aura emanated from his body, causing everyone to feel a wave of pressure. This was a ninth heaven sovereign martial emperor, an existence comparable to the three holy masters of the human race. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he guessed the other party's identity. The five-poison old man on the invitation was the one before him. When Chen Feng saw this old man, he immediately went forward to welcome him respectfully. "Old sect master, why are you here?" The five-poison old man snorted coldly. "Chen Feng, you have to give me an explanation for the assassination of the Blue Dragon King. I told you to entertain the Blue Dragon King, but the Blue Dragon King nearly died. If this news spreads, how will the five-poison sect keep its face? If the Haotian Prime questions it, I will not know where to hide my old face." Chen Feng lowered his head and said, "Old sect master, you are right. In the five-poison sect, the one with the highest authority was not the current sect master but the retired old sect master." Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. He had not expected that the old sect master, who had already made his decision, would appear again. In that case, would the situation in the five-poison sect change? The five-poison old man asked the old men from the Yin-Yang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy. The five-poison old man said to the old men from the Yin-Yang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy. "Ha! Of course. Naturally, we do not have any objections." The two quickly nodded in agreement and left Xiao Chen's side at the same time. After a while, Xiao Chen and the five-poison old man appeared on the roof of a pavilion. When the five-poison old man saw Xiao Chen, the first thing he asked was, "Blue Dragon King, can you tell me how you killed that fifth heaven martial emperor?" Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment before opening his palm, and a Buddhist lamp slowly rose up. A hazy Buddhist voice echoed in the area. The Sarira floated in the air, giving off rings of Buddhist light. Within the Buddhist light, one could vaguely see an illusory Buddha. The five-poison old man narrowed his eyes as he stared at the heavenly snow divine flame in the Buddhist lamp. He asked uncertainly, "This is a primal chaos level flame?" Xiao Chen nodded. "I just nurtured the primal chaos level heavenly snow divine flame to rank 1 and gained some special abilities. It can swallow up the primordial energy in the other party's body without them realizing it, temporarily reducing the other party's strength." When the five poisons elder heard this, he was startled. This Xiao Chen was really lucky. He also had a Buddhist lamp and a Sarira at the same time. Otherwise, when would he be able to raise his primordial chaos level flame to the first grade? However, that was not right. The heavenly snow divine flame alone could not kill a fifth heaven martial emperor. In the end, a rank 1 primal chaos level flame was still too weak. Even if Xiao Chen caught Elder Ma off guard and injured him, even swallowing up a lot of his primordial energy, Elder Ma still had his foundation. If he wanted to run, he would definitely be able to. A light flickered in the five poisons elder's eyes as he muttered, "Just this heavenly snow divine flame alone cannot kill Elder Ma." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. This five poisons elder's eyes were really sharp. However, Xiao Chen had no intention of telling the other party about his Dermic World trump card. Dermic World was an immortal art major magic skill, Xiao Chen's greatest trump card. It could allow him to instantly change the situation. Once he revealed it, his opponent would be on guard, and he would lose the sure kill effect. After all, this Dermic World lasted only a few seconds. It relied on catching the opponent off guard and killing instantly. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Indeed, I still have my greatest trump card. However, please forgive me. I cannot tell Senior about this trump card." Ha ha ha. This old man still understands this principle. I thought about it. The five poison sect startled you this time, so we owe you a favor. How do you want to repay me in the future? Just say the word, the five poison old man said with a loud laugh. He did not mind that Xiao Chen did not tell him about his trump card. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. With the five poisons elder saying that, he had tactfully changed his original decision to remain neutral. Many thanks, Senior. Outside the pavilion, Chen Feng, Chen Ning, and Gong Taihua waited anxiously. Chen Ning appeared distracted. His voice sounded somewhat weak as he asked, "Father, is it certain that the 5-poison sect will side with the Dragon's Gate?" Chen Feng nodded. "Most likely. The strength that this Blue Dragon King displayed is too shocking. The Yin-Yang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy will definitely place their future on him. The old sect master will have to make some changes. Times have changed." Chen Ying's expression changed slightly, appearing extremely dissatisfied. As for Gong Taihua, his expression changed greatly, feeling extremely depressed and conflicted. Chen Feng waved his hand and said, "Oh, right. Elder Gong, when the Blue Dragon King comes out, apologize to him." "What? Me apologize to him?" Gong Taihua exclaimed in shock. Chen Feng's eyes widened and he barked, "Why? You're not willing." Gong Taihua could feel the pressure from Chen Feng. Cold sweat dripped down his back as he sighed, "I only have myself to blame. When he comes out, I'll personally apologize to him." After Xiao Chen ended his conversation with the 5-poison old man, he walked out calmly. He just smiled at Gong Taihua's apology and did not kick him when he was down. When he came out of the pavilion, the 2 elders from the Heavenly Province Academy and the Yin-Yang Paradise kept pestering Xiao Chen. This put Xiao Chen in a difficult position. He couldn't reject the hospitality of both parties, so it wouldn't be good for him to visit either one first. Xiao Chen wanted to visit the Heavenly Province Academy first. He was interested in the Daoist remnant that the other party mentioned. But seeing Yin Susu's pitiful eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse. Moreover, Yin Susu had spoken up for him earlier. In the end, Xiao Chen decided to go to the Yin-Yang Paradise first. However, he guaranteed that he would head to the Heavenly Province Academy after leaving the Yin-Yang Paradise. 2 days later, the news of the failed assassination reached the ears of the Divine Daughter, Tian Yuxi. Even after the 5th Heaven Emperor Wu wasted a dimensional divine talisman, he still could not kill Xiao Chen. This greatly shocked Tian Yuxi. Could it be that only sovereign martial emperors could kill Xiao Chen now? However, no matter which faction, sovereign martial emperors were the peak combat prowess, extremely rare. If Xiao Chen rashly used a sovereign martial emperor, it would trigger an all-out war. However, it was not time yet. Clearly, it was not the time for an all-out war. Furthermore, if they sent out a sovereign martial emperor and still let Xiao Chen escape, the losses would outweigh the gains. After the shock came rage, and Tian Yuxi's face flushed red. Tian Yuxi's dignified face flushed slightly in anger. This time, not only did the assassination fail, but it even helped Xiao Chen succeed. The 3 holy lands of the Eastern Sea had all agreed to help Xiao Chen at the crucial moment. This was the so-called going for wool and coming home shorn. Tian Yuxi felt extremely depressed in her heart. She felt like there was a rock blocking her chest, feeling extremely uncomfortable. When the news of Xiao Chen killing a 5th Heaven Martial Emperor and obtaining the support of the 3 Holy Lands spread, the entire heavenly starry ocean was set abuzz. The Dragon's Gate's Xiao Chen's reputation soared, and the might of the deity Dao Union was suppressed. There was simply no chance for the deity Dao Union to turn the situation around. The resulting chain reaction was that most of the 9 ranks of the great families chose to wait and see at this moment. The sects that had promised the deity race all returned the great gifts that the deity race sent. This caused Tian Yuxi to feel a great sense of defeat and helplessness. Now, the entire heavenly starry ocean was discussing where Xiao Chen would go next. The Blue Dragon King's aura flourished like the sun in the sky. Divine Daughter, there is no need to worry. When the Divine Son comes out of closed-door cultivation, he will definitely be able to turn the situation around and suppress Xiao Chen in one go. There is a saying, the higher one flies, the harder one falls. Let's see how long he can remain cocky. Qin Xiu, who had messed up, consoled Xiao Qin. Tian Yushi rubbed his forehead and said softly, I have confidence in the Divine Sun. As long as he comes out of closed-door cultivation, all the problems will be easily solved. However, I fear that when he comes out, all the holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean will be finished. Qin Xiu said, there is no need to be afraid. There is still the Northern Sea Alliance. Since Xiao Hoju said that he is confident, he should be able to make Xiao Chen's backyard burn. When he gets flustered, we can use all our trump cards on the Lunar Palace. Tian Yushi nodded heavily and said, that's right. The Lunar Palace. We have to take down the Lunar Palace. No matter how many holy lands Xiao Qin obtains, as long as the Lunar Palace supports the deity Dao Union, all his efforts will go to waste. Qin Xiu smiled and said, furthermore, the Lunar Palace had a deep grudge with the Qing Emperor back then. During the Four Seas Hero Gathering, the Lunar Palace's palace master even chased Xiao Qin away. After analyzing everything, Tian Yushi calmed down. She stood up and paced around calmly before saying, Xiao Qin always felt that the Northern Sea Alliance would not require much effort. It was like his backyard. His next stop should be the Zodiac Hole. Uncle Qin, do you think we can stop him? Qin Xiu said after some thought, the Zodiac Hall is rather difficult to deal with. There are many factions in the heavenly starry ocean. In terms of accumulations, the first is the Lunar Palace, and the second is the Zodiac Hall. However, from the start to the end, that cyclic astral lord has never intended to meet us. Tian Yushi shook her head and said, this cyclic astral lord is a wily old fox. He sees things very clearly. He directly stated that building a shrine in the cyclic astral palace's territory is tantamount to declaring war. Qin Xiu said coldly, he does not know how to appreciate favors. Now is a heaven-sent opportunity. With the Thunder King not around, this is a great opportunity for our deity race to unify the Kunlun realm. No one can stop this trend. Tian Yushi waved his hand and said, don't say that again. Now is not the time to bare your fangs. How about we go and meet the treasure master? Qin Xiu suggested. When Tian Yushi heard about the treasure master, she revealed a grave expression. Let me think about it. The deity sovereign told me that even he could not see through this treasure master. If we can avoid meeting him, we should avoid meeting him. Otherwise, he will see through our trump cards. However, the Blue Dragon King's momentum is very strong, the Divine Sun is still in closed-door cultivation, and the personal disciples of the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God have not arrived yet. We do not have many pawns that we can use. See. Indecisiveness would only lead to chaos. After thinking for a while, Tian Yushi finally made up his mind. He would listen to the treasure master's suggestion on how to stop Xiao Qin from convincing the cyclic astral lord. If necessary, he could use the treasure master's strength. Xiao Qin remained in the Eastern Sea for half a month. He spent most of that time in the Heavenly Province Academy. Chapter 1336. The Taoist and Confucian relics in the academy fascinated him. If not for the urgency of time, he would have stayed longer. This trip could be considered a great harvest. The three immortal holy lands all agreed that at the crucial moment, as long as Xiao Qin gave the word, they would go all out. Just as Tian Yushi had guessed, his next destination was indeed the Zodiac Hall, the holy land that he had many grudges with. The saint, Fu Hongxue, and the saint, Chu Yang, both hated him to the core. At a crucial moment like this, he would be thanking the heavens if he didn't step on the other party. It would be difficult for him to count on the other party's help. As for the Moon Palace, which was even more powerful than the Zodiac Hall, that was a pain in Xiao Chen's heart. He had been chased out of the Four Seas Hero Gathering in a sorry state and said that he was never welcome there. He didn't dare to think about it, and he couldn't be bothered to think about it. Finally, the remaining major faction of the heavenly starry ocean was the Northern Sea Alliance. In Xiao Chen's opinion, this should not be too difficult. All he had to do was go and let them know. Strolling on the surface of the sea, Xiao Chen identified the direction of the Zodiac Hall and leaped like a dragon, moving as fast as lightning. He had both the swiftness of a dragon and the dexterity of a fish. With both at the same time, he was like a fish in water in the air. In the past, when one's speed reached a certain limit, the air would become the biggest obstacle. Now that Xiao Chen executed the fish dragon art, he could use the air as his resistance, raising his speed to another level. At this speed, after 3 days, Xiao Chen arrived at the sea where the Zodiac Hall was located. As one of the 3 peak holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean, the Zodiac Hall covered an extremely vast sea region. Aside from the sea region, all the major factions within 5,000 kilometers were attached to the Astral Palace. After passing through the subsidiary sea regions, a strange and colorful scene appeared in front of Xiao Chen. There were no ripples on the vast surface of the sea. It was like a bright mirror, full of spirituality. One could imagine an ocean that spanned millions of square kilometers, neatly arranged like a mirror in front of one's eyes. One could imagine how majestic it was. During the day, in this mirror-like sea region, only a huge sun was reflected in it. The sun in the water was dazzling and piercing, as if there really was a huge fireball burning wildly in the water. The blazing sunlight reflected each other, making it impossible to see with the naked eye. The countless buildings of the Astral Palace, including the pavilions, seemed to have disappeared. In the boundless sea, there was only a great sun. Apart from that, nothing else existed. Xiao Chen watched from afar, feeling shocked in his heart. The cyclic Astral Palace's accumulations were deep, not something the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace could compare to. The cyclic Astral Palace was right before his eyes, but he could not enter. This mysterious formation was somewhat vexing. The god. Astra. To the Zodiac Spirit Sect. Xiao Chen thought to himself as he looked at the sun in the water. Logically speaking, the cyclic Astral Palace should have sensed his arrival. Xiao Spirit. As for. With. As he to the Chen the god sect, the sea, and the four. An invisible barrier blocked Xiao Chen's spiritual sense 1 kilometer in front, preventing it from entering. The formation looked extremely simple, and there was no danger at all. It was as if one could just walk into it. However, Xiao Chen's sharp intuition told him that it was dangerous enough to threaten his life. Zodiac Hall's lair would not be so simple. Go. After thinking hard, Xiao Chen could not figure it out. So, he pointed with his finger and executed the life bestowal spell. It even materialized Xiao Chen's image and flew forward. Whoosh! Without any warning, hundreds of dazzling lights suddenly appeared in the vast sky above the sea in front of them. The lights flickered and gave off a resplendent light, looking like a miniature sun. Pain! Xiao Chen's eyes hurt. He took 2 steps back and covered his eyes, rubbing them gently. When he opened his eyes again, the vast sea had returned to normal. As for the clone that Xiao Chen formed with the life bestowal spell, its entire body was burning. In mere moments, it evaporated into steam. Horror flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Indeed, it was not as simple as he thought. If his true body charged over, the attack he would receive would be 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger. The moment Xiao Chen covered his eyes, he saw that resplendent sun-like light very clearly. That was the purest solar true flame. Furthermore, there was not just one but thousands upon thousands of them. When all of them gathered together, the might was unimaginable to Xiao Chen. That was not all. The vast solar true flame under the sea did not move at all. If it really moved, it might even injure a prime, right? It looked like there would be no more opportunities during the day. Xiao Chen thought for a while and decided to wait until night to see the situation. Time passed. When the sun set in the west and the last of its afterglow vanished, the entire sky turned dark. The entire sky turned dark, and the stars twinkled. Together with the moon, it was a magnificent sight. As Xiao Qin stood on the sea, it felt like he could reach the stars just by stretching out his hand. At the same time, it also felt like it was unreachable. Many stars flickered on the surface of the sea as well. At this moment, the sea and the sky seemed to merge into one. What was even more miraculous was that the many palaces that could not be seen with the naked eye were too dazzling during the day. When night fell, these palaces all appeared out of nowhere on the surface of the sea. They were like night pearls of the vast sea, giving off a gentle light. They attracted the starlight of the universe to descend. Many beams of starlight gathered and intertwined, looking very dazzling, dense but not gaudy. When Xiao Qin was among them, he felt rueful. The so-called fantasy world was probably nothing more than this. He could see that the railings of the many palaces were all filled with people with arrogant expressions in their eyes. There was an arrogant look in their eyes as they conversed with each other. Their gazes were all focused on him. The Big Dipper Palace, the South Dipper Palace, the Moon Palace, the Sun Palace, the Moon Palace, all the palaces were filled with Astral Palace disciples. As they watched the famous Blue Dragon King of the Heavenly Starry Ocean get blocked outside the formation, they pointed at him and whispered to each other, laughing endlessly. Xiao Qin could see everyone looking at him with his naked eye. However, the formless barrier made it seem like he was in a different world from the people of the Astral Palace, never having any contact. 3 of Xiao Qian's old friends were coldly eyeing him from the Sun Palace. On the left was the holy daughter Fu Hongxue, and on the right was Yi Ling, whom Xiao Qin could not guess. Life bestowal spell. Xiao Qin pointed and tried again. Thousands of figures leaped out of the seawater, advancing wave after wave, covering the sky as they charged forward. Whoosh! The pillars of starlight above the 3,000 palaces swept out and crushed Xiao Qian's clones like they were dry weeds. A brilliant light appeared in Xiao Qian's eyes. He instantly memorized the positions of all the pillars of starlight. Then, he pushed off with his feet and charged over. As Xiao Qin walked on the surface of the sea, the wind howled in his ears, and his white robes flapped noisily. Beams of light condensed from starlight either swept over, chopped down, or fell from the sky. There were so many of them, and they were ever-changing. Immediately, all the starlight gathered around Xiao Qin. Everywhere else was pitch black. In the darkness, the gazes of countless Astral Palace disciples focused on Xiao Qin, who was surrounded by the gathering starlight. Amid the complicated attacks of the starlight filling the sky, Xiao Qin alternated between the front and back, his figure drifting gracefully. Sometimes, he turned into a dragon and soared into the sky in a rage. Sometimes, he turned into a fish, changing thousands of times. Xiao Qin brought out the fish dragon art to its limits. Amid this chaotic and gorgeous attack, not a single speck of starlight touched him. Boom! 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 The seawater surged, and the waves rose up like pillars. Xiao Qian's white robes and white hair looked like he was dancing with the stars. His supreme grace made the stars lose their color. Xiao Qian's figure attracted all the Astral Palace disciples, intoxicated by his dreamy dance, forgetting about the even more resplendent starlight. The stars twinkle, dancing for me. Time went by. Xiao Qin figured out the attack power of the starlight and heaved a sigh of relief. The Astral Palace's upper echelon still had not forced him into a dead end. The attack of this starlight was not that strong. Furthermore, there did not seem to be anyone managing this formation. Indeed, this is a test for me. There is still a weakness. Otherwise, even a sovereign martial emperor would not be able to clear it. In that case, let's draw the lunar shadow saber. Whoosh! A melodious saber hum silently resounded in the sky. As this saber hum rang out, Xiao Chen's aura changed. A sharp light radiated from his entire body, no longer suppressing him. Xiao Chen drew his saber and advanced bravely. The saber hum turned into an aura. He chopped through the starlight and shattered the waves. He was like a true dragon descending, unstoppable. Up at the Sun Palace, the expressions of the three changed slightly, shock flashing in their eyes. Chu Yang rapped on the railing with one hand and said softly, "Hongxue, go and take a look." Fu Hongxue nodded gently. Then, his figure drifted higher and higher under the illumination of the full moon. After a while, Fu Hongxue's sword-wielding figure seemed to merge with the moon. Fu Hongxue merged with the moon, flying in the sky. As her sword fluttered, she attracted all the starlight in the world. Just as Xiao Qin was about to cross the barrier, Fu Hongxue narrowed his eyes in the bright moon and pointed. A sword intent surged out, and a heavenly immortal sword descended from the moon. Xiao Qin, who was advancing forward with an indomitable will, suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura. His entire body turned cold, and he pulled back and retreated. Bang! Xiao Qin barely dodged this sword strike. However, the shock wave that spread out knocked him back, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. It was hard to imagine what the consequences would be if this sword strike struck him. Just as Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief after surviving a calamity, an unexpected attack shot out from the sea region of Zodiac Hall. There was a starry sky under the sea. It was the same bright moon and the same sword. This sword strike caught Xiao Qin off guard. A large hole opened in his chest, and blood gushed out like a fountain. As Xiao Qin retreated, the blood splattered into the night sky. The blood mixed with the starlight, giving off a mesmerizing light. Xiao Qin retreated quickly. As he looked at the scarlet moonlight, his eyes turned hazy. He forgot about pain, time, and all the distractions. This scene was very miserable. That person's white robes were stained with blood. Blood gushed out of the wound on his chest, dyeing the night sky red. However, one could clearly see a trace of stubbornness in those hazy eyes under the illumination of the stars. Chapter 1337. Ha 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 ha. Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin, even if you subdued the myriad fiend island and made the lands of the eastern seas three holy masters submit to you, you are nothing before my astral palace. You cannot even enter these gates. Chu Yang suddenly reared his head back and laughed. The depression that had accumulated in his heart for many years erupted with this scene. Chu Yang suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. The depression that had accumulated in his heart for many years completely erupted with this scene. There was no place in his body that did not feel comfortable. Chu Yang even vaguely felt that his strength had improved. The heart demon that Xiao Qin created for him was broken at this moment. The young treasure master, Yi Ling, smiled faintly and said, I already said that as long as I can convince the Astral Palace Master to open the infinite world Yin-Yang twin star formation, I will definitely be able to block Xiao Qin and humiliate him. Chu Yang felt very carefree. He shouted, Xiao Qin, if you beg me, I will open the doors to the Astral Palace and give you a chance. Xiao Qin's mind was clear, not disturbed by any external factors. What was hope? Fighting with others, fighting with oneself, fighting with the heavens. One could not ask for it and could not ask for it. An opportunity given by others could not become hope. One could only fight. If Xiao Qin could not break it during the day or at night, when could he break this formation? Suddenly, inspiration flashed in Xiao Qin's heart as he thought of something. Heaven never bars one's way. Since the Astral Palace Master used this formation to test him, there had to be a way to break it. I figured it out. As Xiao Qin landed, a hazy glow appeared in the distant east. Dawn was approaching. Right now, the moon waned, and the sun rose. This was the boundary between day and night. Be it the power of the sun or the power of the moon, they were at their weakest. In the next moment, the morning sun flickered, and dawn arrived. Xiaochen took out the cycle banner and materialized 5 layers of starlight: massacre, death, ruin, despair, and grief. Then, a 5-colored wall of starlight appeared behind him. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xiaochen shouted and gathered all his primordial energy into the cycle banner. Then, he ferociously thrust it forward. Kacha kacha! This strike that gathered all of Xiaochen's strength was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It swept through everything in its path and created a path of starlight. The cycle banner was extraordinarily fast. One moment, Chu Yang felt that it was far away. The next moment, it had already arrived before him. The sudden attack frightened him so much that his face turned pale, and he retreated hastily. Just when he had nowhere to retreat, he closed his eyes in despair. A delicate hand grabbed the flagpole. When the tip of the flag was only an inch away from the tip of his nose, it stopped. Chu Yang couldn't open his eyes due to the strong wind brought by the war flag. The wind was so loud that his long hair was blown backwards. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the sun rising in the east, scattering down endless golden light. The white figure bathed in the golden sunlight was too dazzling and blurry. It gave him the feeling that he was a god, supreme and supreme. The entire star palace fell silent. When they saw the white figure charging in, they were completely stunned. The wound on his chest was slowly healing. On the surface, it was no longer a big problem. However, that sword chi contained a soft yin chi. It could not be completely eliminated in a short time. Xiaochen withdrew his hand, and the cycle banner instantly entered the universe ring. The young treasure master, Yi Ling, opened his eyes wide. He looked a few times before he was sure that Xiaochen had really come up. Xiaochen had broken through the seal of the limitless heaven and earth sun formation and arrived at the Sun Palace. Something that was originally thought to be impossible actually happened to Xiaochen. Xiaochen had been entrusted by Tian Yuxi. After putting in so much effort, he finally managed to convince the cyclic astral lord. Unexpectedly, this was the result. Chu Yang recovered his wits and looked at Xiaochen's familiar face. He was originally feeling very comfortable. Xiaochen, who was originally feeling very comfortable, fell from the clouds to the ground. His heart pounded wildly, and his breathing turned ragged. His complexion turned increasingly darker. Why is it like this? I clearly blocked him, but he still managed to break through. Could it be that I, Chu Yang, am really inferior to him? As the Sun Palace's holy son, I am not even half as good as him. The pain, conflict, and depression in Chu Yang's heart caused his heart to race even faster. When Xiaochen saw the other party's state, he frowned slightly. This Chu Yang's emotional state was in chaos, like he was about to enter a state of berserking qi deviation. Bang! Suddenly, Xiaochen stepped forward and ferociously smashed a palm strike on Chu Yang's chest. Pu ci. Chu Yang vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back. Xiaochen, what are you trying to do? The Moon Palace's holy daughter floated down from the sky. When she saw this scene, her expression changed drastically. She quickly went over to support Chu Yang and spoke to Xiaochen with murderous intent. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, the palaces above the sea that looked like night pearls emitted killing intent at the same time, locking onto Xiaochen. The atmosphere immediately turned extremely tense. Old men flew out from the palaces and the surroundings. After a while, they surrounded Xiaochen, blocking all his escape routes. Don't attack! Don't attack! Chu Yang shouted quickly when he saw this scene. At this moment, Chu Yang's complexion was pale, and he appeared weak. However, he was clearly much more relaxed. Chu Yang's breathing turned calm, and he suddenly felt more at ease. His earlier extreme state immediately vanished. Chu Yang, what's going on? The Moon Palace's holy daughter asked somewhat anxiously. Chu Yang waved his hand and looked at Xiao Qin. After a long silence, he said, "Many thanks." That was right. It was indeed the word, "many thanks." To think that Chu Yang actually said these two words. Yi Ling and the Moon Palace's holy daughter felt somewhat shocked. Xiao Qin said calmly, "It was just a casual action. No matter who it is, they cannot make him enter a state of berserking qi deviation before me." In the earlier palm strike, Xiao Qin did not kill Chu Yang. He only dredged up the blood near the other party's heart meridian. This allowed Chu Yang to calm down and not dwell on it. Many times, when a person entered a state of berserking qi deviation, it was just a moment of rashness. After one truly entered a state of berserking qi deviation, it was extremely difficult to turn back. At the crucial moment, there was someone to help Chu Yang calm down. After he thought things through, he would feel that it was no big deal. "Young Treasure Master Yi Ling, you should go first. I will invite you to the Cyclic Astral Palace as a guest another day," Chu Yang said calmly as he faced Yi Ling. When Yi Ling heard this, his expression changed slightly. To think that Chu Yang wanted to chase him away. How could he allow this? "Chu Yang, we already agreed to chase this fellow out of the Cyclic Astral Palace together. Don't tell me that you forgot all the humiliation you suffered in the past just because he struck you with a palm strike." Chu Yang had just experienced great ups and downs, coming back from the brink of entering a state of berserking qi deviation. He immediately figured out many things that he could not figure out. When Xiao Qin saw Yi Ling trying to sow dissension, he said sullenly, "The so-called humiliation is just a thought. If you think too highly of yourself, that is humiliation. If you think too lowly of yourself, that is not humiliation. In this world, no one is the main character. No one is nobler than anyone else. Could it be that you can't even endure some grievances? How can there be no twists and turns on the path of cultivation? As long as you do your best and feel at ease, it is fine. How many people seek a moment of pleasure and become restless? How could they truly care about your life or death? Take a good look and see who your true friend is." Yi Ling retorted angrily, "Xiao Qin, stop quibbling. What do you mean I seek a moment of pleasure and do not care about Chu Yang's life or death?" Xiao Qin's eyes remained calm, not showing any ripples. He said calmly, "Is that not the case? There is no need for you to retort. Time will prove whether what I said is right or wrong. How many people seek a moment of pleasure and do not truly care about your life or death? Who is your true friend?" Chu Yang's heart was greatly shaken. He repeatedly chewed on this sentence in his mind. He felt as if he was suddenly enlightened, and he instantly understood. Well said. Those who can give you a moment of pleasure and relieve your worries are not your friends. Those who can give you a lifetime of pleasure without regrets, seeking freedom and peace of mind, are true friends. As the two argued, a youth with exquisite facial features and eyes like stars and gems walked over with large strides, leading a group of old men. As he walked, he exuded an extraordinary aura. It was as if all the light in the world had gathered on him. His charm was boundless, overshadowing everyone else's brilliance. "Greetings, Star Lord." The disciples of the thousands of palaces and the tens of thousands of astral palaces disciples saw this person suddenly appear. In fear and trepidation, he knelt down and said respectfully. Chu Yang and the Holy Maiden of Moon Palace were both startled. They hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed, "Greetings, Master." It turned out that this person was the Cyclic Astral Lord. Indeed, he possessed boundless charm and a strong aura. Xiao Qin performed a cupped fist salute and bowed slightly. The young treasure master, Yi Ling, did not feel satisfied in his heart. Being criticized by the Astral Lord without even mentioning him made him feel extremely upset. However, Xiao Qin still had to pay his respects. He said with a sullen expression, "Young Treasure Master Yi-Ling greets the Astral Lord." The cyclic Astral Lord looked at Yi-Ling and smiled. "Do you think I do not know what the Treasure Master is thinking? I am also very clear on your purpose in coming here. However, I still have to thank Chu Yang for convincing me to activate the infinite heaven and earth formation of extreme yin and yang." Yi-Ling immediately felt anxious. He wanted to explain, but the cyclic Astral Lord interrupted him. "You can go now. Pass a message to the Treasure Master for me. Others might not know his background, but I do. Don't let me get my hands on any evidence. Otherwise, I will smack him to death at any time." Feeling the cyclic Astral Lord's murderous intent, Yi-Ling's heart sank. He was so frightened that his body started trembling. "Yes, this junior will leave now." After saying that, Yi-Ling glared at Xiaoqin hatefully. Then, he boarded the golden war chariot and left in a crestfallen manner. The cyclic Astral Lord appeared to be in a good mood. He took out a bottle of medicinal pills and handed it to Xiaoqin. He said, "Blue Dragon King, the lunar sword qi in your body will not be removed for at least half a month. There is a Xingyang pill in there. It can help you recover in 3 days." Xiaoqin received the jade bottle and opened it to take a sniff. Immediately, a fiery aura turned into a warm current flowing through his body. His wounds immediately felt much better. "Many thanks." The cyclic Astral Lord smiled faintly. Then, he looked at Chu Yang and said, "Today, you experienced great ups and downs, right and wrong. I believe you will be able to see things more clearly. Take advantage of this opportunity and enter closed-door cultivation. Within 3 months, you will definitely reach consummation Blue-Robed Emperor." "Yes." Chu Yang bowed respectfully and withdrew quietly with the Moon Palace's holy daughter. "All of you, withdraw. I want to have a private chat with the Blue Dragon King." Xiaoqin looked at the surrounding cyclic Astral Palace disciples and the elders with respectful expressions. He thought to himself, "This cyclic Astral Lord reminds me of the words, hero and heroine." The cyclic Astral Lord naturally has a charisma that makes people respect him and want to get close to him. He truly lives up to his reputation as a hero and heroine. Speaking of which, you are really bold. Back then, during the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, I was the greatest opponent behind the scenes. How did you get the guts to come to my Zodiac Hall? Are you not afraid that I will smack you to death with one palm strike?" The cyclic Astral Lord asked interestedly. The cyclic Astral Lord's tone was relaxed, like he was just casually asking. However, he inadvertently put a lot of pressure on Xiaoqin. This was the first time Xiaoqin met with someone with such a strong aura. He was not in a rush to speak. After he calmed himself, he said sullenly, "I cannot figure out the cyclic Astral Lord's heart. However, I can see the world that the cyclic Astral Lord sees. Hence, I'm here." Chapter 1338. The cyclic Astral Lord smiled faintly. His handsome face was like a bright star suddenly flickering in the dark starry heavens. However, the cyclic Astral Lord did not ask Xiaoqin what the world looked like to him. Instead, he spoke of something else. "What do you think of the limitless world sun and moon formation?" Xiaoqin replied without hesitation, "It is very strong. If I guessed right, there should be someone managing it in every palace. This is especially so for the sun and the moon. There should be 2 peak experts controlling them. If they unleash their full might, even a prime would not be able to barge in. The formation that I saw was just the tip of the iceberg. They purposely hid a weakness from me." Surprise flashed in the cyclic Astral Lord's eyes as he asked, "What do you mean?" Xiaoqin answered honestly, "The moon wanes and the sun rises. This weakness is too obvious. Given the cyclic Astral Palace's long accumulations, someone would have noticed this weakness and tried to improve it." The cyclic Astral Lord smiled and said, "Good eyes. However, you are still too humble. I originally guessed that you would have to observe for at least 3 days before you could find this weakness. Who would have thought that just as dawn broke, you would seize this fleeting opportunity? I relied on the cycle banner to break it. If it were an ordinary person, even if they knew this weakness, they would not be able to enter so easily. Cycle banner, let me take a look. The cyclic astral lord took the cycle banner from Xiao Chen's hands and gently waved it. The scarlet banner flapped loudly, giving off a sound like the waves of the sea. Aside from 2 of the 7 astral pearls on the banner, the other 5 lit up. The astral pearls they gave off were 10 times more resplendent than when they were in Xiao Chen's hands. They immediately suppressed the sunlight, suddenly making night appear. Whoosh! The cyclic astral lord swept up the banner and praised, "Not bad." However, this refining technique is somewhat crude. I'll help you refine it. There should be some breakthroughs in the quality of this banner. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. No one in the world could compare to the cyclic astral lord in refining astral banners. However, how unfortunate, could there be a change? Xiao Chen asked doubtfully, "Cyclic astral lord, what unfortunate?" "Unfortunately, I only have the pain throne. If I had the destruction throne, I would be able to complete your astral banners." Xiao Chen was slightly stunned before he reacted. How was this a pity? It was clearly a pleasant surprise. Suppressing his excitement, Xiao Chen asked, Astral Lord, Xiao Chen, Cyclic Astral Lord, Saint, Astral Lord, Sea, Cloud. I, Xiao Chen said, Jade Sovereign, I, Astral Lord, Sun, Astral. King, Dragon, Chen said, I, King, if, World, King should, he, the Xiao Chen said. Dragon, King, Chen, Chin. In fact, he even obtained one of the thrones. The cyclic astral lord continued, "It looks like you want to comprehend the state of cycle. This is extremely difficult to comprehend. After you advance to Martial Emperor, I can accompany you to the Mirage Immortal Palace to take a look at the ancient stone wall with the cycle arts and try your luck." In that case, many thanks, Cyclic Astral Lord. The Cyclic Astral Lord smiled casually and said, "It's just a small matter. I'll help you keep the cycle banner first. I'll bring you around the Cyclic Astral Palace." Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He was not afraid of the Cyclic Astral Lord swallowing his cycle banner. He found it strange that the Cyclic Astral Lord thought so highly of him. After all, in the past, the Cyclic Astral Palace was part of the camp that suppressed Xiao Chen. "I'll just take a look." Xiao Chen did not say anything as he followed the Cyclic Astral Lord around the various places of the Zodiac Hall. Along the way, the Cyclic Astral Lord gave Xiao Chen a detailed explanation of the history of the various Cyclic Astral Palaces, as well as some interesting news. However, the Cyclic Astral Lord did not mention anything about Xiao Chen's purpose for coming here at all, puzzling him. Xiao Chen maintained his composure. He chatted casually before such a major character, occasionally offering some insights. This made the Cyclic Astral Lord's eyes light up. The two of them were like best friends, walking around everywhere and chatting happily. Xiao Chen could be considered a fox borrowing the tiger's might to intimidate the Cyclic Astral Lord. As he walked, the people of the Cyclic Astral Palace, from the elders to the disciples, all showed him great respect. "Come, I'll bring you to a place that will interest you." After touring all the Cyclic Astral Palaces, the Cyclic Astral Lord led Xiao Chen into the sea. Splash! The two entered the water and sank continuously. Splash! The moment Xiao Chen entered the water, he was greatly startled. At the bottom of the sea, separated by boundless seawater, he could see a huge golden fireball burning continuously. Xiao Chen clearly knew that the golden fireball was very far away. However, he still felt like he could touch it just by stretching out his hand. Beside the golden fireball was a slightly weaker clump of pale white flame. Solar true flame and lunar true flame. Xiao Qian was suddenly startled. Could it be that the flame reflected in the water was not an illusion? Instead, it truly existed. If it was real, how shocking would that be? That should not be wrong. The 5 poison sect could cover the entire island with a 7-colored poison cloud. The Zodiac Hall had even deeper accumulations. How could it not have other trump cards? The two sank for an unknown distance. There were many guards along the way, but the cyclic astral lord dismissed them with a wave of his hand. There is a small dimensional formation in front. I'll bring you through it, and you will be able to see the true accumulations of the Zodiac Hall. The cyclic astral lord grabbed Xiao Qian and leaped forward. The scene before them suddenly changed. Surging heat waves surged over. Xiao Qian looked to the front and saw a 10-kilometer-wide flame pool covered in formation patterns. It contained incredibly pure solar true flame and lunar true flame. The quantity of the two was the same, maintaining a good balance. However, they could not truly merge. At this moment, the sun was setting over the sea, causing the solar true flame before them to burn fiercely. As for the lunar true flame, it was deathly still. It would probably release its light only at night. Dee-da. Dee-da. Drops of golden flames above Xiao Qian looked like water droplets. They formed a line and fell rhythmically into the solar true flame. Xiao Qian was so shocked that he could not speak. He could sense that the drops of solar true flame were extremely pure and of high quality, at least rank 9. This is the wealth that the Zodiac Hall accumulated over tens of thousands of years. How is it? I heard that you cultivate these 2 flames as well. Xiao Qian smiled bitterly and said, "It is not worth mentioning. It is not worth mentioning." Xiao Qian's solar true flame and lunar true flame were only rank 5. The main reason was that the lunar true flame was too difficult to collect. The two needed to maintain a balance, which held back Xiao Qian's rhythm. Compared to the flames before him, not only the quantity but also the quality were worlds apart. They were not worth mentioning at all. If Xiao Qian completely grasped this flame before him, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram he formed would be extremely horrifying. That's right. This lunar true flame and solar true flame are extremely difficult to collect. I'll give you some, then. The cyclic astral lord casually waved his hand, and a huge golden crow and a flaming phoenix leaped out of the flame pool before him. The golden crow was made of the solar true flame, and the flaming phoenix was made of the lunar true flame. They spread their wings and flew, looking very lively and giving off holy might. The golden crow and the flaming phoenix entered the cyclic astral lord's hands and turned into 2 clumps of extremely dense flames. This gift was too great, so great that Xiao Qian did not dare to accept it casually. These 2 clumps of flames were at least 10 times stronger than what Xiao Qian had. They could allow him to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Right. This requires the cyclic astral palace to accumulate for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, you are not strong enough. Otherwise, I could give you more. The cyclic astral lord said very casually, not showing any heartache at all. This person is not simple. This stunned Xiao Qian. Compared to the cyclic astral lord, Xiao Qian was more willing to spend time with the strange myriad law fiend master. Losing some patience, Xiao Qian said seriously, "Cyclic astral lord, there is no need to beat around the bush. I am not arrogant enough to think that I can convince you just by breaking one formation. I can feel that while you appear to be very enthusiastic, you are not sincere at all." The cyclic astral lord's smile widened. "I find myself admiring you more and more. You are standing at such a height at such a young age, yet you have not lost your heart at all. Tell me, why do you feel that I am not sincere?" Xiao Qian replied indifferently, because I already figured out your heart. Interesting. Earlier, you said that you saw the world that I could see, but you could not figure out my heart. I originally felt disdain for that. Very well, now tell me, what is in my heart? Desire, pride, and ambition. The moment Xiaoqun said that, the smile on Zodiac Hall's face slowly vanished, turning cold. His expression turned cold as he looked at Xiaoqun. There was a kind of perverted pride in his aloof expression. Did his face change? Perhaps it did not. This was the true face of the cyclic astral lord. Chapter 1339. After the cyclic astral lord lost his smile, the originally harmonious atmosphere between the two vanished without a trace. The atmosphere turned silent and oppressive. For some reason, Xiaoqun felt very at ease. He felt relaxed in his heart and did not regret it at all. Perhaps it was because Xiaoqun did not like to wear a mask or disguise when conversing with others. He did not like others wearing a mask to interact with him. That way, it would be boring and oppressive. Xiaoqun faced his heart. He was such a person. Even though the cyclic astral lord was a prime, Xiaoqun was not willing to speak to him while wearing a mask. The cyclic astral lord said indifferently, Xiaoqun, not to mention that you have not advanced to martial emperor yet, even if you did, you would still be a minor character in my eyes. Don't think too highly of yourself. You simply do not understand the world that I see. Xiaoqun smiled calmly and said, what is there to not understand? Isn't it just being a prime with no way out? You do not have the courage of the Thunder King, daring to try the path that no one dares to take. The ambition and desire in your heart prevent you from being satisfied with your current accomplishments. Even if it is Zodiac Hall, as long as it can fulfill your ambition, you can easily give up on it. Whoosh! The temperature of the place suddenly plummeted. Xiaoqun was clearly not far from the solar true flame, but he felt a chill down his spine, chilling his heart. The cyclic astral lord's expression did not change. However, he did not hide his killing chi well, and it leaked out. Continue. The cyclic astral lord said, enunciating every word with a sullen expression, not showing any emotional fluctuations. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely not dare to continue in such a situation. They feared enraging the cyclic astral lord and getting killed. Xiaoqun did not care. He already figured out what kind of person the other party was. In that case, there was nothing to fear. Furthermore, Xiaoqun firmly believed that this cyclic astral lord would not dare to make a move on him. There is only one reason why you rejected the deity race. The deity race's conditions do not allow you to leave this abandoned land. The great chaos of the Kunlun realm, the calamity of the demons, and the survival of Zodiac Hall have nothing to do with you. You have long since grown tired of all this. Only I can show you the hope of leaving this abandoned land. Xiaoqun organized all the clues that he knew in his mind, meticulously analyzing them. Among the supreme beings he had met before, Big Brother Zongtian was also ambitious, and wanted to leave this banished land. However, in the depths of Xiaoqun's heart, he was filled with worries. He could not let go of the Haotian sect or his friends and family in the Kunlun realm. Even if he really had the chance to leave the land of exile, he might not be able to bring himself to do so. However, this cyclic astral lord was different. As long as he had the chance, he would be willing to bury the entire Zodiac Hall with him. As long as he could fulfill his wish, he could give up everything. As for the myriad law demon master, he was indifferent to everything. Everything went according to his heart. If he could do it, then so be it. If he couldn't, then so be it. Xiaoqun spoke bluntly, not avoiding any taboo topics. The cyclic astral lord smiled faintly and said, you are really good at guessing. However, you definitely would not have guessed that the Northern Sea Alliance, which you feel the most at ease with, is currently in internal strife. You also would not have guessed that no matter how much effort you put in, with just one word from the lunar palace, all the holy lands would change sides. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, and the fluctuations in his heart appeared on his face. This made the cyclic astral lord reveal another smile. As long as you say the word, I can help you settle the internal strife of the Northern Sea Alliance and refine the cycle banner. I can even give you this solar true flame. What word? The cyclic astral lord removed his disguise and took out a scarlet stone. Then, he stated his purpose. This is a heavenly heart stone, obtained from the heavenly Tao. All you need to do is swear to bring me out of this banished land within 100 years. An oath stone. Little Three suddenly spoke from the three-life mirror, making Xiao Chen rejoice in his heart. He replied, Little Three, you woke up. Hee hee. Isn't that obvious? Elder Brother White Robes, if I did not wake up, how would Little Three talk to you? Elder Brother White Robes, you have to be careful with this oath stone. If you fail to do so, all the oaths will take effect. Xiao Chen was stunned. Unexpectedly, there was such a strange thing in the world. The cyclic astral lord continued, if you fail, your heart will shatter and you will die. With the other holy lord, he spoke of favors and friendship. However, with this cyclic astral lord, it was a bare transaction, there was no such thing as favors. Or rather, the pride in the cyclic astral lord's heart made him disdainful of talking about favors with people like Xiao Qin. In the Kunlun realm, no matter who it was, the cyclic astral lord did not care about favors. This person before the cyclic astral lord was extremely terrifying. If the cyclic astral lord allowed the cyclic astral lord to charge out of this abandoned land, he would definitely make a move on Xiao Qin. This was equivalent to using the benefits before him to create a strong opponent for himself in the future. Xiao Qin repeatedly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. After a moment of silence, he said, deal. The cyclic astral lord smiled faintly and said, even if you can see through my heart, you cannot reject my conditions. No matter how great your accomplishments are in the future, you are destined to benefit me. After saying that, the cyclic astral lord tossed the oath stone to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin held the oath stone in his hand and gave the other party a deep look. This was a gamble. However, at this point, Xiao Qin had to gamble. He was different from the cyclic astral lord. Be it the Haotian sect or the Northern Sea Alliance, they were existences that he could not part with. Even if it was clearly disadvantageous to him, he had to agree to the other party's conditions. I, Xiao Qin, swear that I will bring the cyclic astral lord away from this abandoned land within 100 years. Otherwise, my heart will shatter and I will die. After Xiao Qin swore the oath, the mysterious stone in his hand melted in his palm and flowed into his body, vanishing. When the cyclic astral lord saw Xiao Qin finish his oath, he revealed a satisfied expression. He said, stay here for 3 days. Take as much of the solar true flame and the lunar true flame as you can. Xiao Qin asked sullenly, let me ask you something. Do you know where the Thunder King is? Why the need to ask? Since you already swore, you will walk the path of the Thunder King sooner or later. Just refine the flame here in peace and think about how to deal with the Lunar Palace. I can only help you deal with the Northern Sea Alliance's problem. After leaving that sentence, the cyclic astral lord left. Seeing the other party leave, Little Three immediately leaped out of the immortal spirit ring. Ao Jiao quickly followed behind, staring at the solar true flame in a daze. Xiao Qin knew what Ao Jiao was thinking. He asked, Ao Jiao, can the flame here revive Little Yellow Feather quickly? Ao Jiao shook her head and replied, I'm not sure. The solar divine flame is of a higher grade than the solar true flame. However, the solar true flame here has already reached its peak. Furthermore, it has been here for tens of thousands of years. It is hard to say. In that case, there is no need to worry about it. I'll give it a try for now. Since this cyclic astral lord agreed to give me 3 days, I have to make good use of it. After Xiaochen spoke, he placed the golden crow egg into the solar true flame. After that, a light flashed in each of Xiaochen's eyes, and they started spinning quickly. A suction force spread out, and the solar true flame and lunar true flame in the vast flame pool turned into motes of light, continuously entering Xiaochen's eyes. Xiaochen sat cross-legged, absorbing and refining as he did so. At the same time, he thought hard about what the cyclic astral lord said. The Northern Sea Alliance had internal strife. Without needing to guess, Xiaochen was sure that the deity Dao Union was causing trouble. Since the cyclic astral lord agreed to deal with it, there was no need to think about it for now. Right now, Xiaochen should be thinking about how to deal with the Lunar Palace's problem. He had not expected the Lunar Palace to have such strong influence. The deity Dao Union had been harassing Xiaochen, preventing him from interacting with the other Holy Lands. They had placed all their trump cards on him. The other party probably thought the same. As long as they placed all their resources on the Lunar Palace and successfully persuaded them, they could turn the situation around in one go. However, how should the Lunar Palace break out of this situation? The Lunar Palace had already said that Bright Moon City did not welcome Xiaochen, the descendant of the Qing Emperor. Chapter 1340. How to deal with the Lunar Palace's situation. After thinking for a long time, Xiaochen still could not figure it out. In the Lunar Palace, the only person he could interact with was the Holy Daughter, Yu Bingyun. She held a high position, the next mistress of the Lunar Palace. The crucial point was this next mistress. No matter what her future was like, she could not influence the Lunar Palace's thoughts right now. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram suddenly appeared behind Xiaochen. The solar true flame and the lunar true flame chased each other, forming a beautiful diagram. Xiaochen felt excited. How fast! It has only been half a day, and my solar true flame and lunar true flame both rose to rank 6 at the same time. Xiaochen stopped swallowing, and the flame whirlpools in his eyes stopped spinning. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand. A golden light flickered, and 2 Taiji yin-yang flame diagrams appeared at the same time, one in front and one behind. Buzz! The surrounding 100 meters suddenly froze. Everything, from the insignificant specks of dust, froze. Amid the haziness, Xiaochen scratched the surface of the state of space. When 2 new Taiji yin-yang flame diagrams appeared at the same time, they could actually freeze the space within 100 meters. Xiaochen revealed an expression of joy. He temporarily forgot about the Lunar Palace's troubles and tried to widen the distance between the 2 Taiji yin-yang flame diagrams. With a bang, the space shattered, and wisps of flames flew in all directions. Xiaochen frowned and said, "It looks like I was too hasty. If I want to increase the range, I have to continue raising the quality of the flames." As Xiaochen looked at the vast flame pool before him, envy flashed in his eyes. This was the power of accumulations. If Xiaochen could completely possess it and use this flame to spread out the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, its might would be unimaginable. However, this was just a thought. There is no need to feel pity. There are still 2.5 days. It should not be a problem to raise the flames to rank 7. After calming down, Xiaochen continued to absorb the essence of these flames. 2 days later, where Tian Yushi was, Xiao Hoju, Yi Ling, and the others all showed sullen expressions. Among them, Xia Hojue was the most outstanding. Just as he was about to succeed in overthrowing the Yi clan, he suddenly stopped. The cyclic astral lord suddenly appeared and forcefully interfered in the internal power struggle of the Northern Sea Alliance, helping the Yi clan stabilize its position as the alliance chief. Furthermore, after learning that Zodiac Hall sided with the Dragon's Gate, the many voices in the Northern Sea Alliance that supported the deity Dao Union immediately fell silent. With the support of the Astral Palace and the Northern Sea Alliance, the deity Dao Union's reputation in the heavenly starry ocean plummeted. Right now, practically no one in the heavenly starry ocean was talking about the deity Dao Union. All they talked about was news about the Dragon's Gate. Damn it! This cyclic astral lord is too overbearing. As a prime, he actually supports Xiao Qin so openly declaring war on our deity Dao Union. Xiahou Ju said, feeling aggrieved. Even now, he still remembered the appearance of the cyclic astral lord's clone, and the group's stupefied expressions. Yi Ling's eyes flickered. Then, he glanced at Tian Yuxi and said, indeed, the cyclic astral lord went overboard. If the deity Dao Union did not suppress them, they would lose all their momentum, giving off the impression that they were just putting on a brave front. It would be hard to avoid disheartening those who followed the deity Dao Union. Xiahou Ju said worriedly, Xiao Qin has already convinced 2 primes. Adding in Ing Zongtian and the Fox King, the Dragon's Gate side now has 4 primes. Why do I feel that the Dragon's Gate's momentum is already comparable to our deity Dao Union's? On the surface, the deity Dao Union had 3 primes, Emperor Forsaken, the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God, and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Adding in the 3 Holy Masters, the deity Dao Union had 4 primes. The deity Dao Union originally held the absolute advantage. However, after Xiao Qin made a move, the situation actually evened out. 2 months ago, Feng Wuji was still filled with confidence. Now, his confidence wavered somewhat. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen's elegance terrified him. Tian Yuxi revealed a disdainful smile. Feng Wuji, don't underestimate our deity race. Who told you that our deity race has only 1 prime? Feng Wuji's eyelids twitched. Could it be that the deity race has 2 primes? There are some things that you don't need to know. Just think about it. The Heaven-Punishing Corpse God, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the 3 Holy Masters of your human race are not fools. If they do not see the deity race's true trump card, how could they be willing to submit to the deity race? Tian Yuxi's indifferent words stunned both Xiahou Ju and Feng Wuji. Could it be that the deity race really has an unknown trump card? To think that the divine daughter is so confident. Right now, there is no need to care about the Dragon's Gate's momentum. As long as we can convince the Lunar Palace, all of Xiao Chen's efforts will be in vain. Xiahou Ju interjected, what if they are not convinced? Tian Yuxi said sullenly, absolutely not. The Lunar Palace has a blood feud with the Qing Emperor. Back then, the Qing Emperor killed the Lunar Palace's palace master and many elders in a fit of rage. No matter how many years pass, no one will forget this. Yi Ling, who had been silent all this while, said, actually, there is no need to overthink this. Even if the Lunar Palace does not agree, as long as we destroy the Haotian sect, the Dragon's Gate's momentum will scatter. The Holy Lord Primes that follow him will naturally make another choice. His alliance is too scattered. Tian Yuxi nodded and said, that's right. However, if that happens, the Kunlun realm will fall into chaos. Once a huge battle broke out, it would affect everything else. The entire Kunlun realm would descend into chaos. If the Haotian sect could be destroyed that easily, the deity Dao Union would not have waited until now to make a move. Holy Lady, Xingju, and Xie Zishuan are here. The doors to the secret room opened, and the deity race sovereign martial emperor, Qin Xiu, barged in with 2 people. Tian Yuxi showed joy on her face. Xingju and Xie Zishuan. One was the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God's personal disciple, and the other was the East Mountain Ghost Monarch's personal disciple. After returning from the celestial battlefield, their strength had increased greatly, and they had even killed the first Heaven Emperor Wu. The 2 of them had been in seclusion for a long time. Finally, the 2 of them had returned. With Xingju and Xie Zishuan around, the chances of persuading the other party in the Lunar Palace would be much greater. If the two of them could suppress Xiaoqin in the lunar palace, they would be able to do so. In the heavenly starry ocean, the momentum of the deity Dao union would instantly catch up to that of the Dragon's Gate. After not seeing each other for some time, the two's strength had increased significantly. Their auras were even denser. When Xiao Hoju and Feng Wuji saw this, they were startled at the same time. They actually felt some fear from the two. They could no longer understand Xingju and Xie Zixuan's strength. Strange, why is Di Wuk not out of closed-door cultivation yet? Is he not going to appear on the trip to the lunar palace? Xie Zixuan said after exchanging glances with Xingju. Perhaps he really will not appear. I cannot guarantee that. Xingju waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Alone, the two of us might not be able to deal with Xiaoqin. However, if the two of us work together, we are confident of blocking Xiaoqin. When are you preparing to depart?" "Half a month from now, the Lunar Palace will hold a ceremony to view the divine weapon. At that time, all the major factions will go and watch. We will choose that time to appear." Xiaoqin, who was still absorbing the solar true flame and the lunar true flame, did not know that his two old rivals had already arrived in the heavenly starry ocean. He also did not know what the lunar palace's ceremony to view the divine weapon had to do with him. At this moment, Xiaoqin was looking at the flame pool in disappointment, not knowing how to console Ao Jiao. 3 days were about to pass, but the golden crow egg in the solar true flame still showed no signs of activity. The flame was too dense. Xiaoqin could not make out the exact situation with his spiritual sense. However, if the golden crow egg had a reaction, there would definitely be some fluctuations. However, from start to end, the surface of the lava formed by the solar true flame did not show any strange movements. Blue Dragon King, 3 days have already passed. Are you still not leaving? Suddenly, the urging of a cyclic astral palace elder came from outside. Xiaoqin frowned slightly and had no choice but to take out the golden crow egg. Whoosh! However, the instant the golden crow egg charged out, the expressions of Xiaoqin and Ao Jiao changed at the same time in shock. How did this golden crow egg turn golden? Chapter 1341. Although the golden crow egg had the word gold, Xiaoqin remembered it very clearly. It had always been the color of white jade, its surface smooth, and its spiritual energy withdrawn. Now, however, it had turned golden, a fiery gold. It was like a burning rock. When placed in Xiaoqin's hand, it felt like a clump of fierce fire. He could even feel the heat coming from it. Ao Jiao, what's going on? Xiaoqin asked, feeling suspicious. Ao Jiao rubbed her nose and shook her head. I'm not sure. I've never seen or heard of such a situation before. Hee hee. Little 3 knows about this. This golden crow mutated. A holy beast's bloodline is pure. Normally, it is very hard for it to mutate. However, once it mutates, there will be an unexpected change. Xiaoqin and Ao Jiao looked at little 3 in surprise. Unexpectedly, this girl knew so much. Little 3 smiled bashfully and said, "Don't look at me like that." During the Immortal epoch, golden crows were very common. There should still be many of them now. However, they are rather rare in this abandoned land. Xiaoqin did not care about this. He continued asking, is it a good change or a bad change? Naturally, it is good. It is very hard for holy beasts to mutate. During our era, if the golden crow mutated, it would have become the absolute king of the golden crow race. Little 3's tone was very certain, allowing Xiaoqin and Ao Jiao to release their bated breaths. Why did it mutate? Xiaoqin shifted his gaze to the lunar true flame, which was right next to the solar true flame. Perhaps it had something to do with this vast lunar true flame. This flame pool had received 2 kinds of flames for a long time. Its yin and yang attributes were no longer as pure. However, Xiaochen could not figure out what was going on. The people outside were rushing him, so he could not stay any longer. Come, let's go out. Come, let's go out. Little 3 and Ao Jiao quickly flashed, returning to the immortal spirit ring. Xiaochen returned the way he came. The moment he appeared in the Sun Palace, he saw the cyclic astral lord, who had been waiting for a long time. The cyclic astral lord still looked very spirited and full of boundless charm. However, after seeing through this person's heart, he no longer gave Xiaochen the feeling of being subdued. Your complexion is not bad. Looks like you've gained quite a lot. Here you go. The cycle banner slowly appeared in the cyclic astral lord's palm. Then, he tossed the banner back to Xiaochen. Xiaochen took it. The flagpole had turned golden and was engraved with densely packed stars, sun, and moon. If it was spread out, it would look like a resplendent starry sky. The color of the flag was even more blood red than before. The red flag was like blood, and it looked like it was about to overflow. It was filled with killing intent. When Xiaochen looked carefully, the cyclic astral lord had indeed kept his promise, helping him merge the 6th pain throne into it. This war banner of yours is truly extraordinary. You've wasted so many divine materials for nothing. What a pity. I used the refining methods of the cyclic astral palace to refine it for you. I did not add any divine materials, but it directly raised its quality by 1 level. The cyclic astral lord spoke casually, as if he was talking about something insignificant. As Xiaochen held the cycle banner, he felt startled in his heart. No matter how hypocritical or ambitious this person was, he would not be able to defeat him. No matter how hypocritical or ambitious this person was, he was indeed very talented, worthy of admiration. In the future, when he left this abandoned land, he would definitely be a major character. I already helped you settle the matter of the Northern Sea Alliance. I can't help you with the Lunar Palace's side, so you can do as you see fit. I know you are not willing to go to the Lunar Palace. However, you already swore an oath. It is no longer up to you. Whether you are willing or not, you have to take down the Lunar Palace. Right now, the two were on the same boat. Although they each had their own thoughts, they had the same goal for now. The cyclic astral lord was even more unwilling than Xiaochen to see the Lunar Palace side with the deity Dao Union. Xiaochen ignored the cyclic astral lord's words, which sounded like an order. He said calmly, "Many thanks. You do not have to worry about the Lunar Palace's matters. I will do my best. There is no need to put pressure on me. It is not that I want to put pressure on you. The Lunar Palace's new transcendent divine weapon has already been refined. Half a month later, they will hold the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. At that time, Tian Yushi will personally pay a visit. Half a month is the last time you have. Do as you see fit." After the cyclic astral lord said this, he started to send off the guest, showing no intention of exchanging pleasantries. Xiaochen could not be bothered to linger. He felt very uncomfortable when he was with this person. He did not like such a situation at all. After leaving the Zodiac Hall, Xiaochen landed on the surface of the sea. For a moment, he did not know where to go. Go to the Lunar Palace. There was no need to think about it. If he went rashly, he would definitely be chased back in disgrace. Bright Moon City would not welcome him at all. Go to the Northern Sea Alliance. They no longer needed him there. With the cyclic astral lord making a move, he would naturally resolve the problem there. Xiaochen, where are we going now? Let's go back. After all, there are some things that cannot be forced. For problems that I cannot figure out, there is no solution no matter how I think about it. I'll just let nature take its course. Helpless against the Lunar Palace, Xiaochen shook his head. Then, he decided to return to Heavenly Star Island and calm down. In the past few days, Xiaochen had been rushing all over the place, not stopping for even a moment. He had fought several huge battles that left him shaken to the core, nearly triggering the great tribulation of wind and fire in advance. After making up his mind, Xiaochen returned to Heavenly Star Island 3 days later. However, he had not returned for 2 months. When he returned, he discovered that Heaven Dragon City was already several times more bustling than before. Xiaochen could vaguely feel a great aura in the sky above Heavenly Star Island, gathering wind and clouds in all directions, attracting everyone's attention. As for the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, it looked lifeless. Under the suppression of the Dragon's Gate, it had fallen to a second-rate faction, its luck plummeting. The news of Xiaochen's return to Heavenly Star Island startled only a few people. Chen immediately rushed over to the mountain where Xiaochen was in closed-door cultivation. Right now, Chen was already the female city lord in name. The city lord token of Heaven Dragon City was in her hands. She was the one who dealt with the various factions, the planning of the Dragon's Gate, and the various branches of the Dragon's Gate. Xiaochen was only in name. He spent most of his time cultivating. Big brother Xiaochen, this is for you. After Chen arrived, she tossed a jade strip to Xiaochen. Xiaochen received it and took a look. Then, he asked, "What is this?" Chen smiled and explained, "This is a gathering token. When you do things, you always have a backup plan. You managed to convince those primes and the Holy Lord, but you did not leave behind any means to inform them. Let me ask you, if the Haotian sect is in danger now, how are you going to inform them?" "Of course, I will send someone to inform them through the transportation formation." The moment Xiaochen said that, he realized the problem. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "That's too slow. I really did not think of that." Chen smiled and said, "That's why I prepared the gathering token for you. The moment you left, I got someone to deliver this gathering token to the Great Holy Lord. Once something unexpected happens, just shatter this jade strip, and the other Holy Lord will receive the news." Xiaochen put away the jade strip solemnly and said, "Thank you." Hee. "It's fine. This is all I can do to help you. I can't do anything else." When Chen heard Xiaochen's thanks, she revealed a satisfied expression. She continued, "Oh, right, are you still preparing to go out?" Xiaochen sighed and said, "I do want to go out. However, never mind. I have no idea what to do with the Lunar Palace. Their palace master personally said that they will not welcome me, blocking my way. I can't even enter Bright Moon City." At the mention of this, Xiaochen showed a helpless expression. If the Lunar Palace steeled itself to reject a person, no one could force their way in. Even if this person was a sovereign martial emperor, it would not work. Furthermore, Xiaochen was not one yet. "You want to participate in the Lunar Palace's divine weapon unveiling ceremony, right?" Chen asked softly as a light flashed in her bright eyes. Xiaochen nodded. At the same time, he repeated the cyclic astral lord's words. Once the Lunar Palace sided with the deity Dao Union, all of Xiaochen's previous efforts would go to waste. "I can't help you convince the Lunar Palace. However, getting you to enter Bright Moon City is not a problem." After Chen heard what Xiaochen said, she smiled faintly. Then, like she was performing a magic trick, a jade fan made of moonlight appeared in her hand. Then, she slowly opened the fan. The melodious sound of the zither and the elegant voice of a song floated out from the fan. Xiaochen's expression changed. He said, "This is the Lunar Palace's bright jade fan. As long as one has this fan, they can even meet the Lunar Palace's palace master." "Where did you get it?" This was truly a turning point, a glimmer of hope. Xiaochen, who was about to give up, suddenly saw a path before him. Chen smiled mischievously. "Guess." Chapter 1342. Xiaochen thought for a while. Then, he revealed a smile. I guess it has something to do with that transcendent divine weapon. For Imochen to establish a connection with the Lunar Palace and even get the Lunar Palace to give her a bright jade fan, someone from the Lunar Palace must have asked her to help her find the transcendent divine weapon. Mo Qin had the Book of Heavenly Works. Her refining skills were already extraordinary. Aside from this, Xiaochen could not think of any other reason. Imochen smiled faintly and said, "You are not stupid. I did not refine the transcendent divine weapon. I only assisted from the side, using the Book of Heavenly Works to help control the temperature of the flame and let the swordsmith focus on forging." Xiaochen understood that while Imochen spoke humbly, she had definitely helped a lot. Otherwise, she would not have given him a bright jade fan. With the bright jade fan, he could get the Lunar Palace to help him with something, which would be like owing her a favor. Of course, this referred to an ordinary matter. Getting the Lunar Palace to side with the Dragon's Gate was impossible with just the bright jade fan. Back then, the Holy Daughter Yu Bingyun personally came to look for me. At first, I hesitated and did not agree. However, she seemed to have anticipated today's situation and repeatedly begged me to help, to obtain this bright jade fan and hand it to you. Imochen spoke tirelessly, telling the truth. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. Did Yu Bingyun really manage to reach this step? Probably not. Xiaochen did not believe that anyone could be that incredible. She just wanted to give me a chance to go to the Lunar Palace. Regardless of whether that was the case or not, this jade fan was indeed of great help to me now. Xiaochen put away the jade fan and paced around the room, thinking about how to face the Lunar Palace's people. He was somewhat confident of dealing with the other holy lands. However, this was the only holy land that he was in danger. Big brother Xiaochen, actually, there is no need to be anxious. When Imochen saw the worry on Xiaochen's face, she consoled him. Actually, the one who should be anxious is not you but the deity Dao Union's group. Big brother Xiaochen, you already convinced the various holy lands. However, they only managed to convince the divine dragon palaces of the four seas. Right now, you hold the complete advantage in the heavenly starry ocean. Why put so much pressure on yourself? Xiaochen's eyes lit up. When he heard Imochen's words, he immediately felt enlightened, feeling refreshed. When Imochen saw Xiaochen's frown relax, she continued, "Sometimes, when you look at a problem from a different angle, you will discover that the situation can change immediately. Right now, you should not think of yourself as the weak party. Right now, your momentum is flourishing in the heavenly starry ocean, and your reputation is great. The weak party is the deity Dao Union. If they cannot convince the Lunar Palace, they will lose everything in the heavenly starry ocean. It will be even more difficult for them to destroy the Haotian sect, and they will have to pay an even greater price. You have already disrupted their plans." Xiaochen's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "That's right. Imochen, continue." After receiving encouragement, she continued analyzing, "As long as the Lunar Palace remains neutral, Big Brother Xiaochen, you have already succeeded. As for the deity Dao Union, they need to take down the Lunar Palace. Otherwise, all their plans in the heavenly starry ocean will fail." Xiaochen smiled and said, "That's right. Why must the Lunar Palace side with the Dragon's Gate? They just need to remain neutral." With Imochen's explanation, Xiaochen's train of thought immediately cleared. The most important thing was that his mental state completely changed. "Many thanks. If not for what you said, even if I could enter Bright Moon City, it would not be of much use. Instead, it might even have the opposite effect," Xiaochen said sincerely after calming down. It was just like how the deity Dao Union sent someone to assassinate Xiaochen, which ended up helping him. If Xiaochen went to the Lunar Palace and did not control his mental state, he might end up helping the deity Dao Union. With this thought, Xiaochen felt a chill run down his spine. He had nearly made a huge mistake. Oh, right, I still have not asked you. What exactly is that transcendent divine weapon? Xiaochen asked out of curiosity. The Lunar Palace wanted to forge a new transcendent divine weapon. Xiaochen knew about this. Back then, Yu Bingyun had told him about it. The startling Phoenix Zither was ranked 10th on the divine weapon ranking. It was too dangerous and could be pushed down at any moment. The Lunar Palace needed to forge a new transcendent divine weapon. It is a set of sabers and swords, one saber and one sword. Although they are two divine weapons, the two can merge into one. Furthermore, they come from the same source, so they can be considered one transcendent divine weapon. Xiaochen understood this. A set of weapons could be seen as one. The 7 deadly sins in his hand were the same. Chen continued, one is the Wind Shadow Sword, and the other is the Cloud Moon Saber. The two are extremely horrifying. The shadow of the wind and the moon of the clouds. Wind and clouds merge, and the shadow of the moon is missing. This transcendent divine weapon involves 5 states. Furthermore, it needs to be combined with the 2 profound martial techniques of the Lunar Palace. Its might is extremely horrifying. Now, it ranks first on the divine weapon ranking. Xiaochen asked casually, what if it cannot be combined? Chen said, since it is a set and cannot be combined, its might will naturally be greatly reduced. It might even be weaker than an ordinary divine weapon. However, 3 days later, a piece of unexpected news spread throughout the entire heavenly starry ocean like a strong gust of wind, despite Xiaochen's casual question. The Lunar Palace sent out news that anyone who could draw the Cloud Moon Saber during the divine weapon unveiling ceremony would be able to enter the Lunar Palace and marry the Holy Daughter. The moment this news spread, all the men in the heavenly starry ocean went crazy. In the Lunar Palace, most female disciples could marry, but the Holy Daughter could not. After becoming the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter, while enjoying the attention of the world and being aloof, she still had to abandon her emotions and endure indescribable loneliness. After becoming the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter, while enjoying the attention of the world and being aloof, she still had to abandon her emotions and endure indescribable loneliness. As for the Holy Daughter, that was something that could only be thought of in their hearts. Unexpectedly, as long as one drew a saber, one could marry the Holy Daughter. As for the Holy Daughter, that was something that could only be thought of in their hearts. Unexpectedly, as long as one drew a saber, one could marry the Holy Daughter. This news was like a bomb going off in the deep sea, spreading very quickly. It instantly overshadowed the matter of Xiaochen convincing the various holy lands. When Xiaochen first arrived in the heavenly starry ocean, he had seen the Holy Daughter's prestige in the heavenly starry ocean. Not only did she enjoy a good reputation in the world of cultivators, she enjoyed an even more venerated position among ordinary people. Among ordinary mortals, her status was even more revered. She was like a fairy in the mortal world. He didn't even dare to think about marrying such a woman as his wife. When Xiaochen and Chen heard this news, they were both stunned. Indeed, no one would have thought of such an unexpected thing beforehand. Chen looked at Xiaochen and asked, tell me, did you know about this long ago? Otherwise, why did you ask me what would happen if the two could not be combined? Xiaochen smiled bitterly and said, it was really just a casual question. If not for you, I would not even know what a transcendent divine weapon is. Chen smiled and said, I was just saying it casually. There is no need to be so nervous. It looks like there is no one in the Lunar Palace who can make the Cloud Moon Saber recognize a master. A divine weapon recognizing a master was a very strange thing. Some divine weapons could easily recognize a master as long as one was strong enough. However, some divine weapons, such as the 7 deadly sins in Xiaochen's hand, required the cultivator to be compatible with the divine weapon. Otherwise, the divine weapon would never recognize a master, no matter how strong it was. Is there a need? To sacrifice a holy daughter for a divine weapon? Xiao Qin could not understand this. As he looked at the bright jade fan in his hand, he vaguely thought of something. Emo-chan said, "You don't understand. Right now, this saber and sword are at the top of the divine weapon ranking. The Lunar Palace poured 10,000 years of accumulations into this. They are specially forged to deal with a great calamity. It is impossible for them to give up, so they can only resort to this method. Furthermore, my guess is that the Lunar Palace definitely has countermeasures to control the person who can make the divine weapon recognize a master." However, Xiao Qin did not hear what Emo-chan said. He stared at the bright jade fan in a daze. Did Yu Bingyun expect this to happen? Yu Bingyun guessed long ago that no one in the Lunar Palace could make the Cloud Moon Saber recognize a master. Even after Yu Bingyun tried to dissuade them, the Lunar Palace still insisted on forging this set of divine weapons. Hence, the Lunar Palace gave Emo-chan the bright jade fan to hand to him. Could this be his opportunity for the divine weapon unveiling ceremony? After the twists and turns, what Xiao Qin saw was not the light at the end of the tunnel that he wanted. Instead, there were new waves and new problems. Chapter 1343. As Xiao Qin looked at the bright jade fan, his emotions fluctuated. For a moment, he forgot that Emo-chan was talking to him. Big brother Xiao Qin. Big brother Xiao Qin. Only after Emo-chan called out twice did Xiao Qin react. He said, sorry. I was thinking about something else." Emo-chan smiled faintly and said, "Actually, I already guessed it. Why would Yu Bingyun come to Heavenly Star Island to beg me for no reason? She must have some sort of relationship with big brother Xiao Qin." Xiao Qin sighed softly and said calmly, "It can't be considered a relationship. I just experienced some life and death situations with her and went on adventures together. Suddenly, when I heard that she was going to marry, my emotions fluctuated somewhat." "What's wrong? Does big brother Xiao Qin like her?" Emo-chan asked seriously as she blinked and looked at Xiao Qin. This question stumped Xiao Qin. Did he like Yu Bingyun? The answer was obvious. As the holy daughter, Yu Bingyun was pretty and refined. Her character was elegant and magnanimous. No man would not have a good impression of such a girl. Naturally, Xiao Qin was no exception. However, he did not know how much of a good impression Yu Bingyun had. Furthermore, right now, he was like duckweed, about to sink at any moment. He did not dare to talk about love. Xiao Qin was certain that there was only one lover in his heart, Qingyun Peak's Lu Ryue. No matter how many years had passed and how much they had experienced, Xiao Qin buried this feeling in his heart and would never forget it. As for the others, Xiao Qin did not think too much about them. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin replied, "Regardless of whether she likes you or not, since she asked you to give the bright jade fan to me, then she definitely does not like to marry. It would have been fine if I did not know. Now that I know, I have to help her this time." Humph. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, Ao Jiao snorted heavily from the Immortal Spirit Ring, appearing extremely dissatisfied. Since he wanted to help, then Xiao Qin would definitely draw his saber. As the Lunar Shadow Saber's item spirit, Ao Jiao immediately felt jealous. When Little Three heard that, she laughed endlessly at the side, scolding Ao Jiao. Ao Jiao was angry and ignored her. Xiao Qin could not explain it to her for now, so he could only let her be. He said to Emo-chan, "Make some preparations. When the time comes, you will come with me to Bright Moon City." "I'll go with you." Xiao Qin nodded. "Yes. This lunar palace is very important to me as well. Stay by my side and remind me when necessary so that I won't do anything stupid." When Emo-chan heard this, she smiled and said, "Sure. I also want to see how crazy the scene will be." When the group in the pavilion where Tian Yushi was learned that Yu Bingyun was going to marry the person who drew the Cloud Moon Saber, they were greatly startled. They didn't expect such a thing to happen before they left. The thinking of the lunar palace is really unfathomable. If the person who drew the saber was old and ugly, then wouldn't the holy daughter Yu Bingyun be in trouble? Xingju shook his head, indicating that he did not understand. Xie Zishuan smiled gently and said, "Isn't that simple? Just go and draw that cloud moon saber, and everything will be fine." Ha 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 ha. I will definitely give it a try. Marrying the holy daughter is indeed very tempting, Xingju replied indifferently. Tian Yushi frowned slightly and said, "This commotion is very sudden. I really don't know if it is good or bad for us." Xiao Hoju analyzed, "No matter who draws the cloud moon saber, as long as it is not Xiao Qin, it is a good thing for us." Feng Wuji added, "Don't worry. Xiao Qin cannot even enter Bright Moon City. How can he draw the saber? The best situation is that one of us can draw the cloud moon saber. In that case, the lunar palace will definitely side with the deity Dao Union. Xiao Qin will have no chance at all." Tian Yushi looked around and glanced at the people present. He felt that this was very possible. Be it Xiao Hoju or Feng Wuji, they were both outstanding talents who returned from experiential training in the astral battlefield. They were stronger than the many outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean. As for Xingju and Xie Zishuan, there was no need to even mention them. They were descendants of primes. Now, their strength was unfathomable. They could even kill a regular Emperor Wu. They were much stronger than the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean. If Xiao Qin did not make a move, no one would be able to suppress them. Very well, it is decided, then. I will send people to figure it out as soon as possible. As for the cloud moon saber, the few of you should make preparations. I will definitely reward whoever can draw the cloud moon saber, Tian Yushi said seriously. Xingju and the others exchanged glances and did not object. A look flashed in their eyes, mostly of eagerness. Who would not be tempted by a woman like the holy daughter? As Xiao Qin, Tian Yushi, and the others made their preparations, all the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean went crazy. The news spread very quickly. The many cultivators of the Black Sea, the Storm Sea, and the Ice Sea also received the news in the shortest time possible. Immediately, the news of the lunar palace's holy daughter getting married spread throughout the entire oceanic world, becoming the hottest topic. The number of people heading to Bright Moon City was several times more than usual. There was a huge crowd, all wanting to test their skills at the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. In the sky, at the palace hovering in the sky like a bright moon, Yu Bingyun had a melancholic expression on her face as she stared out the window in a daze. As the lunar palace's holy daughter, Yu Bingyun had never hoped to have a true relationship. For many years, her heart had never changed, never having any ripples. She had only met that person, and her heart slowly changed. There had never been a person who gave her such an intense feeling, stirring her heart and making her worry. However, Yu Bingyun still retained her rationality. Similarly, she did not have any extravagant hopes for any results. She placed that feeling in the depths of her heart. She did not think about it, did not think about it. However, she simply could not accept the current situation. Even if she could not marry for the rest of her life, it would be countless times better than marrying someone she did not like. Would he dare to come? Would he guess why I gave him the bright jade fan? Yu Bingyun's heart was in a mess. No matter what she did, she could not calm down. Her thoughts were a mess, unable to sort them out. Bingyun, what are you thinking about? The Lunar Palace's palace master silently entered the elegant room. Startled, she quickly turned around and bowed. Master, Bingyun is fine. The Lunar Palace's palace master shook her head and said, your worries are written all over your face. How can you be fine? Don't blame Master. Great chaos is approaching. The demonic great calamity will arrive soon. If the lunar palace wants to seek safety under the pressure of the deity Tao Union, it needs the existence of this saber and sword. There will be an even more horrifying demonic great calamity. We will need the wind shadow sword and the cloud moon saber even more. The lunar palace has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. We absolutely cannot let it fall here. Yu Bingyun said softly, I know. Bingyun will do whatever master says. The lunar palace's palace master smiled warmly and said, there's no need to overthink. The person who can draw the cloud moon saber is absolutely worthy of you. Given the pride of the cloud moon saber, it will not choose an ugly person. If that person dares to bully you, master will definitely not spare him. Yu Bingyun smiled bitterly in her heart. If the person was not the one she loved, no matter how outstanding he was, it was useless. However, Yu Bingyun did not show it on her face. She just nodded slightly to indicate that she understood. The lunar palace's palace master gave Yu Bingyun a deep look. Yu Bingyun was like a daughter to her. The lunar palace's palace master watched her grow up and poured all her heart and soul into her. However, this time, the lunar palace's palace master had no choice. To think that no one in the vast lunar palace could draw the cloud moon saber. This situation was unexpected. For the sake of forging this saber and sword, the lunar palace had exhausted far more resources than the outside world expected. If this saber and sword became mere decorations, then the lunar palace would suffer severe injuries to its essence for many years, finding it hard to recover. The more important thing was still to come. The deity Tao Union already put a lot of pressure on the lunar palace. The lunar palace did not want to lean towards any faction. The lunar palace needed to have its own trump card so that the deity Tao Union would not dare to use force on the lunar palace. However, the matters of the world were hard to predict. The commotion caused by the divine weapon unveiling ceremony far surpassed her expectations. Chapter 1344. Time passed day by day. Soon, half a month was about to arrive. During this time, Xiaochen held the bright jade fan and pondered for a long time. The jade fan opened up, and a brilliant light shone out. A melodious song echoed in the surroundings, lingering for a long time. The elegant singing sounded like Yu Bingyun was talking to him. The scenes of their time together flashed in his mind. This girl's graceful bearing continuously appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He could feel the misery and sorrow in her heart. She was begging him to help her once and not let this happen. However, Xiao Chen wanted to go to the lunar palace to obtain the lunar palace's help. Xiao Chen told Xiao Chen not to side with the deity Tao Union. If Xiao Chen caused trouble at the divine weapon unveiling ceremony, it would backfire, giving Tian Yu Shi and the others a chance. This was also the reason why Xiao Chen wanted to bring Imochen along. He was afraid that he would act rashly. Big brother Xiao Chen, we're leaving. Imochen pushed the door open and entered. Half a month had already passed. If they did not leave now, it would be too late. Imochen had urged Xiao Chen to leave several times, but Xiao Chen said there was no rush. But now, he had no choice but to leave, or else he would be late. Xiao Chen closed the jade fan and remained silent for a while, before saying, let's go. 3 days later, the majestic bright moon city appeared in Xiao Chen's vision like a bright moon. Cultivators heading to the lunar palace filled the sky, the sea, and the surroundings. There was no need to guess. These were all people participating in the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. They all wanted to try their luck to see if they could draw the cloud moon saber. Xiao Chen and Imochen both wore round hats on their heads. There was white gauze around the brim of their hats, covering half their faces. Their appearances could not be seen clearly. It seems like there are quite a few acquaintances. Xiao Chen looked around and revealed a faint smile. He saw Yi Qin, whom he had not seen for a long time. This fellow flew toward the city gate alone, and many people recognized him as the Northern Sea Alliance's young alliance leader. But today, he definitely wouldn't stand out too much and wouldn't attract too much discussion. There were too many outstanding talents in Bright Moon City. When Xiaochen casually looked around, he even saw Di Xinhan and the Heavenly Province Academy's holy son. Now was not the time to greet him. He could not reveal his identity yet. At this moment, Imochen pointed and said, "Look, that looks like Goddess Tian Yushi." Xiaochen looked in the direction Imochen pointed. He saw a golden warship flying in the sky. Instead of walking through the city gates, he leaped into the city. At the bow of the ship, a white-haired lady stood gracefully. Xiaochen looked somewhat familiar. However, based on this silhouette, he was certain that this person was the divine daughter, Tian Yoshi. Who are the two beside them? Why do they look so familiar? Xiaochen noticed that there was a person on each side of Tian Yushi. These two people looked familiar, but Xiaochen could not place them. Their auras were extremely grave. Since when did these two people appear beside Tian Yushi? In an instant, Xiaochen felt fear in his heart. This time, many unexpected things might happen at the Divine Weapon unveiling ceremony. The matter of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter marrying someone of a lower status surpassed many people's expectations. Before everyone's envious gazes, the deity race's warship flew over Bright Moon City unobstructed. It did not enter through the crowded city gates. Instead, it slowly vanished from Xiaochen's sight. Dong! 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 Just at this moment, the sound of galloping horses came from the sea, accompanied by the howling of a cold wind. The temperature in the air plummeted. The cold suddenly assaulted everyone, making them feel cold for some reason. Xiaochen turned his head to take a look. He saw a handsome man with a frosty face and white sideburns riding on an icy horse. He rode on the icy horse, causing snowflakes to drift down. It's young Master Bishui, the Ice Sea's young master. Unexpectedly, he came as well. His father, the Ice Sovereign, is unrivaled in his comprehension of the will of ice. He rules the entire Ice Sea and is no weaker than any of the immortal Holy Lands. The Holy Daughter's charm is truly unstoppable. The Ice Sea was not very large. Because it snowed all year round, most of its surface was sealed in ice. Xiaochen had heard of the Ice Sovereign before but had never interacted with him. Furthermore, this place was very far from the heavenly starry ocean. Previously, Xiaochen had not put much thought into going to the Ice Sea. After carefully sizing up this handsome man, Xiaochen nodded to himself. This person is pretty strong and has many unique aspects. Just his cultivation alone is already a consummation blue-robed emperor. He can undergo his great tribulation of wind and fire at any time and advance to martial emperor. However, it is clear that this person is rather cautious. The other party has probably been stuck at this consummation blue-robed emperor stage for 20 years already. Young Master Bishui, unexpectedly, you are interested in this holy daughter as well. However, I fell in love with the holy daughter at first sight in the storm sea. I think you had better not come. The sound of an intense storm resounded. Then, a young man riding the wind appeared behind young Master Bishui. He had delicate features and could be considered handsome. However, compared to young Master Bishui's frosty expression and icy aura, this person's face was as wild and unruly as a strong wind. His clear eyes flickered with a wild and frenzied expression. Shi Feng. That madman is here as well. Is it the Storm Sea's young master? This fellow is young Master Bishui's old rival. His style of doing things is extremely crazy. Young Master Bishui looked back and smiled coldly. Fool, Miss Yu used all the storm stones she borrowed from your Storm Sea on the Wind Shadow Sword. The ice eyes used in the Cloud Moon Saber were all obtained from my Ice Sea. Who do you think can draw the Cloud Moon Saber? Shi Feng smiled and said, Ah. In that case, just wait and see. Miss Bingyun told me some of the secrets of the Cloud Moon Saber. Just wait and see. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. However, he did not hear what Shi Feng said as he carefully pondered young Master Bishue's words. Could it be that Yu Bingyun really had dealings with this Shi Feng and young Master Bishue before? With this thought, Xiao Chen could not help feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He felt strangely frustrated for some reason, but he did not know why. Whoosh! Not long after the two of them left, they heard an urgent whistling sound in the surroundings. This sound contained a saber intent with an unparalleled sharpness. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw someone flying over in the sky. He was like a powerful treasure saber tearing through the sky and splitting the cloud sea in half. When Xiao Chen saw this person, he could not help exclaiming hoarsely, Wen Ziren. Wen Ziren, the personal disciple of the saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian, had not seen him for many years. Unexpectedly, the sharpness and saber intent of this person had already become so terrifyingly strong. Wen Ziren charged straight ahead, disappearing in a flash and entering Bright Moon City, moving as fast as lightning. However, the saber intent that he left behind lingered for a long time, spreading out in the world. Buzz! The sharp saber intent appeared in the world again. Then, 9 figures appeared in the distance. These 9 people carried a rugged saber intent as they tore through the clouds, looking like a sharp saber flying over. The auras of these 9 people were all different. Some were surging flames, some were drifting snow, some were howling storms, some were flashing lightning, and so on and so forth. The only thing they had in common was that all of them had an extremely strong saber intent. With one glance, one would tremble in fear. There are so many Saber Sovereign descendants. Aside from the true Saber Sovereign's descendant, Wen Ziren, the personal disciples of the Inferno Saber Sovereign, the Ice Saber Sovereign, and the Thunder Saber Sovereign are all rushing over. It looks like the rumors are true. I heard long ago that the Lunar Palace's Palace Master personally sent out invitations to the many Saber Sovereigns. Now, they are all here. It's over. We are probably done for. With so many experts of the Saber Dao and outstanding talents, one of them will definitely draw the Lunar Shadow Saber and marry the Holy Daughter. Many discussions rang out without end. Everyone's tone was filled with disappointment. Originally, they still had some hope that they could take advantage of this. Now, it looked like that was just wishful thinking. This seems to be somewhat difficult. Under the hat, Xiaochen frowned heavily. Then, he took out the bright jade fan and took a look. His frown slowly relaxed. No matter what, since Yu Bingyun made this request, he would help out. He would draw the Cloud Moon Saber and destroy this ceremony. Chapter 1345. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiaochen soared into the air with Mo Qin, heading for Bright Moon City. Instantly, the surrounding cultivators focused their attention on the two. They revealed suspicious expressions. Who is this person? Why does he dare to fly into Bright Moon City like those holy scions? Could he be from another place and not know the rules? That's impossible. No matter how ignorant he is, he would not dare to barge into the Lunar Palace. He must be an outstanding talent of a holy land or someone who received an invitation from the Lunar Palace. Just watch. If he is not a holy scion, someone will definitely stop him. Just as Xiao Qin and Mo Qin approached the city, 2 beautiful female disciples flew over from the air. They said softly, "This is Bright Moon City. If you have not received an invitation, please enter through the city gates." Without saying anything, Xiaochen took out the bright jade fan and opened it. Immediately, the bright jade fan gave off a bright light, and a melodious song came from it, echoing in the surroundings. The song lingered and drifted about, kicking up tiny waves on the surface of the sea like it was dancing. The bright jade fan. Shocked exclamations rang out in the surroundings. Unexpectedly, this unremarkable person directly took out a bright jade fan. This is really strange. In the past 1,000 years, the Lunar Palace has only sent out 10 of these bright jade fans. It looks like this divine weapon unveiling ceremony is going to be an eventful one. The bright jade fan has not appeared for more than 100 years already. Those who could wield the bright jade fan definitely had extraordinary backgrounds. It was hard not to be shocked. Whoosh! Xiaochen closed the bright jade fan and showed it to the female disciple blocking the way. After he saw it clearly, he no longer blocked the way. He bowed respectfully and said, "So, it is an esteemed guest. Sorry for the offense earlier. Might I ask if the two of you are here to participate in the divine weapon unveiling ceremony as well?" Xiaochen nodded and said, "Just to watch the excitement. Please, come with me." The two female Lunar Palace disciples did not leave immediately. Instead, they specially led the way for Xiaochen, appearing very meticulous. With the bright jade fan, one could even meet the Lunar Palace's palace master. One could even casually make a request that was within the normal range. Naturally, the Lunar Palace disciples did not dare to show any neglect, lest they forget etiquette. "My name is Ming Qiu, and this is my junior sister Hong Yan. Since you have the bright jade fan, you can directly bring the two of them to the VIP seats." The delicate-looking woman on the left-hand side spoke. Her voice was like spring water, irregular and graceful. Xiaochen shook his head and said, "Just lead the way, we don't need to go to the VIP seats." So. The four of them flew through the air at lightning speed, passing by many pavilions and streets. Many cultivators who were walking on the ground were envious of them. The privilege of flying in the skies of Bright Moon City wasn't something just anyone could enjoy. Under normal circumstances, even Emperor Wu wouldn't dare to do so. An hour later, the four of them arrived at the largest Bright Moon Square in the city. The plaza was filled with the figures of cultivators. Amid the hubbub of voices, there was almost no gap between them. "Since the two of you don't want to sit in the VIP seats, Hong Yan, help them get 2 seats, the delicate female disciple instructed softly. Xiaochen said politely, "Many thanks. In that case, we won't disturb the two of you any further." The figures of the 2 female disciples fluttered, disappearing from the two's sight. After the 2 left, Xiaochen pulled Mo Chin and quickly retreated, blending into the crowd. There were all sorts of cultivators in the plaza. Who knew how many of them there were? The two's attire was nothing special. Trying to find them among the crowd would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Xiaochen had no choice but to be cautious. If someone discovered his identity in advance, he would definitely be chased out. If that happened, all his previous efforts would be for naught. The many invited outstanding talents and the disciples of the various Saber sovereigns were all seated in the VIP seats on the tall platform in front. All of them had dignified appearances as they chatted cheerfully. As they spoke, they revealed strong self-confidence, attracting much attention. Among them, Tian Yushi and the others were the most eye-catching. The various holy signs frequently glanced at them. Some of the Saber sovereigns' descendants also showed fear in their gazes, withdrawing the arrogance in their eyes. Xiaochen, who was below the platform, saw everything clearly this time. An expression of understanding appeared in his eyes. It turned out that the 2 people beside Tian Yushi were the personal disciples of the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue ghost emperor. No wonder they looked so familiar. After not seeing them for several years, these two's strength had indeed increased significantly. Even the first heaven martial Emperor Wu would not be a match for them. Xiaochen briefly explained the situation of these two to Mo Chin. She frowned and said, "This is going to be somewhat troublesome." Unexpectedly, so many people came to the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. This is especially so for the descendants of those Saber sovereigns. If anyone can seize the opportunity to make a move, they might be able to draw the Cloud Moon Saber. Xiao Chen said softly, I wonder, how will the Lunar Palace arrange this sequence? Just as the two were pondering, a faint yellow light descended from the ethereal palace that looked like a bright moon. It was pure and gorgeous, even more beautiful than moonlight. As the light descended, the Lunar Palace's 3 female elders, the Holy Daughter Yu Bingyun, and the Lunar Palace's Vice Palace Master arrived. When the group landed, the atmosphere instantly reached a climax. Countless fervent gazes stared at Mooncake Cloud. Their fervent gazes contained an additional trace of desire than usual. Mooncake Cloud carried a sword on her back. Her spirited eyes swept across the platform. At the same time, she sent out her perception but did not discover the person she was waiting for. An indiscernible disappointment and grief flashed in her eyes. Then, she bowed slightly and slowly moved to the side. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he felt slightly startled. However, he still resisted the urge to jump out. The 4 Lunar Palace disciples took out a treasure saber and slowly stabbed it into the platform. Whoosh! Immediately, everyone shifted their gazes from Mooncake Cloud to that treasure saber. Without a doubt, this was the Cloud Moon Saber. As long as one could draw it, one could marry the Holy Daughter, completing the dream of everyone. Since everyone is here, I believe you all know that something unexpected happened at the Divine Weapon Unveiling Ceremony. As long as anyone can draw the Cloud Moon Saber and is willing to marry into my Lunar Palace, they can marry the Holy Daughter. The Lunar Palace's Vice Palace Master spoke the words that everyone anticipated. So, it is true. As long as one can draw that saber, one can marry the Holy Daughter. What exactly are the origins of this saber? To think that the Lunar Palace is willing to spend so much on it. Amid the discussions, the Divine Daughter Tian Yushi asked, Might I ask, Senior, with this saber placed here, who will be the first to draw it? The first to draw the saber would definitely hold the advantage. If one managed to draw it in one go, the people behind would regret it. However, with so many people here, no matter who drew the saber first, the others would be convinced. It would be hard to avoid disputes. Yu Bingyun glanced at Tian Yushi and smiled faintly. The person who draws the saber does not discriminate between men and women. If the Divine Daughter is willing to come to my Lunar Palace, Bingyun can make the decision to let you try first. Bingyun can make the decision to let you be the first to try. Of course, if you can really pull it out, you'll have to give up your divine child. Ha ha ha. Those with discerning eyes knew that the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter was mocking Tian Yushi. Immediately, loud laughter rang out, making Tian Yushi feel somewhat embarrassed. Tian Yushi replied, The Holy Daughter's appearance and aura are unparalleled in the world. However, Yoshi is a girl in the end, and she is engaged. If younger sister Bingyun does not mind, you can let me make the decision to be the first. Yu Bingyun glanced at Yu Bingyun. Then, she looked at the eager Xing Ju and Xie Zishuan beside Yu Bingyun. She asked coldly, Do you think that is possible? Right after Yu Bingyun spoke, she suddenly threw a palm strike. A shock wave burst out, and the Cloud Moon Saber flew out. The Cloud Moon Saber turned into a beam of golden light, flying towards the spectator stands in front. Whoever is capable will be the first to draw the saber. The moment Yu Bingyun said that, the entire place was startled. The many outstanding talents in the VIP stands were stunned for a moment before they quickly flew up and chased after that beam of golden light. The tens of thousands of cultivators below the spectator stands were even more excited. All of them soared into the sky, wanting to catch that beam of golden light. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Chapter 1346. When Tian Yushi saw Yu Bingyun's actions, her face turned somewhat sullen. This Yu Bingyun did not give her any face at all, not being polite at all. In reality, how could Yu Bingyun be polite to her? It was already very good that she did not fall out with her immediately. If not for Yu Bingyun representing the deity Dao Union, she would not have given the Lunar Palace's palace master such pressure, causing her to make up her mind. Half of the outstanding talents on the tall platform had already left. The remaining people, including the disciples of the 10 Saber sovereigns, were not in a rush to leave. The reason was none other than that these people were truly strong and had a chance of drawing the Cloud Moon Saber. They were very confident in themselves. Their mental states were also stronger than that of ordinary people. They would not get flustered at the slightest strange movement. Shi Feng, who was in the storm sea, stood up and looked around. Then, he smiled and said, "If everyone is not leaving, then I will take my leave first. Miss Bingyun, please wait for a moment. I will go and draw the Cloud Moon Saber now." Shi Feng soared into the sky amid maniacal laughter, turning into a storm as he charged at the crowd. "Move aside." The storm surged out, and cracks appeared in space. The strong wind burst out with a tearing force, instantly pulling the people in front of Shi Feng away. "Quickly scatter! Quickly scatter! That madman Shi Feng is here." At the sight of this indiscriminate storm attack, the expressions of several cultivators in the air changed drastically. Horror flashed in their eyes. They all scattered, not daring to come into contact with Shi Feng and block his way. Below, behind his hat, Xiao Chen's expression did not change at all. However, when he saw the power of this storm, he nodded to himself. The power of this strong wind was indeed extraordinary. Xiao Chen had some understanding of the wind Dao. However, he was far from being able to tear space as berserk as Shi Feng. However, there were far more than 100,000 cultivators fighting for the Cloud Moon Saber in the air. Among them were some pretty strong experts. If Xiao Chen wanted to obtain the Cloud Moon Saber, he would have to spend a lot of time. Right now, the Cloud Moon Saber was being passed around. Before the cultivators who caught it could even grasp the saber handle, they would be focused on attacking. In less than a breath of time, they would toss aside their treasured sabers and flee, covered in injuries. Without strength that could shock everyone, no one could truly grasp the Cloud Moon Saber. How strong! If no one stops him, I'm afraid that Shi Feng will be the first to truly grasp this saber, Chen said softly after observing Shi Feng's strength. It's not that simple. No one would watch him obtain the Cloud Moon Saber so easily. Xiao Chen did not make a move. However, he kept a strand of his spiritual sense on the Cloud Moon Saber. As long as Xiao Chen wanted to, he could use the fish dragon art to instantly arrive in front of the Cloud Moon Saber amid the chaos of 100,000 people. Furthermore, even if Xiao Chen did not make a move, no one would watch as Shi Feng obtained the Cloud Moon Saber. Furthermore, even if Shi Feng obtained it, he might not be able to draw it. Indeed, after Xiao Chen, the IC's young master Bishui, saw Shi Feng make a move, he did not hesitate for long. With a flip, he leaped onto the snow horse. The horse galloped through the air. White snow fluttered in the air and the temperature plummeted. A spear appeared in young master Bishui's hand as he rode his horse and charged forward. No one could block a move from young master Bishui. The moment they clashed, they were sent flying. The cold young master Bishui was as sharp as a blade, bone-chilling. No one dared to get close. Even though young master Bishui moved later, he arrived first. He was like an icy comet riding an ice horse, creating a crystalline path of wind and snow. He actually overtook Shi Feng, flying towards the person holding the Cloud Moon Saber. "Hand it over." Young Master Bishui shouted coldly, and his breath was like a sword. He swung his spear over, scaring the person holding the Cloud Moon Saber into tossing the saber far away. The Cloud Moon Saber spun as it flew, sending out faint moonlight, looking hazy and elegant. In the hazy moonlight, the undrawn Cloud Moon Saber was like a proud woman watching coldly from the sidelines, watching all this. Coincidentally, the direction in which the Cloud Moon saber flew happened to be in Shifeng's direction. Shifeng laughed loudly and threw 2 palm strikes, knocking away the people who wanted to compete with him. Then, he grabbed the scabbard. So what if you are fast? In the end, I will still be the one to draw the Cloud Moon saber. Shifeng quickly grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and pulled. His expression changed slightly, but the treasure saber and the scabbard did not move at all. How can this be? Could it be that I cannot draw this Cloud Moon saber? Shifeng did not have much time to think. A cold light burst out like starlight. Young Master Bishui's ice spear had already arrived, tearing through the air. Dang! The Cloud Moon saber was sent flying, soaring into the clouds. Shifeng's expression changed slightly. He looked up, and a crazed expression appeared in his eyes. No, I have to try again. Clang! Just as the two soared into the air and chased after the Cloud Moon saber, a resonant saber hum resounded in the world. The saber hum contained a sharp saber intent. It was like a sharp blade stabbing into the clouds. The Inferno Saber's sovereign's personal disciple stood up from the tall platform. At the same time, he drew the treasure saber at his waist. With this saber hum, the Cloud Moon saber, which was flying high into the sky, was quickly pulled over. Clang! 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 The many saber sovereigns' personal disciples stood up and drew their sabers one after another. The saber hum was like a zither, each louder than the one before, sounding incredibly resonant. The Cloud Moon saber immediately drifted around in the air together with the saber intent. The few saber sovereigns' descendants clashed with saber intent, fighting for the Cloud Moon saber. The sharp saber intent nearly turned solid as it clashed in the air. It formed a net of interweaving sword chi. Young Master Bishui and Shifeng tried to charge over several times, but this vast sword intent forced them back. It had to be said that the bladesmen held a great advantage in this fight. They truly live up to being Saber Sovereign's disciples. This saber intent is really terrifying. They probably already have a great perfection saber soul. They are really strong. Even young Master Bishui and Shifeng do not dare to clash head-on with such sharpness. Quick, look! When Xiren is going to make a move. A startled cry attracted everyone's attention. Although there were many disciples of the Saber Sovereign here, they were all extremely powerful. Although there were many Saber Sovereign's disciples present, they were all Inferno Saber Sovereign, Flame Saber Sovereign, and the like. Only Wu Xiaotian dared to call himself the Saber Sovereign. As for Wen Xiren, he was the personal disciple that Wu Xiaotian was most proud of. When he drew his saber, the sound of the saber was not the loudest, but it was the one that penetrated deep into the hearts of the people. As Xiaochen drew his saber, the sound of his saber being unsheathed rang in the ears of many cultivators. The saber intent of the other Saber Sovereign's disciples could not be felt at all, it was completely suppressed. This startled Xiaochen, and an expression of understanding appeared in his eyes. His bladesman's intuition told him that Wen Xiren had already comprehended a saber domain. Under the brim of the hat, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Xiaochen had promised Wen Xiren that the two of them would fight in the future. Since Wen Xiren had comprehended a saber domain, then this battle was worth looking forward to. As Xiaochen expected, after Wen Xiren drew his saber, the expressions of the other 9 bladesmen changed drastically. The clashing saber intents in the air stopped listening to Xiaochen's commands and broke off. The Cloud Moon saber was like a magnet, flying towards Wen Xiren like a meteor. This made the expressions of the other 9 Saber's sovereign disciples change. By relying on his own strength, Wen Xiren forcefully outclassed all of them. There was only one explanation for such might: he had comprehended a saber domain, but the Saber's sovereign disciples did not. Whoosh! Just as Wen Xiren was about to grasp the Cloud Moon saber, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's descendant, Xie Zishuan, stood up and smiled faintly. Like a phantom, Xiaochen flickered and appeared in front of Wen Xiren. "It is not your turn to make a move yet," Xie Zishuan said indifferently. Then, he stretched out his hand and thrust his sword at Wen Xiren. Wen Xiren had no choice but to move back quickly. This sword strike of Xie Zishuan could not be underestimated. If Wen Xiren continued to snatch the Cloud Moon Saber, he would have to pay a high price. It was not worth it. Xing Ju, who was beside Tian Yushi, smiled faintly. Then, his figure flashed, and the Cloud Moon Saber appeared in his hand. "Xiahou Ju, Feng Wuji, the two of you help guard me as well. Cloud Moon Saber, let's see what tricks you have up your sleeves." Xiahou Ju and Feng Wuji stood up at the same time. Together with Xie Zishuan, the three of them each guarded a direction. Immediately, everyone became excited, wanting to charge forward and snatch the Cloud Moon Saber back. Tian Yushi snorted coldly in unison and said, "Whoever dares to mess around will become enemies with my deity Dao Union." As she spoke, she used the mental energy technique of the deity race. Her cold tone struck directly at the heart, creating a strong deterrent. Xiao Chen's heart turned chaotic. He could not help taking a step forward. "Don't. It is not time to reveal himself yet. He might not be able to draw it out." Chapter 1347. Mo Chen pulled on Xiao Chen's arm, fearing that he would act rashly. She did not want him to show himself so early. It was clearly not wise for Yu Bingyun to show herself now and clash with the deity Dao Union. Xiao Chen endured and took a step back. After a while, he stepped forward again and struggled free of Mo Chen's arm. That was right. The Cloud Moon Saber would not be drawn so easily. However, once it was drawn, Xiao Chen would no longer have a chance to change this result. Yu Bingyun's fate would be set in stone. This result would make Xiao Chen regret it for the rest of his life, a grudge he would never be able to let go of. Xiao Chen brought Mo Chen here so that she could use reason to suppress her impulsiveness. However, it looked like there was no need. In life, one had to be more impulsive in some things. Under certain circumstances, absolute rationality and cool-headedness were not a good thing. Xiao Chen grabbed Mo Chen's arm and turned his head back to smile at her. "There's no need to be nervous. From the very start, I did not have any idea how to deal with this lunar palace. I have no plan at all. Even now, I do not know where to start. The initiative lies entirely in Tian Yushi's hands. This is not what I want. Hesitating and fearing this and that is not my character." At this moment, Xiao Chen faced his true self. His chaotic thoughts were quickly severed by the saber, allowing him to see them clearly. Mo Chen asked worriedly, "What about you?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. I only saw my true self clearly. I might be rash, but that does not mean that I will not act rashly on the platform." When Tian Yushi and the others made a move, no one dared to move. The deity Dao Union's might and tyranny were clear for all to see. While everyone felt upset, they could not do anything about it. Yu Bingyun felt a slight pain in her heart. She gently bit her lower lip, and tears seemed to well up in her eyes. Tian Yushi glanced at her and felt somewhat happy. He said, "Xing Ju, what are you waiting for? Quickly draw the Cloud Moon Saber and fulfill the Holy Daughter Bingyun's wish." Yu Bingyun's expression sank. She said coldly, "Tian Yushi, don't go overboard." Tian Yushi laughed and said, "How am I going overboard? You said the rules. Whoever has the ability can be the first to draw his sword." The Lunar Palace's Vice Palace Master also said that as long as one can draw this Cloud Moon Saber, they can marry into the Lunar Palace. Xing Ju held the Cloud Moon Saber and played with it for a while. Then, he said casually, "Not bad. This is indeed a rare treasure saber. The moon hides in the clouds, looking very proud. Wen Xiren frowned slightly. Xingju was not a bladesman at all. If Xingju wanted to draw his saber, there was only one way, to forcefully subdue this saber. If it was anyone else, it definitely wouldn't work. However, Xingju was the descendant of a supreme martial artist. Furthermore, he had trained in the star battlefield and his strength was unfathomable. Everything was hard to say. If such a person managed to draw the Cloud Moon Saber, it would be a great regret. The cultivators present were also unconvinced by the tyranny of the deity Dao Union. Their faces filled with dissatisfaction. Xingju placed his hand on the saber's hilt and showed a grave expression. He did not get careless at all. Xiaochen brought out all his vital qi and released his aura. Strands of hazy emperors might spread out from his body. That was the aura that Xiaochen obtained after killing the other Emperor Wu. It already had the vague form of Emperor's might. Boom! A strong wind blew, and the clouds churned. The sky suddenly turned dark. A golden full moon was faintly discernible amidst the clouds and moon, aloof and cold. Come out! Xingju shouted and the aura on his body rose to its peak. A terrifying aura spread out, causing everyone to feel a deep sense of fear. How strong! Rumor has it that he killed Emperor Wu. It looks like it is true. The deity Dao Union is truly strong. To think that it has such an outstanding talent. Compared to him, the holy scions of our heavenly starry ocean seem weaker. I don't know if I can pull it out. The atmosphere of the place turned extremely tense. Everyone knew that Xingju was forcefully subduing the Cloud Moon Saber. The result was very important. Everyone held their breath, waiting in anticipation. The outstanding talents and the descendants of the Saber's sovereigns all felt dissatisfied in their hearts, cursing in their hearts. They cursed Xingju for failing, for not being able to draw the Cloud Moon Saber. Xie. However, the curses did not seem to work. Xingju forcibly drew the Cloud Moon Saber by 1 centimeter. A flash of dazzling bright moonlight spread out. A strong divine might surged out, and a strong wind blew, making it hard for everyone to open their eyes. Many of the weaker ones were blown into the air by the gale formed by the god's might. The atmosphere of the place immediately turned even more chaotic. Under the hat, Xiaochen narrowed his eyes. He gently shifted his body and shielded Imo Qin, helping her block the might of the divine weapon. Xiaochen thought to himself, this divine weapon is truly incredible. It only drew the Cloud Moon Saber by 1 centimeter, and it already has such might. If Xiaochen drew the Cloud Moon Saber completely, that would be incredible. Then, he could use it together with the Wind Shadow Sword. What kind of scene would that be? He simply did not dare to imagine it. *T, it's over. Don't tell me he really pulled them all out. This fellow's aura is very strong. This is incredible. Damn it. No matter what, we can't let an outsider marry the holy daughter. All sorts of discussions entered Xingju's ears. He felt very cocky, and his lips curled up slightly. His aura turned sharp again. Xingju's hairband shattered, and his long hair fluttered messily. Cracks appeared on the ground. His expression was grim and ferocious. Clearly, it was not easy to continue drawing the Cloud Moon Saber by 1 centimeter. On the contrary, it was very strenuous, somewhat forceful. Buzz! After the Cloud Moon Saber was drawn out again, Xingju guffawed and said, "The Lunar Palace's disciples are as pretty as flowers. However, it looks like their strength and talent are indeed slightly inferior." Everyone's hearts sank, and a look of disappointment appeared on their faces. No one had expected this. No one had expected Xingju to be so incredible. He was really going to forcefully subdue the Cloud Moon Saber. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Xingju would definitely draw the Cloud Moon Saber in its entirety. Tian Yushi revealed a smile on his face. As long as Xing Ju drew the Cloud Moon Saber, the deity Dao Union would be confident of taking down the Lunar Palace. Even if the Lunar Palace's palace master was not willing, without a transcendent divine weapon that could work together, the Lunar Palace would not have the confidence to continue challenging the deity Dao Union. However, just at this moment, a sharp saber intent suddenly burst out from the chaotic crowd below the platform. It covered the sky like a tsunami surging forward. Boom! The people in front of Xiao Qin could not resist at all. This saber intent immediately blew them into pieces, sending them flying in all directions while screaming. Instantly, a large empty space appeared in front of Xiao Qin. The chaotic and crowded scene turned empty. The vast saber intent was like a horrifying wave, surging towards the platform without stopping. This saber intent could not completely seal it. It penetrated through every opening and bore through every hole. Xing Ju, who was focused on driving all the energy in his body to forcefully subdue the Cloud Moon Saber, had not reacted yet. He only saw the Cloud Moon Saber in his hand suddenly struggle several times more intensely. What's going on? Steady yourself. Xing Ju's feet sank as he grasped the Cloud Moon Saber with both hands, doing his best to prevent it from struggling free. When the saber intent from Xiao Qin arrived, the Cloud Moon Saber's struggle reached its limit. Bang! The Cloud Moon Saber struggled free of Xing Ju's hand with a huge force. A huge force bounced back from the scabbard, knocking Xing Ju back and making him vomit blood. No! Before Xing Ju's dissatisfied gaze, the Cloud Moon Saber flew towards Xiao Qin at lightning speed. She looked like a woman who had seen her lover and couldn't wait to meet him. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and happened to grab the Cloud Moon Saber's scabbard. The treasure saber kicked up a strong wind, causing Xiao Qin's clothes to flutter loudly. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Everyone thought that the divine weapon unveiling ceremony was about to end. However, a mysterious person suddenly appeared and burst out with a strong saber intent, snatching the Cloud Moon Saber from Xing Ju's hand. Who is it? Yu Bingyun stood up from her seat in shock. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the thick hat and see the appearance of this mysterious person. It was not just her. Everyone in Bright Moon Plaza felt curious. Who was so bold to take the risk of offending the deity Dao Union and jump out at this moment? Chapter 1348. Of the 100,000-odd cultivators present, the ones who were the most shocked and astonished were naturally the 10 Bladesmen's personal disciples. As Bladesmen, they understood better than ordinary people the pressure brought by the surging saber technique earlier. This was especially so for Wen Xiren. His expression changed drastically, and heavy astonishment flashed on his face. Who is this person? The incredibly chaotic Bright Moon Plaza immediately turned quiet. Everyone's gaze focused on the hand of this mysterious person wearing a hat. Tian Yushi frowned slightly, feeling suspicious in her heart. This person seemed somewhat familiar. However, she could not be sure if he was the person she guessed. Xing Ju took 3 steps back, showing both shock and rage on his face. He asked with a sullen expression, "Is he Xiao Qin?" After not seeing Xiao Qin for several years, Xing Ju was even more uncertain than Tian Yushi. Xiao Hoju shook his head and said, "His physique is similar." However, how could Xiao Qin come to Bright Moon City? He did not even enter the city. Even if he covered his face, he would still have to be checked when he entered the city. Feng Wuji nodded and said, "It is not difficult to sneak in." However, the Bright Moon Palace's palace master already made it clear that she does not welcome him. If he really did sneak in, the consequences would be even worse. Xiao Qin should understand this. Xie Zishuan smiled coldly and said, "What is the point of thinking so much? Whether he is or not, we just have to remove the hat on his head. Isn't that simple?" As the sound of his voice faded, Xie Zishuan's figure was like a ghost, and as he drifted, he brought along a field of blurry ghostly shadows. With every step he took, he left behind a ghostly image. When the ghostly images landed, they would roar and roar. Thousands of ghostly images flashed, giving off sharp, miserable shrieks that turned into strange and horrifying sound waves. When Xie Zishuan's true body arrived before Shao Qin, the thousands of ghostly images roared and merged into one. Then, they turned into a 3-kilometer-tall malicious spirit of hell behind Xie Zishuan. It opened its bloody mouth and roared at Shao Qin. Ya! The sound waves formed a tornado, fierce and unparalleled. The sound was sharp and ferocious. The scariest thing was that it could enter the sea of consciousness and cause a mental attack. This ghost shadow steps was not only fast, but it also had many abilities. The moment it appeared, it caused countless spectators to exclaim in shock. The instant the malicious spirit roared, Xie Zishuan narrowed his eyes. The sword in his hand moved like a venomous snake, stabbing towards his chest. Shao Chen's movement technique and his martial technique worked together seamlessly, flawlessly. If a peak quasi-emperor were to face this attack, their hearts would be pierced through and they would die instantly. Unfortunately, this Shao Chen ran into Shao Qin. The malicious spirit's mental attack invaded Shao Chen's sea of consciousness. It bared its fangs and claws, about to unleash its might. In the depths of Shao Chen's consciousness, the green-clothed Dharma incarnation with a frightening evil aura opened its eyes and shot out a boundless killing intent. The spirit of the evil ghost was terrified. The azure-robed Dharmic incarnation in the depths of the sea of consciousness did not stop either. Shao Chen executed the fish dragon art. Immediately, the azure-robed Dharmic incarnation chopped down with one saber strike. Shao Chen executed the fish dragon art. Immediately, he was like a fish in water. Shao Chen's body moved slightly, like a fish swaying its tail in the water. It looked like the sword was about to strike Shao Chen. This startled everyone into taking a deep breath. However, in the next moment, they discovered that the sword only brushed past Shao Chen's body. Fast! Fish dragon art, blue dragon goes to sea, clouds scatter. Shao Chen's aura changed. He became like a dragon going to sea, breaking out of the water. His cultivation went from slow to fast. Shao Chen's figure flashed forward, and he swung the cloud moon saber, still in its scabbard, at Xie Zishuan's face. Paw! The ferocious and unpredictable Xie Zishuan did not even manage to touch Shao Chen's clothes before he was sent flying. What movement technique is this? Xie Zishuan's ghostly shadow steps already stunned the entire place, inspiring horror. However, this mysterious person's movement technique was clearly superior. Xie Zishuan, who wanted to show off his movement technique, ended up getting showcased instead. This was a genuine showdown. The wound on his face was the mark of Xie Zishuan's humiliation. Kill him! Xing Ju shouted coldly. Whether this person was Shao Qin or not, he was now their greatest enemy. Slapping Xie Zishuan's face was equivalent to slapping the deity Dao Yunyan's face. They needed to retaliate. With a ferocious roar, Xing Ju's clothes tore apart, revealing a robust golden body. That golden body flickered with light. His bulging muscles contained a stifling force. Bang! Standing where he was, Xing Ju punched. The energy tore through the air, heading for Shao Qin. The force of this punch caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Shao Qin thought to himself, this Xing Ju truly lives up to being the disciple of the heaven-punishing corpse god. In terms of physical strength, he already surpasses me slightly. However, that is fine. The other party is an outstanding talent that mainly cultivates the physical body. Furthermore, he has a master who became a prime with his physical body. There is no need to compete with him in physical strength. The cloud moon saber's scabbard gently pushed against the energy. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as he used the momentum to fly up, easily dodging that energy. His figure looked very graceful. After the punch, Xingju and the other two charged over with ferocious auras, surging with killing qi. They instantly surrounded Xiao Qin. They all executed their best moves, showing no mercy. However, when facing such a storm-like attack, the four could not even touch a corner of Xiao Chen's clothes. It was like they were trying to catch fish in the water. Instead, they were being toyed with. This fellow is too strong. Let's force the Cloud Moon Saber out of his hand first. If he has the chance, he will definitely draw it. A descendant of a saber sovereign on the platform suggested. The other outstanding talents exchanged glances and nodded. Then, they got up and flew over, joining the group surrounding Xiao Qin. When Xiren hesitated for a moment. After thinking about it, he charged over as well. Such an expert of the Saber Dao was a rare opportunity. If he did not make a move, he would be itching to make a move. Rumble. Immediately, aside from Chu Yang, Di Xinhan, and the other holy scions, who were purely watching the excitement, the other people who wanted the holy daughter all joined the group surrounding Xiao Qin. Even if they could not defeat this fellow quickly, they absolutely could not give him the time to draw the Cloud Moon Saber, preventing him from stopping. However, these people did not know that Xiao Qin was already smiling widely in his heart. Only those people from the deity Dao Union surrounding him would be somewhat problematic for him. After all, the other party was from the same faction. Their cooperation was rather perfect, and their strength was not low, either. However, if these people surrounded him, not only would they not be able to cooperate, but they would even restrict each other, even injuring each other. The Taiji Dao was best at fighting against many with few, leveraging force to fight. These people wanted to prevent Xiao Qin from stopping. However, this was exactly what they wanted, giving Xiao Qin a chance. Damn it! You injured me. Scram! You are clearly the one who injured me first, alright. I just lost control and did not control my strength well. I did not do it on purpose. Damn! Which bastard attacked me while I was speaking? Scram! Bunch of trash. Scram as far as you can. Xingju discovered that he could not even see Xiao Chen's figure. Furthermore, there were many wounds on his upper body. This angered Xingju so much that he roared loudly and charged at the two people beside him. It would have been fine if Xiao Qin had not made a move. The moment he made a move, the scene immediately turned even more chaotic. Amid the chaos, Xingju's dazzling golden body was the best target, the center of the chaos. The situation immediately fell into a vicious cycle. The angrier Xingju got, the heavier his attacks became, and the more chaotic the situation became. As for Xingju, who was in the center, his dazzling golden body was already covered in blood. It was a tragic sight, completely losing its initial breathtaking look. All of you, stop. The person is already gone. Why are you still attacking me? With so many Saber Sovereign's descendants and outstanding talents attacks, even someone with a refined physical body would not be able to endure. That's right. Where did that mysterious person go? Where is he? Where is he? All of you, stop. Look around. Look around. Initially, this group of people attacked individually amid the chaos, unable to stop at all. Now, they suddenly discovered that the person they wanted to surround and attack had disappeared at some point in time. They wanted to prevent Xiao Qin from stopping, but their group ended up in a mass instead. Over there. Xingju narrowed his eyes and found Xiao Chen's figure. Then, he instantly charged over. Xiao Chen's exposed upper body was a tragic sight, covered in wounds. His hair was disheveled, and there were some tattered clothes on his body. He no longer had the air of an outstanding talent or a descendant of a prime. He looked like a miserable beggar, heart-wrenching and pitiful. The group followed Xing Ju's gaze and saw that Xiao Chen had already appeared several kilometers away at some point in time. Xiao Chen held his saber horizontally in front of him, his right hand grasping the lunar shadow saber's hilt. A sense of shame and humiliation welled up in everyone's hearts. They had been played too ruthlessly. Seeing that the mysterious person was about to draw his saber, Tian Yushi became utterly flustered. She stood on the tall platform and shouted, "Cultivators present, as long as anyone can touch the corner of this person's clothes, my deity Dao Union will reward them with 10,000 essence stones." The moment Xiao Chen spoke, all the 100,000 cultivators present exclaimed at the same time. 10,000 essence stones for touching the corner of Xiao Chen's clothes. If this was not giving away money, what was? Tian Yushi's heart bled. However, at this point, she had no choice but to use this method to interfere with the mysterious person drawing his saber. Attack! At Tian Yushi's words, the 100,000 cultivators all went crazy. They quickly flew towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then, he grasped the saber's hilt and casually swung it. An incredible scene appeared. Xing Ju used all his vital qi and could barely draw the cloud moon saber by 1 centimeter. However, in Xiao Chen's hand, he managed to draw it halfway. Night fell, and the moon hid in the clouds. In the night, Xiao Chen released a light from his body. He looked like a moon palace that fell to the mortal realm, cold and aloof. The bright moon hidden in the clouds seemed to be attracted by the light from Xiao Chen's body and leaped out. The two moons in the sky and on the ground merged. The might of the divine weapon surged out. In front of the might of this divine weapon, the 100,000 martial artists that were charging over were all blown away, screaming incessantly. Now, only Xiao Chen remained in the vast bright moon plaza. When the two moons merged, the supreme elegance of drawing the cloud moon saber halfway deeply shocked everyone. As Xiao Chen grasped the saber hilt, she felt enlightened. Suddenly, these words appeared in her mind: "I am a bright moon, a lone flower admiring itself. This saber was prepared for me." Xiao Chen muttered to herself. Then, she prepared to draw the remaining half of the cloud moon saber. However, just at this moment, a divine light appeared. The sun shone, and the sky brightened again. Chapter 1349. The originally dark scene with only the bright moon illuminating the land was suddenly illuminated by a beam of divine light. Closely following that, the sky turned bright, and light reappeared. A clump of golden light appeared in the sky. That light was even more dazzling than the sun. However, it warmed one's heart and made one feel happy. One would feel an indescribable carelessness and a willingness to approach it. The sudden appearance of this light immediately disrupted Xiao Chen's state of mind. He had been about to draw the divine weapon. Huang Dang. The cloud moon saber returned to its scabbard, and its divine might scattered. Such a situation was truly unexpected. Xiao Chen had not expected someone to pull the wool over his eyes, turning night into day. The divine weapon bounced back and flew out of Xiao Chen's hand. He took 3 steps back, and his complexion paled slightly. When one drew the saber, one's mind, qi, and spirit were all connected to the divine weapon. The might of the divine weapon's rebound was not weak at all. Earlier, Xing Ju vomited blood and retreated frantically. Although Xiao Chen's injuries were not that severe, his qi and blood surged, and his sea of consciousness shook. This was unavoidable. After a while, Xiao Chen recovered. He squinted and peered through his hat. His expression changed slightly. There was a person hidden in that clump of golden light. Just by looking at the silhouette, Xiao Chen could immediately recognize that it was the deity race's Di-Wuk. Whoosh! While Xiao Chen was distracted, Di-Wuk stretched out his hand, and the cloud moon saber flew into his grasp. When the light scattered, Di-Wuk's true appearance was revealed. His handsome facial features were like those of a deity, exquisitely sculpted and boundlessly charming. Up on the high platform, Tian Yushi's face lit up with joy. At the crucial moment, the divine son, Di Wuk, finally appeared. Xing Ju and Xie Zishuan looked at Di Wuk in the air, somewhat stunned. Originally, they thought that this Di Wuk would not come. Who could have imagined that at the critical moment, he really managed to rush over? Who is this person? What a powerful aura. He already has the temperament of a big shot. He is Di Wuk. His name has already spread throughout the Kunlun continent, someone exclaimed in shock when he recognized Di Wuk. Di Wuk. Why is he joining in on the fun? Doesn't he already have a goddess? Who knows? It is a common thing for experts to marry 1 or 2 women in the Kunlun realm. There is nothing strange about it. If he encounters that mysterious man, I wonder who will be the stronger one. Because of Di Wuk's appearance, the originally quiet bright moon square suddenly became lively again. The discussions went on and on. In the air, Di Wuk looked down like a deity. His lips curled up slightly as he said, Azure Dragon King Shao Qin, since you are already here, why the need to be so secretive? Do you think you can hide your identity by wearing a hat? The moment Di Wuk said that, everyone exclaimed softly. As they looked at Shao Qin, their gazes filled with incredulity. Is he really Blue Dragon King Shao Qin? How can he be so bold? The Lunar Palace already said that Bright Moon City would not welcome him. To think that he still dares to appear. Up on the tall platform, Yu Bingyun already stood at the edge, staring at Shao Qin without blinking. It was like she wanted to see through him. Shao Qin was mildly startled. He had already covered himself with his spiritual sense. If someone wanted to use their mental energy to see his appearance, they would only see a blurry image. They would only see a blurry image, unable to see anything clearly and unable to determine his identity. However, when Di Wuk appeared, he immediately figured out Shao Qin's identity. There was only one answer. That was that Di Wuk's mental energy cultivation already surpassed Shao Qin's, 1 grade higher. Not admitting it. In that case, I'll help you remove this hat. Let's see if I, Di Wuk, am wrong. Seeing that Shao Qin did not say anything, Di Wuk smiled coldly, and his figure suddenly vanished. In the next moment, light gathered in front of Shao Qin and formed a figure. Based on that appearance, it was Di Wuk's true body. What fast speed! Shao Qin's strange and fast movement technique stunned everyone. Everyone could not help exclaiming softly. Shao Qin moved at lightning speed, immediately removing the hat on Shao Qin's head. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, not pausing at all. This movement technique was so fast that it looked like teleportation, catching Shao Qin somewhat off guard. However, Shao Qin reacted very quickly. His figure flashed, and he moved like a spirit fish swinging its tail. In an instant, he arrived behind Di Wuk. Before Shao Qin could retract his hand, Shao Qin moved behind him and snatched the hat away. Didn't anyone tell you that you should be polite? The smile on Di Wuk's face froze. He quickly turned around and retreated. However, Shao Qin chased after him like a shadow, snatching the cloud moon saber from his hand. Bang! 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 The two's figures quickly turned illusory in the plaza. Di Wuk was like light, scattering and gathering and scattering again. No one could figure out his trajectory at all. As for Shao Qin, he was unpredictable. He moved nimbly between fast and slow. No matter how unpredictable Di Wuk's movement technique was, Shao Qin could always change his trajectory at any time, sticking close to the other party. For a moment, the scene was filled with colorful lights and dazzling lights. A strong aura burst out in all directions, causing cracks to appear in the space around them. The focus of the fight was the cloud moon saber, which spun continuously in the air. No one could keep a firm grip on it. The spectators felt an upheaval in their hearts. Unexpectedly, the fight would be so intense. Originally, everyone thought that Diwok's sudden removal of the mysterious person's hat would be sufficient to decide the outcome. Who could have imagined that the mysterious person's countenance would immediately change? Not only did he snatch the hat back, but he also fought so hard that it was hard to tell who would win. 1 hour later, the two revealed themselves at the same time. They stopped fighting and looked at each other. The two each held one end of the cloud moon saber. Diwok held the hilt while Xiaochen held the end of the scabbard. Diwok appeared calm. He smiled faintly and said, "Right now, I'm holding the hilt. Do you think you still have a chance?" Under the hat, Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "If I give you a chance, do you dare to pull it out?" The moment Xiaochen said that, everyone immediately looked at the divine daughter, Tian Yuxi. Indeed, they saw that Tian Yuxi's expression was somewhat unsightly. "Who told you that I don't dare to pull it out?" Diwok smiled faintly, and a light even more dazzling than the sun burst out from his body. The saber trembled intensely. A strong wind blew, and the sea of clouds churned. This startling aura seemed to force Xiaochen back. "Is that so? Don't be too naive." Xiaochen's tone turned sullen. Night descended above his head, and the moon hid in the clouds. An extremely strong saber intent spread out from his body. Buzz! 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 When the cloud moon saber felt this aura, it trembled even more intensely. No matter how hard Diwok tried, he could not pull it out at all. Half of the world was night, and the other half was day, a clear distinction. The two clashed, neither giving way. They both wanted to force the other back and hold the cloud moon saber in their hands. This wondrous scene was an eye-opener for everyone, inspiring praise in their hearts. Be it Diwok or that mysterious person, they were so strong that everyone sighed in amazement. Everyone had to admit that they were inferior. The stalemate attracted everyone's attention, not just the cultivators present. Many of the Lunar Palace's elders focused their gazes on these two. The Lunar Palace's Vice Palace Master, who was on the high platform, frowned slightly. She did not wish for Diwok to draw the cloud moon saber. The Lunar Palace's Vice Palace Master had forged this divine weapon for the sake of preserving the Lunar Palace's independence. However, if Diwok drew it, the Lunar Palace would not be able to go against the Vice Palace's Vice Palace Master. Now, Diwok grasped the saber's hilt, holding a clear advantage. The situation did not look good. Yu Bingyun's heart also started to feel nervous. She knew that if Diwok really drew it, even if her master was not willing, she would definitely fulfill her promise. Firstly, she could not take back what she said. Secondly, the cloud moon saber and the wind shadow sword concerned the Lunar Palace's survival, whether they could survive the demonic calamity or not. Chapter 1350. Half was day, and the other was night. One held the saber hilt, and the other held the end of the scabbard. It was clear who held the advantage. Diwok was on the offensive, trying to draw the cloud moon saber. As for Xiaochen, he was at the end and could only defend, using his strong saber technique to forcibly delay the other party. Fortunately, Xiaochen comprehended the saber domain and grasped saber energy. Otherwise, if it were anyone else in Xiaochen's position, they would not last long against an opponent like Diwok. It was even possible that Xiaochen would only last a few seconds before being defeated. Even so, Xiaochen found this extremely unbearable, being in a very passive position. The most important thing was still Diwok's sudden appearance earlier, illuminating the night with divine light. This caused the divine weapon to rebound and injure Xiaochen, snatching the initiative. After not seeing him for 5 years, this Diwok's strength somewhat surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. The other party had not advanced to martial emperor yet and had not condensed a heart of an emperor. However, he already clearly had the Emperor's might, heavy and withdrawn. This was not strange. Xiaoqian could obtain the blood sword sovereign's inheritance and condense a heart of an emperor in advance. The deity race had deep accumulations. It was possible that they did not have similar inheritances. As long as one was talented enough, one could comprehend them as well. Let go. Give me a chance, and I will definitely draw this saber. However, ask yourself, if you are given a chance, will you really draw this cloud moon saber? Diwok suddenly said. His eyes narrowed into a line and turned into a saber. Then, his gaze pierced at Xiaoqian with an incredibly sharp gaze. Under the hat, Xiaoqian's expression remained calm, not fluctuating at all. He said indifferently, "You do not understand." That was right. Xiaoqian had not really thought of drawing the cloud moon saber. If not for that moment of hesitation in his heart, he would not have drawn it. If not for that moment of hesitation in his heart, he would not have given Diwok a chance to injure him and prevent him from drawing the cloud moon saber. However, since Yu Bingyun begged him, giving him the bright jade fan and letting him enter Bright Moon City, he needed to stop this divine weapon unveiling ceremony. No matter what the sect did, it could not sacrifice a woman's happiness. If this person had nothing to do with Xiaoqian, he would not meddle in other people's business. However, Yu Bingyun was different. She was a friend who had gone through thick and thin with him, a friend who had gone through thick and thin with him. Since his friend had spoken, he would naturally be willing to go through fire and water for him. When he arrived at Bright Moon City, Xiaoqian had already thought everything through. He was not begging the Lunar Palace to stand on the Dragon's Gate side or preventing the deity Dao Union from obtaining the Lunar Palace's support. His purpose was simple. He just wanted to help his friend when he was in trouble. That was how it was to face one's heart. Day versus night, the bright moon versus the great sun. From the very beginning, this was not a fair fight. Firstly, it was daytime at the moment, and Diwok occupied the time of day. Secondly, he was holding the hilt of the saber, while Xiaoqian was holding the tail of the saber. With the two factors added together, the situation was really too disadvantageous for Xiaoqian. If Xiaoqian were in Diwok's position, he would be able to draw the cloud moon saber in a few breaths. Ka-xie. Xiaoqian drew the cloud moon saber by 1 centimeter. The saber light was dazzling, and Diwok's aura soared. The white clouds above pressed forward, pushing back the night sky above Xiaoqian by 1 kilometer. The crowd let out startled cries. Yu Bingyun covered her mouth, somewhat unable to bear to watch. This saber light dazzled everyone's eyes and also pierced many people's hearts. Diwok smiled faintly and started attacking with his words. It looks like I will be able to taste the holy daughter soon. After I taste it, I will definitely tell you. The moment Xiaoqian said that, the expressions of several people immediately turned sullen. Rage burned in Xiaoqian's heart, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, the spread-out saber domain quickly gathered back together. Clouds churned in the night sky, representing Xiaoqian's rage. They pounced over like a ferocious monster. Diwok did not panic. He said indifferently, "It's useless. I already nurtured a divine spirit in my sea of consciousness. In terms of aura, you cannot compare to me. You don't know how I managed to get through these 5 years." Suddenly, the white sky above Xiaoqian's head gathered and turned into a huge deity. The deity held a sharp sword and swung it down ferociously. It immediately knocked back the ferocious beast formed by the night sky. Boom! Suddenly, 9 fire dragons of different colors appeared above Diwok's head, roaring as they flew at him. It was Mochen charging over while holding the Book of Heavenly Works. "You are seeking death." Without needing Diwok to make a move, Xingju snorted coldly and soared into the sky. Then, he threw 9 punches and easily broke the fire dragons. After that, Xiaoqian punched at Mochen. The force was so great that the entire sky trembled. The force transmitted through the formless air, causing the vast bright moon plaza to shake violently. Rumble. Countless buildings shook left and right, looking like they would collapse at any moment. Xing-Ju felt a fire burning in his chest. Just as he had nowhere to vent it, Emo-chan jumped out and happened to run right into him. As a descendant of a prime, the gap between Emo-chan and Xing-Ju was clear. Even though Xiao-chan did his best to block, this punch still knocked Emo-chan down from the sky. Her complexion paled, and her veil turned bright red. That was not all. As Xing-Ju walked over, it looked like he had no intention of stopping. Xiao-chan felt a pang in his heart. He immediately prepared to let go, to give up on fighting with Di-Wook and rush to save Emo-chan. However, just as Xiao-chan was about to let go, a heavy killing intent burst out from Di-Wook's body, firmly locking onto Xiao-chan. As long as Xiao-chan let go and his aura weakened, Di-Wook would quickly follow up and severely injure him at lightning speed. Right now, the two were fighting at a crucial moment. Whoever let go would have their aura plummet to rock bottom. However, in Xiao-chan's opinion, if he let go, the other party would focus on drawing his saber. Unexpectedly, the other party was so ruthless. The moment he found an opportunity, he immediately wanted to kill Xiao-chan. Di-Wook, don't go overboard. Xiao-chan roared angrily as he narrowed his eyes. Di-Wook smiled coldly and said, unexpectedly, your heart of innocence still has not changed. How laughable. Do you still not understand? Right now, in the Kunlun realm, only you and I have a chance to fight for the luck child. With such a heart, how are you going to be the luck child? Your weakness is so obvious. What qualifications do you have to lead the entire Kunlun realm? Xiao-chan ignored Xiao-chan. He focused all his attention on Xing-Ju. The other party got closer and closer to Emo-chan. Damn it! Xiao-chan cursed in his heart. Then, he did not hesitate to let go. The instant Xiao-chan let go, the blue dragon battle armor instantly condensed, covering every part of his body from top to bottom. Xiao-chan's figure turned into a dragon and broke out of the sea, moving like a meteor. However, while Xiao-chan was fast, Di-Wook, who had been staring at him, was even faster. The white sun above swept out, sweeping away the darkness that Xiao-chan gathered. Xiao-chan stepped forward and thrust the scabbard of the cloud moon saber forward. The precise timing struck Xiao-chan, who was in the air, heavily striking Xiao-chan's chest. Even with the protection of the blue dragon battle armor, a hole still opened in Xiao-chan's chest. Blood flowed endlessly. Although Xiao-chan was severely injured, he used the force of this strike to move his body and shield Emo-chan. Facing the strong wind, Xiao-chan circulated all the primordial energy in his body and punched at his fastest speed, blocking Xing-Ju's attack. Boom! The two fists clashed. Xiao-chan, who had condensed the blue dragon battle armor, did not take a step back. However, he directly knocked Xing-Ju into the air. Compared to Di-Wook's incredible improvement, Xing-Ju was still weaker. Are you alright? Xiao-chan asked softly as he quickly helped Emo-chan up, ignoring his injuries. Emo-chan smiled bitterly and said, he can't kill me. Why are you so stupid? I have managed Heavenly Star Island for so many years. I definitely have some life-saving secret treasures. Xiao-chan now understood. However, it did not matter. Even if Xiao-chan could not kill Emo-chan, the punch that landed on her would still hurt. Since Xiao-chan brought Emo-chan out, he had to ensure that she would not get hurt. Ha 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 ha. You truly live up to being the Blue Dragon King, Xiao-chan. You are indeed loyal. However, you will still suffer a crushing defeat today. This cloud moon saber is mine. Di-Wook laughed heartily. He grasped the scabbard with his left hand and the hilt with his right. Then, he pointed the saber at the sky, intending to draw it. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Xiao Chen showed a cold expression as he helped Mo chin up. Then, he removed the hood on his head and casually tossed it away. It's not that I can't do anything to you. I just don't want to completely expose my identity. His white robes and white hair were spotless. His heart was pure and filled with killing intent. Chapter 1351. When Xiao Chen removed his hood, his white hair fluttered. A cool breeze blew, revealing that delicate and handsome face. Everyone exclaimed softly. It really is him. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen. To think that he dares to come to Bright Moon City. How bold of him. It turns out that Di-Wuk was right. Now that I think about it, who else could have such a saber move aside from the white-robed bladesman? However, it seems like there is no other way. Di-Wuk already has complete control over the Cloud Moon Saber. No one can stop him. Xiao Chen's appearance caused a huge commotion. All the cultivators in Bright Moon Plaza discussed it in shock. However, at the same time, they did not think much of Xiao Chen's current situation. The reason was none other than Di-Wuk's strength speaking for itself. Now that he controlled the Cloud Moon Saber, who could stop him from drawing it? Up on the tall platform, Yu Bingyun gently bit her lip. Tears welled up in her pretty eyes. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, Xiao Chen still took the risk to come to Bright Moon City just for her. Xiao Chen. So, it really is you. Shock flashed in Xing Ju's eyes. After the shock, a horrifying killing qi brewed frantically. However, it was Di-Wuk who appeared extremely indifferent. He smiled faintly and said, "You finally decided to remove your hood. However, as I said before, you have no chance. From this moment on, your luck will begin to decline. When the Haotian sect is destroyed, that will be your end." Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chen spoke, thousands of layers of divine light burst out of his body. Golden clouds churned continuously in the sky. The image of the deity race's divine kingdom appeared indistinctly in the clouds. A boundless divine might erupted from Di-Wuk's body. Although he had not advanced to martial emperor yet, his aura already suppressed many of the Emperor Wu's. As the divine might spread out, all the cultivators in the plaza quickly retreated. Amid this boundless divine might, Di-Wuk grasped the saber's hilt and shouted. The Cloud Moon Saber trembled for a while before it was completely drawn. Rumble. The aura of the divine weapon clashed intensely with Di-Wuk's aura. Lightning flashed in the sky, and mysterious phenomena appeared one after another. The entire Bright Moon Plaza shook endlessly. The many stone pillars and buildings collapsed. Cracks spread on the ground, creating deep ditches. The plaza turned into rubble. When all the heavenly starry ocean cultivators saw this scene, their faces all turned dark at the same time. Di-Wuk actually managed to draw the divine weapon. It was truly intolerable and unacceptable. This kind of result was something that no one could have predicted. He really pulled it out. It's over. How unfortunate. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter is actually going to marry a deity race person. On the platform, Yu Bingyun showed a grave expression, a desolate look flickering in her eyes. When the wind shadow soared on Xiao Chen's back felt the Cloud Moon Saber struggle, it buzzed and trembled endlessly. A surging sword intent erupted from its body. I, Di-Wuk, have been in hiding for 5 years. If I cannot even subdue an insignificant divine weapon like you, then I would have lived in vain. Xiao Chen, even if you are the Blue Dragon King, what can you do to me now? Di-Wuk held the Cloud Moon Saber, which flickered with light and struggled endlessly. Then, he reared his head back and laughed, looking unparalleled. How painful. You are probably unhappy with such a master, right? Sensing the Cloud Moon Saber's struggle, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then, he continued, in that case, I will set you free." A sharp light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and his surging saber intent started to gather wildly. Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered freely, and his white robes flapped noisily. A strong saber intent burst out of his body. The saber domain that he grasped instantly spread out without holding anything back. 100 strands of primordial energy, 100 strands of dragon-like vital qi, a peak will of thunder, a dermic incarnation hidden in the depths of Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, and vast magic energy. Everything merged into this saber domain without holding anything back. This was the first time Xiao Chen infused all his trump cards and various powers into his saber domain. With the flawless saber Dao, everything could be used as a saber. Whoosh! In the next moment, the light within 1 kilometer of Xiao Chen suddenly vanished. Xiao Chen sank into deathly stillness and darkness. No light could be seen at all. It was like the light had vanished from that world. This was a scene that ordinary people saw. However, the outstanding talents here saw a different scene. Bright, an extremely bright flash of light, a flash of saber light that completely suppressed the blazing sun. Dazzling, piercing, and shocking. Saber domain. The saber in front, the domain behind. The domain was used by the saber, not the other way around. At this moment, aside from the original power of the world, there were also the various powers of Xiao Chen within 1 kilometer. When Xiao Chen decided to merge them all into one and use them all for the saber, that light naturally competed with the sun in brightness, shocking everyone. After detonating the 3 strands of saber energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, he drew the lunar shadow saber and executed his peak saber strike. Whoosh! It looked like Xiao Chen teleported, appearing in front of Diwook out of nowhere. Before Diwook, who was laughing loudly, could react, he discovered a saber light chopping down without any warning. This saber strike was too fast. It suppressed space and broke free of the restrictions of space. There was no trajectory that could be figured out at all. Cassier. The saber light directly chopped down on the cloud moon saber in Diwook's hand. There was a crisp sound. Before everyone's eyes, the divine weapon, the cloud moon saber, broke in half. Clang! Half of the cloud moon saber fell to the ground. The cloud moon saber gave off a melodious sound. This sound was incredibly desolate, resounding in the world. However, it also contained a strange joy. That was the final sound the cloud moon saber gave off. Only Xiao Chen could understand its desolation. As a divine weapon, he was not willing to end up in the hands of a non-bladesman. Furthermore, he was not willing to suffer the fate of dying the moment he drew it. Similarly, only Xiao Chen could understand that trace of joy. That was the joy of being freed. After being forcefully drawn, only the fate of being broken and subdued was to fall. However, dying here might be a form of release. Dang! 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 The remaining half of the saber shook. After bouncing a few times, it finally stopped falling. That final sound was a cry to fate, or a helpless wail before death. No one could understand whether it was pride or cowardice. I have a pride higher than the sky. I have a sharpness that no saber can compare to. I have the ambition to break through the Kunlun realm and compete with the divine weapons of the outside world. Unfortunately, the heavenly Tao is unfair. The world is unfair. An absolute treasure saber meets the wrong person. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. The final sound of the cloud moon saber rang in his ears. He knew in his heart that he was not the one who broke the cloud moon saber. Instead, the cloud moon saber chose him to break it. Was this pride or cowardice? Xiao Chen did not understand. As for the surrounding cultivators, the incredibly interesting expressions of the Lunar Palace's people, and even the pale-faced Diwook and Xiao Chen, who were very close, did not notice it. Xiao Chen's gaze focused on the remaining half of the saber on the ground. How dare you? You are the descendant of the demonic Qing Emperor. Do you really think that I do not dare to kill you? Suddenly, a cold shout came from the lunar palace floating in the clouds in the sky. That voice was bone-chilling. Everyone in Bright Moon City felt a chill run down their backs, their bodies trembling. The rage contained in the voice terrified everyone. Fear spread throughout their bodies. No matter who it was, they all felt a terrifying killing intent. The strongest expert of the heavenly starry ocean, the lunar palace's palace master, was enraged. Chapter 1352. Without a doubt, the owner of this voice was the lunar palace's palace master, the leader of the heavenly starry ocean's three primes. The lunar palace's palace master, who wore an azure-colored dress and was surrounded by colorful clouds with a bright moon, slowly appeared in the sky and drifted down. After the lunar palace's palace master landed, the entire place fell silent. Not only did no one dare to speak, but even breathing became like ice pillars. The reason was none other than because everyone could sense the Supreme Being's anger. She already had murderous intent. Xiao Qin, whose back faced the lunar palace's palace master, felt the greatest pressure. The might of that prime made one's heart tremble and their entire body turn cold. This was the first time a prime unleashed her aura on him. Only now did he truly understand. How horrifying was the strength of a prime. That was a level that Xiao Qin could not imagine. However, Xiao Qin did not turn his head back, nor did he explain anything. Even the appearance of a prime could not calm his emotions. Xiao Qin waved his hand, and the bright jade fan flew out. The fan unfurled in midair. A brilliant light spread out, looking beautiful and gentle. The sound of a zither and melodious singing came from the fan. When the lunar palace's palace master saw the bright jade fan flying over, she showed a stunned expression. Clearly, she was somewhat surprised. The lunar palace's palace master stretched out her hand and grasped the bright jade fan. Her eyes flickered, and her expression fluctuated. Clearly, she had some difficult decisions in her heart. Then, Xiao Qin bent over and picked up the remaining half of the cloud moon saber. Then, he stood up and looked at the remaining half of the saber in Diwok's hand. Then, he said indifferently, "What you want is not a treasure saber that exists purely for the saber Dao. Give it to me." After saying that, Xiao Qin did not wait for Diwok to refuse. Diwok was somewhat distracted. He did not struggle, letting Xiao Qin snatch it away easily. "Mo Qin, let's go." Xiao Chen's figure drifted over to Mo Chen's side. Then, he turned his head and smiled faintly at Yu Bingyun. Then, he soared into the air with Mo Qin. Then, they left before everyone's gazes. The lunar palace's palace master wanted to say something. However, she saw the bright jade fan in her hand. Xiao Qin recalled what Xiao Qin said to Diwok. Then, he turned his head back to look at Yu Bingyun, who was staring at Xiao Chen's back in a daze. She sighed helplessly in her heart. With her intelligence, how could she not guess the ins and outs of the matter at this moment? However, Yu Bingyun was unhappy with Xiao Chen's arrangements. She used the bright jade fan to force Xiao Qin to enter and stop this divine weapon unveiling ceremony. However, Yu Bingyun had not expected that the divine weapon unveiling ceremony would indeed be disrupted. Xiao Chen's saber strike actually broke the cloud moon saber. There was no shadow in the wind, no moon in the clouds. The lunar palace's preparations for more than 1,000 years went to waste, their blood, sweat, and tears. Had the lunar palace's palace master known that there would be such a storm, she might not have held the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. As the lunar palace's palace master watched Xiao Chen's figure slowly vanish from Bright Moon City, she clutched the bright jade fan tightly. In the end, she did not choose to make a move. "Perhaps you are still somewhat different from that demon." The lunar palace's palace master looked around, and her killing chi vanished. Then, she looked at Diwok and asked, you are the divine son, Diwook. Diwook recovered his wits and nodded gently. That is this junior. I came in a rush and did not report before suddenly coming to Bright Moon City. Sorry for the offense. When facing this prime, Diwook did not show any stage fright. His reply was appropriate, displaying the air of a major character. The Lunar Palace's palace master looked directly at Diwook like she wanted to see through all of Diwook's secrets, making Diwook feel somewhat uncomfortable. After a while, the Lunar Palace's palace master nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. Before advancing to Martial Emperor, you already comprehended the unique divine spirit of the deity race and cultivated heavenly deity energy. You are indeed incredible. Come with me. I want to have a chat with you." After being stunned for a while, Diwook reacted. The Lunar Palace's palace master wanted to meet him alone. With the Cloud Moon Saber shattered, the Lunar Palace lost its greatest support and would have no choice but to lower its head to the deity Dao Union. When Diwook figured this out, he could not help rejoicing in his heart. He performed a cup-fist salute and said, "Many thanks for the palace master's invitation. Wook is deeply honored." Diwook felt somewhat cocky in his heart. It looked like Xiao Qin was in the limelight at this divine weapon unveiling ceremony. However, in the end, Xiao Qin still ended up benefiting him. Without Xiao Qin breaking the Cloud Moon Saber, given the pride of the Lunar Palace's palace master, how could she have summoned him alone? This was what Xiao Qin worried about the most before coming to the Lunar Palace. However, it still happened in the end. However, at this moment, Xiao Qin did not regret it at all. He had long since understood his heart. He only came here to help a friend. Since he already achieved his goal, he had no regrets. However, the final sound of the Cloud Moon Saber stirred Xiao Qin greatly. In Bright Moon City, when the Holy Scions saw Diwook and the Lunar Palace's palace master ascend to the Lunar Palace in the sky, their expressions changed somewhat. This was because the Holy Lands behind some of the Holy Scions had already been convinced by Xiao Qin and agreed to help the Haotian sect at the crucial moment. However, the Lunar Palace's attitude seemed to have changed somewhat, making these Holy Scions feel somewhat nervous. The Lunar Palace's influence in the heavenly starry ocean was unprecedentedly strong. If the Lunar Palace sided with the deity Dao Union, then the Haotian sect, which was already barely able to put up a fight, would immediately be in grave danger. All of these Holy Scions rushed back and brought this news back to their holy lands. Aside from the myriad Law Fiend Master's heart, which did not fluctuate at all, the other Holy Lords all experienced some subtle changes. Among them, the cyclic Astral Lord's reaction was the greatest. He flew into a rage and cursed out at the Holy Sun, a rare sight. 3 days later, a piece of news spread out, calming the hearts of the many Holy Lords. The Lunar Palace did not side with the deity Dao Union. It only took half a step forward and promised Diwook that as long as the deity Dao Union could destroy the Haotian sect, the Lunar Palace would join the deity Dao Union without holding anything back. This was not good news. However, to the various Holy Lands, this was the best result. After all, they already promised Xiao Qin to place their future bet on the Blue Dragon King. If the Lunar Palace sided with the deity Dao Union and they went to help, they would not have any chance of victory. Soon, the divine weapon unveiling ceremony came to an end. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. During this half a month, nothing major happened in the heavenly starry ocean. Everyone talked about the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Qin, and that startling saber strike at the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. The divine weapon unveiling ceremony was full of twists and turns, stirring up everyone's hearts. It would be hard for it not to become a topic of conversation. This was especially so for Xiao Qin. In the end, he actually managed to break the Cloud Moon Saber and leave Bright Moon City alive. Everyone found this inconceivable. In Emperor Wu's circle, this saber strike also caused a huge commotion, inciting widespread discussion. This was because Xiaochen had taken a path that they had never seen before. He used the saber to control space, using the saber to suppress space. This shattered emperor was long-held understanding of domains. This was simply incredible. In the past half a month, Emperor Wu continuously came to Heavenly Star Island to seek advice from Xiaochen on the various mysteries contained in that saber strike. Xiaochen did not hide anything, openly sharing his understanding with the people who came to seek advice. On this particular day, Xiaochen had just sent off a greater heavenly Emperor Wu of the Storm Sea. When he returned to his residence to discuss with Imochen how to deal with the broken Cloud Moon Saber, an unexpected guest arrived. When Imochen saw this person arrive, she felt exceptionally shocked. "Elder sister Bingyun, weren't you in confinement? Why are you out?" The person who came was Yu Bingyun, who was rumored to be imprisoned after the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly. Then, she looked at Xiaochen and said, "Now, I am no longer the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. I can go wherever I want." Chapter 1353. Clearly, the two had not expected Yu Bingyun's arrival. When they heard her say that she was no longer the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, they were even more shocked. Xiaochen and Imochen exchanged glances. They did not know what happened. Could it be that the Lunar Palace's holy daughter and the Lunar Palace's palace master already fell out? "Bingyun, what do you mean by this?" Xiaochen asked probingly after inviting her in. This might involve some sensitive issues, so Xiaochen did not insist on it. He only asked casually, not putting any pressure on Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, "It is not as serious as you think. After Master found out about my thoughts, she did not force me and let me leave the Lunar Palace. However, I lived in the Lunar Palace since I was young. Now that I left the Lunar Palace, I could not even think of a place to stay, so I came here. You won't chase me away, right? This is good." Xiaochen and Imochen both heaved a sigh of relief. It looks like the Lunar Palace's palace master is not a cold-blooded and emotionless person. Clearly, Xiaochen still had a master-disciple relationship with Yu Bingyun. Otherwise, he would not have let her go so easily. Imochen giggled and said, "That is exactly what he wished for. How could he rush? I will accompany elder sister Bingyun later and arrange a place to stay." However, Xiaochen would not mind Yu Bingyun staying on Heavenly Star Island. He smiled faintly and did not say anything more. "By the way, I actually came here for another matter," Yu Bingyun said softly as she looked at the broken halves of the Cloud Moon Saber on the table. When Xiaochen saw Xiaochen's expression, his heart tightened. He asked, "Are you here for the Cloud Moon Saber?" Now that the divine weapon had lost its divinity and spirituality, it was no longer valuable. "Can you keep it with me? I am willing to return half of the resources to the Lunar Palace." Seeing Yu Bingyun's gaze on the Cloud Moon Saber, Xiaochen thought that the Lunar Palace wanted to take back the Cloud Moon Saber. Xiaochen did not have any plans for the Cloud Moon Saber. He only wanted to keep the two halves of the saber. The final sound of the Cloud Moon Saber shocked Xiaochen too much. Perhaps it was out of the respect a bladesman had for a saber, so Xiaochen kept it. Although most of the Cloud Moon Saber was willing to be broken by Xiaochen, Xiaochen was the one who personally broke it. Taking in the Cloud Moon Saber could be considered as making up for the guilt in his heart, although it was far from enough. Yu Bingyun smiled and said, No, you are overthinking. I would like to ask you if you are willing to merge the Lunar Shadow Saber and the Cloud Moon Saber into a brand new subdivine weapon. A surprised expression appeared on Xiaochen's face. He had not expected Yu Bingyun to say such a thing. On a deeper level, could this be the intention of the Lunar Palace's palace master? Yu Bingyun continued, Xiaochen, there is no need to guess. Although Master did not say it explicitly, this is her intention. She made 2 moves. On the surface, she promised Diwook, but she didn't give up on you. After all, no matter who it is, no one would truly be willing to be swallowed up by the deity race. Xiaochen felt shocked in his heart. This lunar palace's palace master was truly incredible. She made 2 moves, one in the open and one in the dark, considering all the possible outcomes. This was especially so for Yu Bingyun's move. The other party was no longer a member of the lunar palace. Even if she came to help Xiaochen, the deity Dao Union would have nothing to say, unable to find an excuse to make things difficult for him. If the deity Dao Union gained power and really destroyed the Haotian sect, Yu Bingyun would have publicly expressed her support for the deity Dao Union long ago. She would have obtained a good position as well. Thinking of this, Xiaochen smiled bitterly and said, "This master of yours is scheming for the lunar palace at every turn. She treats everyone as a pawn. Has she ever thought about your feelings?" Yu Bingyun said softly, "Don't blame my master. I have never blamed her. Our positions are different, so naturally, our perspectives are different. Furthermore, this time, I volunteered. As long as you are willing, I have a way to perfectly merge the Cloud Moon Saber into the Lunar Shadow Saber, bringing out the characteristics of the Cloud Moon Saber." When Xiaochen heard this, he entered deep thought. This was indeed a great temptation. However, he had to ask for Ao Zhao's opinion first. "Ao Zhao, do you think this is possible?" Ao Zhao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, nodded and said, "If it is just merging the Cloud Moon Saber, I can agree. Coincidentally, before it becomes a divine weapon, I can upgrade the Lunar Shadow Saber once more." Xiaochen felt slightly shocked. He asked in his heart, "Even if I merge the two, I still can't upgrade the Lunar Shadow Saber to a divine weapon." "Naturally, it can. However, it will just be an ordinary divine weapon. Either the Lunar Shadow Saber does not become a divine weapon, or once it does, it will definitely charge into the divine weapon ranking. It is just like you. Either you do not advance to Martial Emperor, or once you do, you will definitely become an influential person among Emperor Wu." Xiaochen suddenly understood. It was not that he could not but that he was unwilling. Right now, the Lunar Shadow Saber was like the blue-robed emperor, who was accumulating accumulations. This was fine as well. Right now, Xiaochen was not prepared to have a transcendent divine weapon. Xiaochen nodded and said, "I discussed it with the Lunar Shadow Saber." She agreed. "In that case, I'll have to trouble Miss Bingyun." Yu Bingyun blinked, feeling somewhat surprised. To think that Xiaochen would discuss the matter of modifying a weapon with his own item spirit. After recovering her wits, Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "It's fine, it's fine. It's not really troublesome. The truly troublesome one is younger sister Mo Qin. Without her help, it would be very difficult for me to merge the Lunar Shadow Saber and the Cloud Moon Saber perfectly." Mo Qin said, "No problem. As long as I can help Big Brother Xiaochen, Mo Qin is willing to do anything." When Xiaochen saw the sincerity in the 2 girls' eyes, he felt moved. It was already a great blessing to have a confidant in one's life. However, he, Xiaochen, had too. It had to be said that he was very fortunate. Yu Bingyun said, "There is no time to lose. Let's start now and try to finish it before the deity Dao Union launches a full-scale attack on the Haotian sect." At the mention of this, Xiaochen's heart sank. Worry appeared on his face. The Haotian sect and the 3 holy masters had already started fighting long ago. Emperor Wu had already clashed with each other several times. As for the sporadic battles, that went without saying. They happened practically at every moment. However, with the Haotian Prime holding down the fort, even though the 3 holy masters held the advantage, they did not dare to clash head-on with the Haotian sect. Hence, there was no true decisive battle. However, after the deity Dao Union was established, the situation instantly changed. The Haotian sect was immediately at a disadvantage. Once the deity Tao Union was completely reorganized, the decisive battle would start at any moment. No matter how one looked at it, the Haotian sect was the deity Tao Union's greatest enemy on the path to unifying the Kunlun realm. Now, it had been more than 2 months since the deity Tao Union was established. That day was drawing closer. Perhaps it was only 1 month away, or perhaps it would happen tomorrow. Without the lips, the teeth would feel the cold. Once the Supreme Sky sect fell, Xiaochen would suffer a calamity as well. Xiaochen's luck would be affected, plummeting. Bingyun, how long will it take? Xiaochen asked. Yu Bingyun thought for a while. If everything went smoothly, she replied, it will probably take 7 days. After all, it is just merging and not forging a new divine weapon. Furthermore, there is Mo Chen's Book of Heavenly Works assisting from the side. It will not take long. 7 days. I hope that in these 7 days, the Haotian sect will not cause any trouble. After saying that, Xiaochen took out the lunar shadow saber and handed it to Yu Bingyun. Then, he said, the two of you, just focus on merging the 2 sabers. I will stand guard for you during these 7 days. Chapter 1354. While Xiaochen guarded the 2 girls as they merged the 2 sabers, something happened in the Tianwu domain in the Kunlun continent. Now, the Haotian sect's Haotian province no longer had any ordinary people. The Haotian sect had already sent them to other places. The surrounding provinces also had no ordinary people. Naturally, the reason went without saying. The battle between the 3 holy masters and the Haotian sect had already progressed from the initial scattered battles to full scale. Such a huge battle affected everything within 5 million kilometers of the province. If ordinary people were here, it would be hard for them to survive. The Haotian sect sent disciples to guard all the cities of various sizes in the Haotian province. If one had a bird's eye view from the sky, they would discover that with Haotian city as the center, a huge formation had already formed. There were formations within formations, layer after layer, a total of 18 layers interconnected. Cities, mountains, and rivers were all important nodes of the formation. These nodes were the center of the battle between the Haotian sect and the 3 holy masters. If the 3 holy masters wanted to break the formation, they would have to destroy these nodes. If the Haotian sect wanted to protect its main sect, it would have to protect as many nodes as possible. The intensity of the battle would be easy to imagine. The many layers of formations guarded the center. The Haotian sect's Haotian city was where the sect's luck was. Once Haotian city was destroyed, the entire sect's luck would end. All the sect's disciples would be affected. Fortunately, although the 3 holy masters were pressing hard, they only managed to break the outermost 3 layers of the 18 layers of formations. Furthermore, the Haotian sect would organize a counterattack, so the fight would be intense. At the periphery of the Haotian province, the disciples of the White Emperor City, the Phoenix's Passion Palace, and the Divine Martial Gate could be seen densely packed in the periphery, wearing uniforms of different colors. There were all sorts of warships in the sky. They covered the sky and cast a large shadow. Among the many warships were 3 incredibly huge Emperor-grade warships, the Divine Tiger warship, the Divine Phoenix warship, and the Divine Martial warship. These were the final warships of the 3 holy masters. They could be used for both offense and defense. Since the start of the battle, they had kept them as trump cards and rarely used them. The 3 holy lords gathered on the Divine Phoenix warship of the Phoenix's Passion Palace. The Emperor Wu of the Holy Lands all stood behind their respective holy lords, radiating a baleful aura. If one counted carefully, each of the Holy Lands had more than 10 martial emperors. The depth of their accumulations was clear. Despite such great strength, the many martial emperors did not show any complacency on their faces. Instead, they had grave expressions, and the atmosphere of the entire place was very stifling. The White Tiger Holy Master sighed and said, 3 months have passed. The number of martial emperors that died in our clans has already exceeded 5. Many more blue-robed emperor and martial sages have died. Unexpectedly, the Haoyan sect is so difficult to deal with. Under the threat of the 3 holy masters, aside from the Thunder King's Thunder and Lightning Palace, no other sect in the entire Tianwu domain dared to support the Haoyan sect. However, the Haoyan sect had a prime. No other sect dared to take the risk of following the 3 holy masters to attack the Haoyan sect. Even if the Haoyan sect was destroyed, the Haoyan prime would not die. He would still be able to take revenge on them. Aside from the 3 holy masters, who had deep accumulations, no other sect dared to be so bold as to offend a prime. The Haoyan sect and the Thunder and Lightning Palace added up only had 8 Emperor Wu, less than the 3 holy masters. In terms of accumulations, these 2 sects were far from comparable to the 3 holy masters. However, the Haoyan sect had a prime. The 3 holy masters had to work together to defeat Zongtian. Furthermore, Zongtian could leave whenever he wanted. They would not hold him back. Furthermore, the other party had the geographical advantage, relying on the defensive formations. With one attacking and one defending, it was clear that the attacking side would have to put in more effort. For the past 3 months, even though the 3 holy masters held the upper hand, suppressing the Haoyan sect to the point of not being able to counterattack, they could not take down the Haoyan sect. On the other hand, the 3 holy masters suffered heavy losses. Even more than 6 Emperor Wu died. If they continued to attack, even if they destroyed the Haoyan sect, the 3 holy masters would suffer heavy losses. The losses outweighed the gains. The 3 holy masters had no choice but to join the deity Dao Union's 3 holy masters. There was already no turning back. They had to take down the Haoyan sect. Why are the deity Dao Union's people not here yet? A Phoenix's Passion Palace elder asked, feeling upset. They had already joined the deity Dao Union for 2 months, but they still had not received any reinforcements. These words could be said to have spoken out the thoughts of many elders. Everyone was worried that they would be the next to fall. The stronger one was, the more they valued their lives. Although the 3 holy masters' attacks had slowed down after joining the deity Dao Union, Emperor Wu still occasionally fell, making it hard to avoid fear. The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord said, "There is no rush. The deity Dao Union needs some time to organize its internal affairs. We need to discuss how to split the benefits. We also have to consider the unstable factors of the fiend races, the Fox King and the Ghost race. It is fine if the deity Dao Union does not make a move. However, when they do, they have to destroy the Haoyan sect." Suddenly, the expression of the Vermilion Bird Holy Lord, who was speaking, changed. Then, he closed his eyes as if he was communicating with someone. After a while, he opened his eyes, and he revealed an expression of joy. "Pass down my orders. All the Holy Land's cultivators are to stop attacking and defend the nodes that we already occupied. Do not make any movements for 3 days. Just turtle up and defend." The moment the Vermilion Bird said that, the deity Dao Union immediately broke out into discussion, feeling shocked. "Holy Lord, is the deity Dao Union coming?" someone asked anxiously. The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord replied indifferently, "There is no need to ask so much. Everything will be clear in 3 days. You can all withdraw and just wait for news." Although they did not know what news it was, at least they did not need to fight for now. This was a rare moment of rest, so it was good news. After these elders left, the White Tiger Holy Lord and the Black Tortoise Holy Lord asked one after another, "What news did Emperor Forsaken send? Are they going to make a move?" These 3 were peak 9th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperors. Their perspective of the problem was much broader than that of Emperor Wu, who had just left. They did not feel anxious about the deity Dao Union taking so long to arrive. The smile on the Vermilion Bird Holy Lord's face vanished. He said sullenly, "I have 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. The good news is that with the deity race's help, the internal strife of the ghost race and the corpse race is basically quelled. The deity Dao union is nearly complete and will arrive in the Tianwu domain in 3 days. Good. Given that, the allied army of the deity Dao union will definitely have experts of the ghost race and corpse race. And the bad news. At the mention of the bad news, the vermilion bird Holy Lord's expression turned somewhat unsightly. However, he still had to say it in the end. The bad news is that the divine daughter Tian Yushi's activities in the heavenly starry ocean basically ended in failure. The many holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean have been roped in by that little brat, Xiaoqin. What? The two cried out hoarsely, somewhat startled. The deity Dao union was already established, yet the holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean still dared to resist. Fortunately, Xiaoqin did not convince the lunar palace. Furthermore, the lunar palace's palace master promised that as long as the Haotian sect is destroyed, she will immediately join the deity Dao union. After a pause, the vermilion bird Holy Lord continued. The white tiger Holy Lord smiled and said, "This lunar palace's palace master is indeed as shrewd as before. However, the lunar palace does indeed have the strength and accumulations to raise such a condition." The black tortoise Holy Lord nodded slightly, agreeing with the white tiger Holy Lord's point of view. However, when he thought of Xiaoqin, he found it somewhat strange. This fellow Xiaoqin truly lives up to being a descendant of the Qing Emperor. To think that he is so horrifying. It looks like our decision to cut off all means of retreat and work together to make Diwuk the bearer of luck was the right one. That's right. If we really let him advance to martial emperor, we will all die. 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor treated us like cattle and horses. We, the 3 holy masters, absolutely cannot go through that again. A heavy murderous intent flashed in the vermilion bird Holy Lord's eyes. He continued in a cold voice, "Hence, this Haotian sect must be destroyed. We must cut off its luck, preventing it from advancing to martial emperor." Chapter 1355. In the refining pavilion of Scorching Flame Island, which had already been turned into a refining island in the sea region of Heavenly Star Island, Mo Qin and Yu Bingyun were anxiously helping to merge the Cloud Moon Saber and the Lunar Shadow Saber. Aside from Xiaoqin, there was no one else outside the refining pavilion. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Xiaoqin had not been idle. He had been trying to comprehend the peak saber strike that he executed during the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. That saber strike gave Xiaoqin an extremely wondrous feeling. He had already touched the surface of the state of space. When he swung the saber, he used the saber to control space. He could not feel the existence of space. He was clearly still in the water, but it felt like he had already leaped out of space. It was extremely wondrous. After that, Xiaoqin tried several times. His saber domain could still merge all his energy and execute a peak saber strike. However, he could no longer find that feeling of using the saber to control space. It was like it had never appeared before. Since that day, many Emperor Wu came to seek advice from Xiaoqin on the mysteries of that move. Xiaoqin did not hide anything, honestly telling these people his views on the saber domain. At the same time, he shared his doubts and questions with Emperor Wu, who came to seek advice, helping each other. After chatting openly with many different Emperor Wu and seeing all sorts of ingenious viewpoints, Xiaoqin gained a lot. No matter how smart a person was, there would always be things that one could not think of. Perhaps it was these small, unexpected things that one could not think of that would be the key to a breakthrough. Although Xiaoqin could no longer find that state of using the saber to control space, he became increasingly familiar with merging all his energy into the saber domain and executing a peak strike. Xiaoqin gave this saber strike a name, Void Breaking Stance. The word break represented the breaking of his understanding of the olden era's saber domain. It represented his rebuilding after breaking, creating a brand new Tao. Xiao Chen had a vague idea in his heart. He was preparing to accumulate everything he had learned in his life and create another saber technique, merging all the mysteries of the saber techniques that he had comprehended into this saber technique. This saber technique was called the flawless saber technique, and the void-breaking stance was the first stance of this flawless saber technique. As for how many more stances there were, that would depend on fate and could not be forced. Sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, Xiao Chen continuously analyzed the saber techniques he had learned in his mind. Many years ago, Xiao Chen had been trying to create his own swordsmanship. Even if he obtained the swordsmanship of others, he would try his best to adapt it to his own. The Wukuei saber technique, the rushing thunder chop, the four-season saber technique, and the lightning tribulation saber technique. It looked very tiring and required a lot more effort, and he might not even succeed. But many years later, when Xiao Chen looked back on the path he had taken, he was very glad that he had taken this step back then. At sunset, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and a small black dot appeared in his eyes. As the black dot got closer, it turned into a graceful and gentle woman. It was the eldest senior sister, Shui Lingling. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and quickly stood up. For his eldest senior sister to rush over at this time, something urgent had to have happened. First senior sister, what's the matter for you to be in such a rush? Xiao Chen asked quickly after he stood up. Shui Lingling frowned somewhat worriedly. Her expression turned grave as she said, the various factions of the deity Dao Union have already gathered in the Haotian province 3 days ago. After a round of ferocious attacks, they have already broken 9 of the 18 layers of formations in the periphery. What? When Xiao Chen heard this, he was mildly startled. The thing that he worried about the most still happened ahead of time. However, this day would eventually come. Xiao Chen's mental state was rather good. After a while, he recovered. Xiao Chen's expression recovered its calm. Without hesitation, he said, do you need my help? As long as Big Brothering says the word, I can ask the many seniors of the heavenly starry ocean to help at any time. When Shui Lingling saw Xiao Chen's expression, she felt moved in her heart. She smiled and said, there's no need. It is not that time yet. It is just that we currently lack martial emperor experts to protect the formations. Master has already spoken with the Fox King and is currently searching the entire Kunlun realm for Emperor Wu's help. He got me to come and see if junior brother can help. Xiao Chen let out a soft cry of surprise, indicating that he understood. Right now, it was not the most crucial moment. Those holy lords were the final trump cards. There was no need to use them yet. Right now, they lacked ordinary martial emperor experts. Big Brother wanted to ask Xiao Chen to help. It looked like the Haotian sect had indeed reached an exceptionally dangerous moment. Otherwise, Big Brothering would not have asked Xiao Chen to help. That's not a problem. I'll go with you after I report. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not reject Big Brother Ying's request. He turned around and headed for the refining pavilion to inform them of this matter. In the refining pavilion, the expressions of the two girls changed drastically. They said at the same time, no way. How can you go at this time? Your lunar shadow saber and cloud moon saber are only halfway merged. Let's wait for another 4 days. When Shui Lingling heard what happened, she revealed a gentle smile. It is good that junior brother is so kind. Since the lunar shadow saber still needs another 4 days to merge, then wait for another 4 days. I'll just wait for junior brother in the Haotian sect. It's fine. I'll go back with you. Even without a saber in hand, I am confident of fighting with Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen smiled faintly to comfort Big Brothering. Since Big Brothering sought him out, it meant that the situation was dire. He had to go. Perhaps nothing dangerous would happen in 4 days. However, if something did happen, it would be too late for regrets. Xiao Chen did not want to regret it. In the refining pavilion, Mo Chen and Yu Bingyun exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. Big brother Xiao Qin, wait for a while. Elder sister Bingyun and I will come out soon. Don't be in a rush to leave yet. Mo Chen's voice came from inside. Could there be a turning point? Xiao Qin turned his head to Shui Lingling and said, in that case, let's wait for a while more. Shui Lingling nodded and said, all right, I'll listen to junior brother. The two chatted as they waited. During this time, Shui Lingling gave a simple explanation of the Haotian sect's current situation. The Haotian sect could rely on only the Thunder and Lightning Palace to block the attacks of the three holy masters. Aside from the Haotian Prime, it also relied on the worldly mountain river Great Sun Formation. If the Grand Formation broke, it would be very hard to defend the Supreme Sky Sect's mountain just by relying on the Supreme Sky Prime alone. As Xiao Qin listened to Shui Lingling's calm explanation, he could sense the overwhelming danger that the Haotian sect faced. Xiao Qin became even more determined to rush over. No matter what, he had to do his part. 1 hour later, Yu Bingyun and Mo Chen worked together to carry a rectangular bronze box out of the refining pavilion. Buzz! After they landed by Xiao Chen's side, they quickly put down the bronze box. The ground immediately shook, and their bodies trembled. Shui Lingling exclaimed in shock, what is inside? It is so heavy. Mo Chen wiped the sweat off her forehead and panted. She said, there is a formation in there. It contains 500 tons of frost flame. There is no way to put it in the universe ring. Xiao Qin asked doubtfully, what's going on? Yu Bingyun explained, since you want to leave early, we can only think of a stupid method. After the new lunar shadow saber absorbs all the frost flame, you will be able to use it. The advantage of this stupid method is that there is no need to worry. The disadvantage is that we do not know how long it will take to absorb all the frost flame. Perhaps 10 days, perhaps 1 month. So long. Isn't it just 4 days? After Shui Lingling heard that, she felt somewhat guilty for interrupting Xiao Chen's matters. It's fine. Xiao Chen smiled and picked up the bronze box with one hand. It was indeed rather heavy. However, Xiao Chen's physical body was comparable to that of many experts who focused on cultivating the physical body. It was not too difficult to pick it up. After making some preparations, Xiao Chen carried the bronze box on his back. A warmth immediately came from the bronze box. This warmth turned into a warm flame flowing through the meridians in Xiao Chen's body. His entire body felt warm. Grand mist energy automatically flowed out. With the help of this warm fire, his entire body felt warm. With the help of this warm flame, the primordial energy quickly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. Xiao Chen's cultivation speed was about 20% faster than usual. Furthermore, it was very stable. The most important thing was that it was cultivating automatically. This bronze box was extraordinary. You can feel it now, right? This bronze box is the sword box of an ancient powerhouse. Now, the treasure sword in it is no longer around. However, even if this sword box exists on its own, it is still a peak emperor-grade secret treasure, Yu Bingyun said with a smile when she saw Xiao Chen's expression. Xiao Chen nodded and said, it is indeed a treasure. At this rate, even if I am walking, it can still help me cultivate. Yu Bingyun said, you like it? In that case, I'll give it to you. In the future, I'll tell you about the many other uses of this sword box. Most people would not dare to carry such a heavy sword box on their back. Not only would it slow down their movement technique, but it would also easily distract them. There were pros and cons, that was indeed the case. In that case, I'll leave with first senior sister first. No way. I already discussed it with elder sister Bingyun. This time, I have to go with you, Mo Chen suddenly said in a resolute tone. Chapter 1356. Xiao Chen simply could not convince Yu Bingyun and Mo Qin. In the end, he still brought the two girls with him, returning to the Supreme Sky Sect through the transportation formation with Shui Lingling. A light flickered, and the four appeared at the Haoyan Sect's transportation formation at the same time. Xiao Chen was rather familiar with the Haoyan Sect's transportation formation. He had used it several times before, so he was familiar with the surrounding environment. As the four sized up the surroundings, they could feel the tense atmosphere in the air. Everyone's faces were solemn, and their brows were furrowed. Greetings, First Senior Sister. Greetings, Blue Dragon King. When the Haoyan Sect disciples around the transportation formation saw the group appear, they bowed in greeting. Shui Lingling nodded slightly and walked out of the transportation formation. Immediately, a young disciple came over and said, "First Senior Sister, the sect master has been waiting for a long time already." "I got it. You may withdraw first." With Shui Lingling leading the way, the four soared into the air and flew towards Haoyan City. The transportation formation was not far from Haoyan City. In just a few breaths, the four saw the majestic Haoyan City. The once familiar Haoyan City was now filled with desolation. The ordinary people in the city had already evacuated, leaving behind only the Haoyan Sect disciples. When the four approached the city gates, Xiao Qin, Mo Bingyun, and Mo Bingyun immediately felt a sharp aura coming from the city walls, locking onto the three. It was like a terrifying ferocious beast suddenly opening its eyes and locking onto the three. Xiao Qin did not panic. He knew that this was a critical period, and the formation in the city must have been activated long ago. The people guarding the nodes of the formation did not know the three's identities, so they had to take precautions and could not be careless. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures tore through the air, each with a scarlet rope tied to their right arms. There was an ancient armband tied to the middle of the scarlet rope. Xiao Chen had some impression of the one on the left. He was a blue-robed emperor elder of the Haoyan Sect. However, he could not recall his name, having only seen him a few times. As for the one on the right, he was certain that he had never seen him before. He was also a blue-robed emperor-level character, and his body was filled with a thick aura of thunder and lightning. Xiao Chen recalled that the Thunder and Lightning Palace was now stationed in the Haoyan Sect. If he was right, it should be an elder from the Thunder and Lightning Palace. "Miss Shui, please show me your token and armband to prove your identity." Shui Lingling frowned slightly but did not refuse. She took out her identity token. After memorizing the red armband, the two elders' expressions softened. They were so cautious because they were afraid that some emperor would change his appearance and sneak in. "This is my junior brother, also the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Qin." "The three of them don't have armbands yet," Shui Lingling explained. The Haoyan Sect's elder smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm afraid it's impossible to imitate the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen's temperament even if you wanted to. Lingling, it's enough that you can prove your identity. Here are 3 armbands. Give them to them." Shui Lingling received the armbands and handed them to the 3. She explained, "This red string armband looks simple, but it was personally refined by the sect master. Others cannot imitate it. With this armband, one can enter and leave the various formations of the Haoyan Sect at will. Once it is taken away, it will instantly burn with just a thought." After Xiao Chen and the other 2 dripped their blood on the armbands, they bound them to their right arms. After passing the city walls, the 4 flew to the floating inner city. After a while, they passed through the layers of guards and arrived at the inner hall. A huge sand table was placed in the simple and unadorned inner hall. The sand table simulated the situation of the entire Haoyan province. Different from ordinary sand tables, the one before them was a miniature version of the Haoyan province. Furthermore, everything that happened in the Haoyan Sect was displayed in detail. It was very mystical. Xiao Chen focused his gaze. After staring at it for a few seconds, the originally small scene in the sand table suddenly enlarged and was reflected in his mind. He could clearly see the teleportation formation outside the city. There were about 10 people standing outside the sand table. Apart from the Haotian priming Zongtian, Xiaoqian did not recognize the rest. However, they were all experts at the level of Emperor Wu. It looked like anyone who could enter this inner hall either had a high status or had a cultivation similar to Emperor Wu's. Beside the Haotian prime stood a middle-aged man in purple robes. His entire body gave off a sharp light. Xiaoqian only took one look and felt a huge pressure. Apart from this person, there were many other martial emperors present. All of them pressured Xiaoqian. Even if he used his Dharma world, he might not be a match for those martial emperors. As they arrived, all the Emperor Wu raised their heads and looked at them. Zongtian nodded with a smile when he saw Xiaoqian. Brother Xiaoqian, you're fast. I originally expected you to arrive tomorrow. Since Big Brother invited me, I'll naturally arrive as soon as possible. In front of the big shots, the atmosphere was terrifying. Xiaoqian wore a calm expression and carried the bronze sword case on his back. His state of mind did not fluctuate at all. Many Emperor Wu present nodded in approval at his demeanor. It had to be known that when ordinary juniors saw a group of big shots like them, they would already be in a mess, unable to speak properly. Let me introduce my friends here to you. Zongtian introduced Xiaoqian one by one. Apart from the Haotian sect and Emperor Wu of the Thunder and Lightning Palace, the others were friends that the Haotian sect had invited. As for the middle-aged man in purple robes that Xiaoqian was particularly wary of, he was the deputy palace master of the Thunder and Lightning Palace. The Thunder King had not been in charge for a long time, so he had become the actual ruler of the Thunder and Lightning Palace. His name was Zishuan, and he had the cultivation of the 8th Heaven Emperor Wu. Xiaoqian then realized that this person was Juanxi's father. No wonder he looked familiar. Then, Zongtian introduced the current situation to Xiaoqian. The reinforcements of the ghost race and the Shin race had arrived. Now, the Haotian sect was completely on the defensive. The 18 layers of the Heaven-Earth-Mountain-River Great Sun Formation had been forced to 9 layers. The situation was extremely grim. With every layer that was broken, the Haotian sect situation would become even more dangerous. Without saying much, Zongtian said, "Little brother Xiaoqian, I'm afraid I can't let you rest. Right now, we are short on manpower. If it is convenient for you, can you help guard the 9th layer of the formation now?" Xiaoqian nodded and said, "As you wish, big brother." Zongtian revealed a smile on his face. He gently pointed at the sand table, and a scene leaped out from the sand table, appearing before the group. It was a lake in the Haotian prefecture called Maple Leaf Lake. It was one of the many nodes of the 9th layer of the formation. It was extremely important in the entire 9th layer. Take my token and go and take over this place. I'll leave Maple Leaf Lake to you. Zongtian handed the token to Xiaoqian and said seriously. He had just arrived at the Haotian sect, yet he was already sent to the front line. Xiaoqian did not have any complaints. However, he lamented that the Haotian sect situation was even worse than he had imagined. Zongtian, this Maple Leaf Lake is extremely important in the 9th layer of the formation. It is only second to the few core nodes. Once it is broken, it will implicate the entire 9th layer of the formation. Shouldn't we be more cautious? One of the martial emperors present said, worried about Xiaoqian's strength. Zongtian smiled and said, I think it's a waste of little brother Xiaoqian's talent to be placed here. My original intention was for little brother Xiaoqian to fight the enemy martial emperors with us. Emperor Wu was shocked when he heard this. The Haotian sect currently had 2 battlefields. One was the battle for territory, which was the defense of the Heaven-Earth-Mountain-River Great Sun Formation. The other was the battle between the peak experts. This was more intense and ferocious than the former. Zongtian wanted Xiaoqian to join the latter. Could it be that Xiao Qin had the strength to fight against the greater celestial Emperor Wu? Xiao Qin laughed when he heard this. Big brother is flattering me. However, I am confident that I can defend Maple Leaf Lake. Please rest assured, seniors. After saying this, he received the token and bowed before leaving the inner hole. Chapter 1357. Xiao Qin knew about Maple Leaf Lake. Hence, he did not get anyone to lead the way and rushed over with the two girls. Along the way, Xiao Qin did not see any ordinary people in the vast territory of the Haotian province. Many of the originally bustling cities were empty because they were not strategic nodes, looking desolate and cold. As Xiao Qin flew, he spoke softly to the two girls. When he recalled the past scenes of the Haotian province, he sighed in his heart. Whoosh! 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 Occasionally, the Haotian sect disciples brushed past them. They all appeared to be in a hurry, appearing to be in a hurry. However, they all showed a common hatred for a common enemy, their fighting spirit still present. Suddenly, a group of people flew over from the front, coincidentally meeting with Xiao Qin's group. When they looked up, both sides were slightly stunned. The person leading the group was tall and stout. His eyes contained a strong fighting spirit. The person beside this person had delicate features and looked ordinary. However, there was a black chi on his forehead. Xiao Qin thought for a while and quickly recalled the identities of these two. The stout one was Situ Gang, an outstanding talent from the Battle Realms. Unfortunately, he did not rise up. When Xiao Qin first arrived at the Kunlun realm, he had sought trouble for Xiao Qin. The one on the right was Shui Yusher. When Xiao Qin first arrived at the Kunlun realm, he had a good relationship with this person. However, Xiao Qin discovered that this person did not have a firm heart for the Tao, so they broke off contact. The matters of the world were unpredictable. Unexpectedly, they met again today. Situ Gang felt somewhat bitter. When Xiao Qin came out of the Kunlun realm, his cultivation was lower than Situ Gang's. Now, the difference was like heaven and earth. Xiao Qin had already become a truly major character. He founded the Dragon's Gate and could compete with martial emperors. After a long time, Situ Gang and Shui Yusher said together, "Greetings, Blue Dragon King." Xiao Qin waved his hand and said, "There's no need. Just address me as Senior Brother Xiao. Based on your poor complexion, you must have just returned from the battlefield." Situ Gang nodded and said, "We just returned from Maple Leaf Lake." "I'm fine, but Junior Brother Zhua is rather injured. His internal injuries are rather serious." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence. He went over and said, "Let me take a look." When Xiao Qin placed his finger on Shui Yusher's body, he immediately frowned. Death chi flowed through Shui Yusher's meridians. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels had sustained significant damage. If he delayed any longer, his condition would worsen. Making a prompt decision, Xiao Qin mobilized his primordial energy and directly swept away this deathly chi as easily as breaking dry weeds. Puchi! Shui Yusher spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his complexion became much better. He hurriedly said, "Thank you, Senior Brother." Yu Bingyun stepped forward and handed Shui Yusher a bottle of medicinal pills. She said, "These are Yang Essence pills. They are very good for recovery for cultivators injured by death chi." Yang Essence pill. This is the Lunar Palace's holy medicine. Shui Yusher felt startled. When he looked up and saw Yu Bingyun's fairy-like appearance, he was shocked. "Are you the Lunar Palace's holy daughter?" Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, "Bingyun is no longer the holy daughter. Now, I am just an insignificant guest elder of the Dragon's Gate." Xiao Qin was more concerned about the attack on Maple Leaf Lake. He asked Situ Gang, "Junior Brother Situ, you said that Maple Leaf Lake was attacked earlier. What is the exact situation? Can you tell me more about it?" Situ Gang wondered why Xiao Chen asked this. However, he still answered honestly. The deity Dao Union launched a surprise attack on Maple Leaf Lake's node. 2 corpse race Emperor Wu and many corpse race experts came at once. Right now, the battle is in a stalemate. The elders said that the inner palace already sent new experts to hold down the fort. So, they told us injured disciples to withdraw for now. Xiao Chen nodded. After saying his goodbyes, he quickly rushed to Maple Leaf Lake with the 2 girls. As Shui Yushi and Situ Gang watched Xiao Chen leave with the bronze sword box, they could not help revealing envious expressions. Once upon a time, Xiao Chen had been on the same starting line as them. This was especially so for Shui Yushi. Back then, he had been on pretty good terms with Xiao Chen. Now, it looked like even the Lunar Palace's holy daughter had become Xiao Chen's confidant. However, back then, Shui Yushi had hesitated over whether he should call her a friend or not. 1 hour later, Maple Leaf Lake appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. It was a vast lake. On the mountain beside the lake, there were red maple trees as far as the eye could see. When the wind blew, fiery red maple leaves would fall like rain. This was how Maple Leaf Lake got its name. In the past, it was a famous scenic spot in the Haotian province. Now, the peace of the lake was broken. A group of corpse race cultivators was on the lake. These corpse race cultivators controlled the demonic corpses unique to the corpse race to charge at the small island in the middle of the lake, wanting to uproot this node. 2 of the corpse race cultivators attracted Xiao Chen's attention. These 2 people sat cross-legged on a coffin in the air, coldly watching the battle below. The 2 had a golden armband on their right arm, a stark contrast to the red armband of the Haotian sect. It was clear that the 2 corpse race Emperor Wu had not made a move yet. This was because the person in charge of Maple Leaf Lake had not used the power of the formation yet. The 2 corpse race Emperor Wu swept their gazes around and discovered Xiao Chen and Imochen rushing over. Are the reinforcements sent by the Haotian sect? There is not even one Emperor Wu. To think that the Haotian sect looks down on the 2 of us. Old Yuan, I'll leave these 3 to you. I'll keep an eye on the situation below and see if there is an opportunity to severely injure this node. Whoosh! A dark-skinned, hemp-robed old man radiating death chi laughed maniacally as he quickly flew over on the coffin. In a few breaths, this old man arrived before Xiao Chen. Insignificant blue-robed emperor, and you dare to come and provide reinforcements? Die! This hemp-robed old man was not willing to waste time with Xiao Chen. He did not even bother to refine the demonic corpses under the coffin. He leaped up and flew towards Xiao Chen, throwing a palm strike. A mysterious phenomenon immediately appeared. A skinny, white-bone hand crawled out of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, looking exceptionally scary. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a smile. To think that the first Heaven Emperor Wu dared to be so arrogant before him. Truly, he must be tired of living. Carrying the bronze sword box on his back, Xiao Chen did not move at all. With a flip of his hand, he sent out 1,000-year flame. Even after 1,000 cups of wine, the lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness in one's chest were all in this 1 month. The bright moon was like fire. With the force of Xiao Chen's palm strike, the bright moon descended from the sky and smashed into the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. The horrifying mysterious phenomenon immediately scattered. That hemp-robed old man was immediately covered in wounds. He flew back in a sorry state and landed on the coffin. Primordial energy. You, a blue-robed emperor, actually no primordial energy. You are Xiao Chen, the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen. The hemp-robed old man on the coffin revealed a horrified expression. He no longer had any desire to fight, so he turned and fled. At the same time, he sent a voice projection to the other corpse race Emperor Wu, quickly leave. Quickly leave. The Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen is here. You and I are not a match for him. Quickly retreat. In the heavenly starry ocean, Xiaoqin had even killed the fifth heaven-greater heavenly Emperor Wu. This had caused a huge commotion in Emperor Wu's circle. Although they knew that Xiaoqin had used some kind of magic treasure or secret technique, who knew if Xiaoqin could do it again? These two corpse race emperors wanted to snatch military merits in this sneak attack. They were not willing to die here for nothing. It's him. The other corpse race emperor Wu was greatly startled. He shouted to the corpse race cultivators below, "Retreat." The corpse race cultivators on the small island in the middle of the lake could not understand what was going on. They clearly held the advantage. Two Emperor Wus came to sneak attack this Maple Leaf Lake. Why did they retreat? However, the higher-ups already gave the order, so they had no choice but to retreat. They immediately dove into the water like the receding tide. The disciples on Maple Leaf Island were similarly shocked. They did not know what was going on. Why did the corpse race cultivators suddenly retreat in such a panic? Even the two corpse race Emperor Wus fled in panic. There was clearly no third Emperor Wu present. This meant that there was no Emperor Wu among their reinforcements. However, why did the other parties suddenly retreat? "I'll be right back," Xiaoqin said to the two girls beside him. Then, he carried the bronze sword box on his back and executed the fish dragon art to give chase. If he let two First Heaven Emperor Wus escape, then Xiaoqin would not be able to forgive himself. Chapter 1358. Xiaoqin carried the bronze sword box. Although his speed had decreased, his fish dragon art had already broken through the limits of space. In a few breaths, he caught up to the two fleeing corpse race Emperor Wu, who were less than 10 kilometers away. How can he be so fast? The two corpse race Emperor Wu were frightened into a fluster. They hardened their hearts and chose to take the risk of tearing space, intending to flee into the void to increase their speed. Without comprehending the state of space, traveling in the void was extremely dangerous. The space-time flow there was always present. If one was not careful, one would get struck by it. Otherwise, one would be sliced into countless pieces or forever lost in the space-time flow. Hence, although the Emperor Wu could tear space, he rarely used it when fleeing. He was afraid of panicking and getting struck by the space-time flow. Only when he was relatively calm would he choose to flee into the void and travel. Of course, this only applied to the Kunlun continent, where space was relatively stable. If they were in the boundless starry heavens, given sufficient time, they would not dare to casually tear space. If they were careless and triggered a starry heavens storm, they would not even have a corpse left. When Xiaoqin saw this, he was not in a rush. Even when he entered the void, he was not in a hurry. Even if he fled into the void, these two Emperor Wu's speed would not be able to match his. As long as he attacked fast enough, he could force them out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiaoqin's figure flashed twice in the air. Every time he stopped, he would throw a palm strike at the void. When Xiaoqin threw a palm strike, the primordial energy infused with it shook the entire space. Every time Xiaoqin threw a palm strike, he would knock a corpse race Emperor Wu out of the void. By the time Xiaoqin threw two palm strikes, he had already arrived in front of the two corpse race Emperor Wu, blocking their path. The two corpse race Emperor Wu on the coffins showed extremely sullen expressions. The hemp-robed old man said, "Blue Dragon King, why are you in such a rush? If you force us into a corner, even if you kill us, you will suffer. Get out of the way. The two of us are willing to offer 50,000 origin essence stones." The amount of time that Emperor Wu could cultivate primordial energy was limited. Most of the time, he still cultivated the power of the demonic laws. Essence stones were the hard currency that Emperor Wu used. 50,000 primary essence stones was already a large sum of money. The two corpse clan Emperor Wu were also very sincere. Unfortunately, Xiaoqin was not willing to accept this. Xiaoqin said indifferently, "I can let you go, but you have to swear an oath to leave the Haotian state for 10 years. At Emperor Wu's level, he knew that the seemingly ethereal oaths and karmic luck, as well as the heavenly Tao, truly existed. An oath absolutely couldn't be made recklessly. Once it was violated, one would absolutely suffer a backlash from the heaven Tao. The two corpse race Emperor Wu did not say anything. They transmitted their voices to each other, discussing something. After a while, the hemp-robed old man snorted coldly and said, "You might not be too naive. The two of us came here to accumulate military merits. We want to obtain sufficient primordial pills and other treasures from the deity Tao Union to raise our cultivation. You can forget about leaving. In that case, there is no point in saying anything more." Xiaoqin did not waste his breath. His figure flashed as he flew towards the hemp-robed old man, wanting to kill one of them first. A pained expression flashed in the hemp-robed old man's eyes. He slapped the coffin lid he sat on, and a demonic corpse with overwhelming death chi charged out. The other corpse race Emperor Wu also had a look of dissatisfaction in his eyes as he released the demonic corpse in the coffin. The two corpse race Emperor Wu intended to give up on the emperor-grade demonic corpse that they had worked so hard to refine to delay Xiaoqin and give themselves a chance to survive. Emperor-grade demonic corpses were not easy to refine. For the two to be able to steal their hearts and give up on them, they were extremely decisive. The demonic corpses did not fear death. They directly launched themselves at Xiaoqin. Dense death chi spread from their bodies, dyeing the clouds in the sky pitch black like ink. Break! Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes. If it were in the past, he would have found these inanimate objects with no spirituality extremely difficult to deal with. However, he now comprehended a saber domain. His saber intent was much stronger than before. When Xiaoqin punched, 100 dragon force surged in his body. The saber intent in his sea of consciousness surged and gathered on his fist. The 100 dragons behind Xiaoqin appeared and roared ferociously in unison. However, the moment Xiaoqin punched, the sound of a treasured saber being drawn completely drowned out the dragon roars. Xiaoqin punched like a saber, showing an unparalleled sharpness. The 100 dragon images behind him seemed to turn into sharp blades, forming a sharp saber wind. With two punches, Xiaoqin shattered one of the demonic corpses that the other party valued. A berserk saber intent surged everywhere, shredding the demonic corpses into countless pieces. No matter what, they could not reform. The demonic corpses could not stop Xiaoqin at all. Instead, they allowed his aura to soar higher. Xiaoqin roared, and his body moved like a fish in water. Then, he turned into a dragon that went out to sea again. Xiaoqin moved incredibly fast, catching up to the two corpse race Emperor Wu again. After Xiaoqin got close, he brought out the Taiji force field. This time, the two corpse race Emperor Wu could no longer flee. Bang! 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 In the air, Xiaoqin fought 1 against 2. However, he held the upper hand, suppressing the two corpse race Emperor Wu. On the island in the center of the lake, a purple-clad old man appeared somewhat entranced as he watched the scene in the air. The crowd of cultivators at the side was also somewhat dumbfounded by what they saw. White robes and white hair. It looks like this really is the Blue Dragon King, Xiaoqin. The rumors are true. Although our Thunder and Lightning Palaces in Juanxi and first senior sister Shuwei Lingling could defeat Emperor Wu, they did not seem to have it as easy as he did. Xiaoqin forced the two corpse race Emperor Wu to the point where they could not even flee. This is simply incredible. How incredible. I wonder, why did the Blue Dragon King pass by our Maple Leaf Lake? As these people spoke, 2 girls in their prime flew over to the island. One wore a veil, making it impossible to make out her appearance. However, based on her graceful figure and her spirited eyes, it was clear that she was a great beauty. When the other girl's appearance became clear, everyone on the island was shocked. The purple-clad old man guarding this place felt it was strange. He asked, "Isn't that the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, Yu Bingyun?" While it was strange, the two girls had the red armbands refined by the Haotian Prime on their arms. There was no mistaking their identities. The purple-clad old man led his subordinates out of the island in the center of the lake to welcome the two girls. "I am the Thunder and Lightning Palace's Elder Ma, guarding this island. Might I ask why the holy daughter is here?" Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, "Now, I am no longer the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. Elder Ma, there is no need to be so polite. This is my sister, the Dragon's Gate's Vice Sect Master, Mo Chin. The two of us are here to wait for someone." "Wait for someone." The purple-clad old man looked at the battle in the sky and said subconsciously, "We are waiting for the Blue Dragon King, Shao Qin." "Right." The Blue Dragon King received orders from the Haotian Prime to come and take over Maple Leaf Lake. "The two of us can be considered to be accompanying him," Yu Bingyun explained softly. The moment Yu Bingyun said that, the purple-clad old man's group immediately revealed expressions of joy. They asked quickly, "Really?" "Of course. When the Blue Dragon King comes down later, you will be able to see the Haotian Prime's command token." Mo Chin smiled, her voice as pleasant as a flowing mountain stream. "That's great. That's great. With the Blue Dragon King here, we will definitely be able to defend this node." "That's right. In the past, we always bullied Maple Leaf Lake because there was only one Emperor Wu. Now, let's see who dares to sneak attack us." The purple-clad old man's group could not contain their joy. With Shao Qin here, not only would the group's chances of survival increase significantly, but they might even be able to obtain many military merits. As the two of them were chatting, two violent explosions came from the sky. Rumble. The world shook, and pillars of water shot up into the sky. A black whirlpool storm appeared in the air. These were two corpse race Emperor Wus choosing to detonate their hearts of an emperor in despair. However, these two were only First Heaven Emperor Wus. Shao Qin sensed them long ago and dodged far away, suffering only some aftershocks. Shao Qin gently flung his sleeves, and a strong wind blew, scattering the dense black fog of death chi. Then, his figure drifted down and landed on the island in the center of the lake. "Greetings, Blue Dragon King." Such elegance convinced the many disciples on the island. When they saw Shao Qin descend, they all bowed in greeting. By now, Shao Qin was already used to these rules. He did not feel restrained, much less vain. Shao Qin stepped forward and handed the Haotian Prime's command token to Elder Ma. After the purple-clad old man looked at it, he returned it to Shao Qin. Then, he said with a smile, "The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation. He killed two Emperor Wus with one move. That is enough to accumulate 100,000 military merits to exchange for 10 primordial pills." Shao Qin felt startled, somewhat surprised. He had not expected that killing two Emperor Wus would be enough to exchange for 10 primordial pills. Chapter 1359. Blue Dragon King, this way, please. I want to discuss the handover with you in detail. I will send someone to arrange lodgings for Miss Mo Chen and Miss Bingyun. What do you think? The purple-clad old man said respectfully. Although he was as strong as Emperor Wu, he had to be respectful to Shao Qin, who easily killed two First Heaven Emperor Wu martial emperors. However, the purple-clad old man felt that the rumors were somewhat exaggerated. Based on the strength that the Blue Dragon King displayed, he was merely a peak minor Heavenly Emperor Wu. However, his emperor's might and aura were clearly weaker than the Fourth Heaven Emperor Wu. Perhaps he had used some secret treasure or secret technique to kill a Fifth Heaven martial emperor. Of course, no matter what, the peak minor Heavenly Emperor Wu was already sufficient for the purple-clad old man to be respectful to. There was no need to think too much. Shao Qin nodded and followed the purple-clad old man to a pavilion on the island in the center of the lake. As for Mo Chen and Yu Bingyun, they were given a small courtyard near the pavilion. Inside the pavilion, the purple-clad old man brewed a pot of tea for Xiao Qin. After he personally filled it up, he said, "Blue Dragon King, it is like this. The handover is not complicated, but it is extremely important. However, it is very important, so do not be careless. I hope that the Azure Dragon King understands this responsibility." Xiao Qin nodded, indicating that he understood. "Elder Ma, there is no need to address me as Blue Dragon King. You can just call me by my name. Right now, we are all on the same side. There is no need to be so polite. There is no need to hide anything." Elder Ma smiled and said, "In that case, I will not stand on ceremony. Brother Xiao Qin, this is how it is. There are two main points to guarding this Maple Leaf Lake. The first is what you just experienced. Stopping the deity Dao Union sneak attacks and destroying the nodes of the formation are rather common. The second point is that when the deity Dao Union launches a large-scale attack, activate the formation plate and resonate with the entire ninth layer of formations. Normally, this is the most troublesome aspect. Once the enemy launches an all-out attack, the pressure will be immense. Only by relying on formations can one withstand it." After saying that, Elder Ma handed a fiery red array card to Xiao Qin. The front side of the array card had mountains and rivers imprinted on it, while the back side had a fiery red sun. Xiao Qin took it, refined it again, and held it in his hand. Immediately, he felt that his entire body was connected to Maple Leaf Lake. In this Maple Leaf Lake, he was able to control a huge amount of energy. Both his offense and defense were greatly enhanced. This is the formation plate near Maple Leaf Lake. The Haotian disciples in the formation will be strengthened by the formation. Since you have the formation plate, the support you receive will be even greater, and you can summon the formation spirit to battle at any time. Elder Ma explained to Xiao Qin the various details of the array formation in detail. He was exceptionally serious in his explanation. Xiao Qin was naturally intelligent. He only needed to listen to it once before he understood most of it. All Xiao Qin needed to do was try a few times to understand the rest. Normally, these are the 2 points. Right now, we cannot lose even one layer of formations. If we lose one layer, the might of the formation will decrease significantly. The Haotian primes and those martial emperors will be able to draw less energy from the formation. Elder Ma smiled and said, "However, with the Blue Dragon King guarding Maple Leaf Lake, this node should be fine." After that, they chatted for a while. Then, Xiao Qin mentioned military merits. Earlier, Elder Ma casually mentioned the 10 primordial pills. Xiao Qin still remembered this. The primordial pills that the Flame Rock Sovereign obtained had greatly benefited Xiao Qin, giving him a deep understanding of the importance of primordial pills. Elder Ma said, "Since this is a battlefield, both sides will have military merits as incentives. I do not know about the deity Dao Union. The Haotian primes said that if one kills a first heaven emperor Wu, they will be rewarded with 5 primordial pills. As you know, for primes, primordial energy has already been cultivated to the limits and cannot advance any further. Hence, they can easily refine primordial pills. Furthermore, I heard that before the Thunder King left, he handed a large number of primordial pills to the Haotian prime. Hence, the military merits on our side are very bountiful." Elder Ma said enviously as he looked at Xiao Qin. As a fellow Emperor Wu, he naturally knew the wondrous effects of the primordial pill. After chatting for a while, Elder Ma took his leave. The other party still had many things to do, so Xiao Qin did not try to keep him. After Elder Ma left, Xiao Qin left the pavilion alone. He wanted to see for himself what the Haotian province had become. Maple Leaf Lake was actually very far from Haotian City. If it were an ordinary person, even riding a horse, it would take 3 days and 3 nights. However, there was an even vaster territory in front of Maple Leaf Lake. That place used to be peaceful. At this moment, Xiaochen stood at the summit of a tall mountain by the lake and looked into the distance. Everything he saw had turned into rubble. The cities, mountains, and rivers were all destroyed beyond recognition. The deity Dao Union cultivators occupied the capital cities that were in better condition. The sky was dark, filled with the various warships of the deity Dao Union. Their banners fluttered loudly in the wind. As Xiaochen stood on this tall mountain and looked at all this, he felt how insignificant his individual strength was. In such a large-scale battle, his individual strength was extremely limited. Even if he was just in this 9th layer of formations, he would not be able to play a decisive role. He could only do his best. The battlefront was too long and involved too many cultivators. He could only rely on the strength of a team. Xiaochen watched for a long time on this tall mountain filled with maple trees. Then, he stepped back and walked on Maple Leaf Lake. The sun set in the west, and the stars flickered. Night arrived quietly. Xiaochen calmed himself and started practicing the first move of the flawless saber technique, the void-breaking stance, on Maple Leaf Lake. At the same time, he quietly comprehended to see if he could come up with the second move. Thus, he was rather free. As for the deity Dao Union's headquarters, which was responsible for destroying the formations, it was a different scene. In a small room, the 4 greater heavenly Emperor Wu of the corpse race, ghost race, deity race, and human race sat in the front row. A group of minor heavenly Emperor Wu followed behind them. There were a total of 4 greater heavenly Emperor Wu and 46 minor heavenly Emperor Wu in this room. Nearly all the Emperor Wu that the deity Dao Union sent to destroy the formations were gathered here. As for the stronger Emperor Wu, they were like the Haotian sect, coordinating with each other. This was not the time for them to make a move yet. In reality, this was also a formless contest. The side that could not hold on first would send out the peak Emperor Wu, and that side would immediately fall into a disadvantageous position. For example, if the Haotian sect's formations could no longer hold on, they would need to send out the greater heavenly Emperor Wu to put out the fire. As for the deity Dao Union's greater heavenly Emperor Wu, he would smile like a flower, watching these greater heavenly Emperor Wu exhaust their energy. When the other side was almost exhausted, it would be much easier for the deity Dao Union to make a move. 2 of the corpse race's Emperor Wu died in the direction of Maple Leaf Lake. This is somewhat abnormal. None of the corpse race cultivators that accompanied them returned alive. This is already somewhat abnormal. We have to figure this out. Otherwise, it will affect the overall attack tomorrow. The deity race's greater heavenly Emperor Wu, who sat in the middle, was called Leng Xingyang. He was the nominal commander of the allied army of the 4 races. What is there to check? The corpse race's Emperor Wu was only average in the first place. He was greedy and took risks. Due to his carelessness, he ended up getting wiped out. I think this is quite normal, the ghost race's greater heavenly Emperor Wu said with a smile, not minding it. This infuriated the corpse race's greater heavenly Emperor Wu. Everyone knew that the corpse race and the ghost race were not on good terms. It would be strange if they did not fight when they met. Leng Zhengyang shook his head and looked at the human race's greater heavenly Emperor Wu. An elder of the Phoenix's Passion Palace asked, "Brother Qianqing, what do you think?" This old man's name was Su Qianqing. He held a high position in the Phoenix's Passion Palace. This deity race martial emperor did not dare to underestimate him. Su Qianqing said, "It is not a big deal. Maple Leaf Lake is not the main node. Our primary target is still Meteor Trail City. That is the main node of the 9th layer." Good. It is settled, then. The plan for tomorrow's overall attack will not change. We will do our best to destroy the 9th layer of formations within half a month. Chapter 1360. As Xiaochen walked over Maple Leaf Lake, he practiced the first move of the flawless saber technique, the void-breaking stance. After a few more deductions, his comprehension of this move became more and more perfect. The various aspects of this move became increasingly clear in his mind. The initial void-breaking stance was simply infusing all the energy into the saber domain with the flawless saber Dao. After that, he used the explosive power of the three sabers to draw out this saber strike, achieving a miraculous killing power. Previously, the Cloud Moon's saber broke. Although the Cloud Moon saber took the initiative to seek death, it also had something to do with the might of Xiao Chen's saber strike. If it were another person, given a chance to break, the saber in their hand would still break. This was because that person was Xiao Qin, the Xiao Qin who walked out of his own flawless saber Dao. When he executed the void-breaking stance, he used the saber to control space, shocking the heavens. That time, the void-piercing slash was executed in a hurry and was completely improvised. As a result, no matter how he tried, he could not achieve the effect of using the saber to control space. However, as Xiao Qin continued to perfect it, this saber strike had already taken form. As long as he continued to practice it and reached consummation, it would naturally achieve the effect of using the saber to control space. More importantly, he had already completely comprehended this move. He could start comprehending and practicing the next move. Xiao Qin already had a vague idea of the second move of the flawless saber technique. The day it took form was not far away. Whoosh! 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 Two graceful figures flew over the calm lake surface. They were Mo Chen and Yu Bingyun, who had settled down, flying over to him. At this moment, it was almost dusk. The two girls flew over close to the lake's surface, basking in the light of the setting sun. She moved through the fiery red maple leaves. Her exquisite figure was like that of a fairy. Xiao Qin revealed a smile as he stopped comprehending and stood up to welcome the two girls. After walking around, what do you think? Mo Chen asked with a smile. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, to think that you can still smile. Furthermore, you are still comprehending and cultivating. It looks like your mental state is rather stable. With the army approaching, it is already pretty good that you can remain so calm. The two women asked and answered, and Xiao Qin said what he wanted to say, but he didn't know what to say. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Qin said, adapt to the circumstances and do your best. Although the deity Dao union was strong, it was not without weaknesses. It looks astonishing and covers the sky, but it might really be to hide the fear in their hearts. If they could bear the price, they would have launched an all-out attack long ago. How so? The two women looked at each other. They both felt that Xiao Chen's words had a hidden meaning, and they seemed to have discovered something. That's right. After walking around, Xiao Chen did find something. He said, the deity Dao union is very strong, at least twice as strong as the Haotian sect and the Dragon's Gate combined. But they haven't launched an all-out attack yet. They only want to take down the Haotian sect at the lowest cost. It might seem safe, but it exposes the schemes between the various powers. No one is willing to make more sacrifices, afraid that they will have to bear the price. This is our chance. The true strength of a force can't be judged by its appearance, but by its internal sharpness. After pausing for a moment, Xiao Qin continued, if a person loses his sharpness, he will lose his sharpness. If a faction loses its sharpness, no matter how strong it is, it will just be a pile of loose sand. You sound like that makes sense, Mo Chen said with a mischievous smile. In that case, Big Brother Xiao Qin, have you thought of any way to defeat the enemy? Can you share it with us? When Xiao Qin heard this, he was stunned at first. Then, he laughed loudly and said, little girl, why are you always so smart? I can't bring you out any more in the future. After saying that, the three started laughing. Xiao Qin had said so much. While it seemed like he made sense, it was actually all futile. They could only do their best. However, this was not the main point. What was important was the mentality of the three. Even in such a precarious situation, they could still laugh heartily, looking down on everything. In life, how could everything go as one wished? There was a way to resolve everything. One just had to adapt to the situation and do one's best, doing one's best. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, the three used the lake as a table. As the maple leaves drifted about, they tasted wine and chatted leisurely. Boom! When the sky brightened, rumbling suddenly came from the distance. Following that, it sounded like thunder rumbling endlessly. Xiao Chen stood up and looked into the distance. Then, he muttered to himself, "They are really fast." He felt somewhat nervous in his heart and somewhat expectant at the same time. In a moment, he would personally witness this great battle, one that the Kunlun continent rarely saw in 10,000 years. Big Brother Xiao Qin, is the deity Dao Union attacking? Mo Chen asked softly. Xiao Qin nodded and said, "They are." However, this place does not seem to be the main focus. Let's return to the island in the center of the lake first. Right. The three gently pushed off the ground and flew to the island in the center of the lake. The many disciples on the island were already prepared. Clearly, this was not their first time experiencing such a scene. The purple-clad old man quickly flew over to Xiao Chen's side and asked for Xiao Chen's instructions. Xiao Chen said politely, "Old sir, there is no need to do this. I'll leave everything to you. If a strong enemy attacks, I'll fight them personally." Combat was Xiao Chen's forte. However, when it came to commanding, he felt that he was still much weaker. When the purple-clad old man heard that, he revealed a smile on his face. It is rare for Brother Xiao Qin to be so magnanimous. In that case, this old man will do as you say. Blue Dragon King, please hold the line. Just leave everything else, big or small, to this old man. Xiao Qin nodded. This was the effect that he wanted as well. This was to his liking. After 10 breaths, the deity Dao Union's warships appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. The largest warship headed straight for the core node of the 9th layer, Meteor Trail City. It did not pay much attention to Maple Leaf Lake. Whoosh! In the next moment, the ancient demonic energy cannons on the warship tilted down. Beams of gorgeous light crisscrossed, looking like rain as they descended on the various nodes of the 9th layer. Whoosh! Meteor Trail City sent out surging energy to the left and right of the warship. Closely following that, the various nodes of the 9th layer activated the formation plates in their hands. The 9th layer of the worldly mountain river Great Sun Formation formed a circle. The various nodes were at least 500,000 kilometers away from each other. However, at this moment, with the activation of the formation, all the nodes were tightly connected. Mountains, rivers, and cities occupied the nodes of the formation, all of them tightly connected. As Xiao Chen stood in the middle of the formation, after Meteor Trail City activated the formation, he infused law energy into it. Rumble. As for the situation elsewhere, Xiao Chen did not know. All he could see was a blurry barrier appeared in the sky above Maple Leaf Lake, blocking the incoming ancient demonic energy cannons. The lake water surged, and pillars of water soared into the sky. An enormous explosion echoed throughout the heavens and earth, deafening the crowd. The entire world seemed to tremble. At this moment, the land for millions of kilometers around did not remain calm. The ground was like the sea, rising and falling, with surging waves. No matter where one stood, one could feel the strength of the wind and waves. The Haoqian sect and Thunder and Lightning Palace disciples on the island in the center of the lake showed anxious expressions as they grasped their weapons, waiting for the upcoming battle. Xiao Chen closed his eyes. His white robes and hair did not change at all. After a while, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The 4 deity Dao Union warships in front flew straight for Maple Leaf Lake. The many deity Dao Union cultivators descended from the warships and charged towards Maple Leaf Island. Xiaochen formed hand seals and infused a strand of primordial energy into the formation plate. Immediately, the cultivators on the island received the support of the formation. Their bodies glowed with a sun-like light, looking as warm as the sun. The deity Dao Union cultivators who landed on the lake all radiated sinister auras. Their complexions were pale, looking like spirits from hell. These were all ghost race cultivators. For Ghost Race Emperor Wu stood on the bows of the 4 warships, looking coldly at Maple Leaf Lake with sinister expressions. They are Ghost Race cultivators. Panic appeared on the faces of the disciples on the island. The enemies that they did not want to run into the most were Ghost Race cultivators. The methods of the Ghost Race were mysterious and unfathomable. Aside from cultivating death chi, they could also use human souls to fight, inspiring great fear in others. The purple-clad old man on the island in the center of the lake also showed shock on his face. Why are the Ghost Race cultivators not attacking Meteor Trail City but coming to our Maple Leaf Lake? Chapter 1361. The Ghost Race cultivators gave Xiaochen a headache. If only he had not used up the Daoist divine lamp in the Yellow Springs Hell. Fortunately, Xiaochen's mental energy had increased significantly. He even condensed a dermic incarnation in the depths of his sea of consciousness, which gave him strong resistance to the attacks of the spirits. More importantly, his mental state was now stable. The Ghost Race's methods should have difficulty affecting him. Outside the invisible barrier, hundreds of Ghost Race cultivators formed hand seals at the same time. As the Ghost Race cultivators' hands moved, evil spirits of various shapes appeared. Some of the strong cultivators even summoned 4 or 5 spirits in one go, looking exceptionally scary. With the appearance of these specters and evil spirits, the temperature of Maple Leaf Lake dropped a little more. A chill spread to the island. Several disciples trembled in the depths of their bones. Xiaochen frowned slightly. This won't do. Before the battle started, they were already afraid. Even with the support of the formations, they would not have much of an advantage. One should not underestimate these hundreds of Ghost Race cultivators. Although the strongest among them was the blue-robed emperor, when they worked together, they only had the ability to kill Emperor Wu. When Xiaochen fought with the Ghost Race Emperor Wu, these Ghost Race cultivators broke through the island and destroyed the nodes of the formations. Even if Xiaochen killed all 4 of the other party's Emperor Wus, he would still be the one defeated. In such a huge battle, one had to consider the overall situation. Blue Dragon King, do you have any ideas? The purple-clad old man asked worriedly as he stood beside Xiaochen. He had not expected so many Ghost Race cultivators to charge to Maple Leaf Lake. Xiaochen shook his head. There was no way to quickly dispel his fear of the Ghost Race cultivators. He could only think of other ways. Let's end the battle quickly and minimize our losses. Later, Bingyun and Mo Qin accompany Elder Ma to fight. Deal with these Ghost Race cultivators before they reach the island. I will deal with their Emperor Wu. The moment Xiaochen said that, Elder Ma, Yu Bingyun, and Mo Qin looked at him in shock. The purple-robed old man said, that won't do. They are 4 Emperor Wu, and I'm one of them. It should be Emperor Wu of the 3rd heavenly layer, and Emperor Wu of the Ghost Clan. I have to help you. Xiaochen said, Elder Ma, you don't have to worry about me. Even if I can't defeat them, I can still protect myself. Given the current situation, Xiaochen's plan was the best solution. The other side would never have imagined that Xiaochen would dare to take on all 4 of them by himself. Let Elder Ma, this Emperor Wu, participate in the battle below Emperor Wu. As long as he eliminated or repelled the 100 Ghost Race warriors on the lake, the other side would have to retreat even if they did not want to. So. Right after Xiaochen spoke, hundreds of Ghost Race cultivators appeared on the lake, leading even more specters and malicious spirits. After entering the range of the formation, he charged at the island in the middle of the lake with surging killing chi. The instant the ghost race cultivators entered the range of the formation, their auras and speed weakened visibly. This was the might of the formation. However, when facing the ghost race, their auras were not very strong. Since that was the case, they could only forcefully bring out their auras. Before Elder Ma could say anything, Xiao Chen soared into the sky, heading for the warship carrying the ghost race's third heaven Emperor Wu. Before Elder Ma could recover from his shock, he saw half of the flag falling from the sky. The instant Xiao Chen charged onto the warship, he killed the 2 ghost race cultivators guarding the banner. Then, he chopped off the banner with a palm strike. Immediately, the disciples of the Haoyan sect and the Thunder and Lightning Palace on the island were startled. After being stunned for a while, they recovered their wits and cheered. It's the Blue Dragon King. The Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen, came out and chopped off the other side's banner. When the ghost race cultivators, who had been charging forward, saw the banner suddenly fall, they all paused. Their charging footsteps paused for a moment. How can this be? The banner broke in an instant. Who is this person? He is very fast. Panic spread in the hearts of these ghost race cultivators, and their auras immediately weakened. Mo Chen, who was beside Elder Ma, stepped forward and said, Elder Ma, if we do not fight now, when will we? A brilliant light flashed in Elder Ma's eyes. His emperor's might spread out as he shouted, disciples guarding the island in the middle, heed my orders. The Blue Dragon King has already chopped off the other side's banner. We will definitely win this battle. Everyone, come with me and kill all these ghost race cultivators. Kill. With Xiao Chen chopping off the banner and Elder Ma and the 2 girls leading the charge, the many disciples on the island in the middle burned with fighting spirit, charging forward with a flourishing aura. A fierce battle broke out on the vast lake surface in an instant. When Xiao Chen suddenly appeared in the sky and chopped off the banner, the ghost race Emperor Wu, who stood on the bow of the warship, showed an extremely sullen expression. The black-robed Emperor Wu's pale face filled with murderous intent. He looked at Xiao Chen and said coldly, I was wondering what was going on. The 2 corpse race Emperor Wu never returned. It turns out that the famous Blue Dragon King is here. The white-robed Xiao Chen, who carried a bronze sword box on his back, stood on the warship's railing. Aside from the broken banner, there were also the corpses of 2 ghost race martial sages. Xiao Chen said indifferently, there is no need to delay. I'll give you a chance to bring your companions over. Whoosh! 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 A figure flew over from each of the other 3 directions. The ghost race Emperor Wu from the other 3 warships appeared at the same time. They each took a position and surrounded Xiao Chen. The black-robed Emperor Wu at the front was a 3rd heaven martial sage. He did not fear Xiao Chen. When he saw his companions coming over, he smiled and said, it is good to be courageous. However, being too courageous makes one arrogant and ignorant. The ghost race is far stronger than you imagine. Today is the day you die. Remember this old man's name, Su Muqing. With his companions here, Su Muqing no longer bothered speaking nonsense with Xiao Chen. His figure flashed, and he charged over like a phantom. Su Muqing's footsteps were swift, and his afterimages flickered. It was like there were 3 people moving. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. When Xiao Chen got close, he discovered a specter with auras no weaker than his own on each side. While it looked like only one person made a move, there were actually 3 strong Emperor Wus attacking at the same time. The other 3 Ghost Race First Heaven Emperor Wus also took advantage of the situation to charge over at this moment. Each of them had an Emperor-grade specter that was no weaker than the main body. The situation immediately turned into 9 against 5. No wonder this Su Muqing did not panic when facing Xiao Chen at all. This was a critical moment. There was no time for Xiao Chen to think. Xiao Chen's figure moved left and right. It looked like he had two more clones, clashing with the attacks of Su Muqing and his two specters. Bang! The three sounds of fighting overlapped. Su Muqing took 10 steps back, and the two specters each took 100 steps back. The afterimages merged, and Xiao Chen stood at the warship's railing. He did not move back at all, and his robes fluttered loudly. Only then did Xiao Chen discover that Xiao Chen did not have any clones. It was just that he was too fast. After attacking 3 times, the afterimages did not have time to fade away, giving the illusion of him splitting into 3. What vast primordial energy! This fellow has not advanced to Martial Emperor yet. How does he have such accumulations? Su Muqing felt startled in his heart. He revealed a grave expression as he shouted, "Don't hold anything back. Kill him directly. The contribution we will make will be much greater than conquering Maple Leaf Lake." Xiao Chen, who was at the bow, did not have much time to rest. He had just knocked back Su Muqing when the other 3 Ghost Race Emperor Wu specters surrounded him. Xiao Chen stood at the warship's railing, using his palm as a saber. His figure was like a fallen leaf in the wind, swaying up and down. Xiao Chen faced the Ghost Race Emperor Wu's relentless barrage of attacks like a storm. Xiao Chen's body seemed unsteady at times, falling over. However, the moment he was about to fall, he suddenly straightened up like a dragon. Xiao Chen tumbled back and forth, swaying left and right. Occasionally, he stood on one leg and spun around. Xiao Chen's figure changed unpredictably, leaving behind countless afterimages. In this small space, he brought out the fish dragon art to its limits. It looked like there were thousands of changes, but in reality, his feet had not moved at all from start to finish. Xiao Chen brought out the profoundness of the fish dragon art to its fullest. Several of the attacks looked like they had struck him. However, he was like a fish in the water, separated by a layer of water. Being hit was just an illusion, but in reality, he had still brushed past Xiao Chen. Big Brother Su, the brothers below can't hold on any longer. A ghost race cultivator, who was distracted by the battle below, asked somewhat anxiously. His mental state had clearly turned anxious. Su Muqing said coldly, "Don't worry about it. As long as we kill him, we'll make a huge profit. I don't believe that he can outlast the 4 of us. No matter how profound his movement technique is, this old man will drag him to death." During the intense battle, Xiao Chen fought to his heart's content. When he heard this, he said coldly, "That's right. Indeed, I cannot outlast the 4 of you by myself. However, when did I say that I would definitely outlast you? From the start to the end, it has been me, Xiao Chen, delaying you, not you delaying me." When Su Muqing heard that, his expression changed. Before he could react, he saw a powerful saber intent within 1 kilometer of Xiao Chen. Suddenly, a powerful saber intent with unparalleled sharpness appeared in that strange force field. That was the result of Xiao Chen merging his saber domain and the Taiji force field. Saber intent gathered in Xiao Chen's eyes. His clothes fluttered, and his aura suddenly changed. It was like his body was a powerful treasure saber with a wanton sharpness. Xiao Chen ferociously pushed with his left and right hands. A melodious saber hum came from his body and spread throughout the place. Like a treasure saber being unsheathed, as Xiao Chen pushed with his hands, the incoming saber intent turned into a strong wind, pressing at the 4 Ghost Race Emperor Wu. The sharpness of this saber intent inspired fear. The 4 Ghost Race cultivators, who had been attacking Xiao Chen non-stop, saw a saber light flash before their eyes. A saber light flashed before everyone's eyes. When they saw the incoming saber wind, their attacks paused, and they had no choice but to block. When Xiao Chen pushed with his hands, it was like a treasure saber being unsheathed. The fighting spirit in his heart blazed like a blazing fire, burning endlessly with hot-bloodedness. Many thanks to the four of you for your relentless attacks, turning the situation around on this island in the center of the lake. It has been hard on you. This Xiao will borrow your heads again. Xiao Chen laughed loudly, filled with lofty sentiments. Then, he kicked ferociously, and the huge king-grade warship under his feet exploded. The few Emperor Wus exchanged moves in the sky, causing the clouds to churn and the sky to change color. Countless mysterious phenomena appeared in the clouds. As Xiao Chen laughed, winds blew and clouds churned, shaking the surroundings. Normally, this would definitely attract the attention of many cultivators. However, at this moment, such scenes were happening everywhere in the Haotian province. The phenomenon before them was just an inconspicuous wave amidst the surging waves of phenomena. However, there was no rush. After this battle, this unremarkable wave would kick up a huge wave with the support of the Blue Dragon King's name. Chapter 1362. Following the King-class battleship's violent explosion, the entire void began to shake violently. Xiao Chen, who had been defending, suddenly turned sharp. The merger of the Saber Domain and the Taiji Force Field was the start of Xiao Chen's transition from defense to offense. Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he dodged Su Muqing's attack. Then, he arrived before the Ghost Race Emperor Wu, who was only a First Heaven Martial Emperor. Using his palm as a saber, Xiao Chen executed a profound martial technique. For thousands of years, the dynasty will not be destroyed. As he chopped down with the force of his palm, many cities, rivers, and mountains materialized under Xiao Chen's feet. When Xiao Chen got close, an imperial city appeared under his feet. As he stood at the peak of the imperial city, he gathered the luck of a dynasty. Many figures knelt in the tens of thousands of cities, rivers, and mountains for tens of thousands of kilometers, shouting, "Long live!" Invisibly, Xiao Chen's aura soared up again. The cultivator that Xiao Chen attacked felt space and time change. He felt like he was not facing a person but a bona fide dynasty. Before that aura, the cultivator suddenly felt an urge to kneel and worship, scaring him into breaking out in a cold sweat. After the cultivator recovered his senses, he quickly retreated. However, he was shocked to discover that the surrounding air was as viscous as water. The ripples in the air even twisted space slightly. Space was like water, so one could use water as a saber. As a result, this Ghost Race Emperor Wu found it extremely difficult to take even one step back. Furthermore, he had to face the ever-present yet formless saber chi. After taking just 10 steps back, several wounds appeared on his body. Left without a choice, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Then, he led the Emperor-grade Spectre beside him and roared ferociously as he clashed with Xiao Chen's saber. Spectre burst. Emperor Wu shouted, and the eyes of the Emperor-grade Spectre beside him suddenly turned scarlet. Then, it charged straight at Xiao Chen. Bang! The Spectre directly exploded. A formless soul storm burst out like a tsunami, instantly charging into Xiao Chen's mind. Confusion appeared in his eyes for a moment, and his movements slowed down. "You bastard, you caused me to lose an Emperor-level Spectre. I want your life." That Ghost Race Emperor Wu was heartbroken. It wasn't easy to raise an Emperor-level Spectre. It was his lifeblood. Seeing the confusion in Xiao Chen's eyes, he roared furiously and charged at Xiao Chen. However, it was this decision that caused him to lose his life. If he had taken the opportunity to leave, he would have been able to live. Life and death are often separated by a thin line. Xiao Chen's boundless sea of consciousness suddenly surged in. Hordes of evil spirits practically occupied the entire space in his sea of consciousness. They turned into a tsunami, trying to occupy the entire sea of consciousness. It directly devoured Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, turning him into a living dead with only a physical body but no soul. At this moment, tens of millions of negative emotions rushed into his mind. Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on. He was momentarily at a loss and was on the verge of death. However, at this critical moment, the azure-robed dermic incarnation with a startling baleful aura in his sea of consciousness suddenly drew his saber. A saber light swept through the entire sea of consciousness like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. This saber light was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Thousands of negative emotions died under this saber light. When the Ghost Race Martial Emperors arrived before Shao Qin, they suddenly discovered that the Ghost Race Martial Emperors had already arrived. A vicious light flashed in Shao Qian's confused eyes. Before he could react, Shao Qian's saber, which had paused for a moment, chopped down. How can this be? You are not of the deity race. How can you resist the soul storm of an emperor-level specter's self-detonation? This startled the Ghost Race Emperor Wu. He had not expected Shao Qin to wake up so quickly. Shao Qin said coldly, "There are many things that you do not know." Shao Qian's palm descended, and a saber light of the dynasty's luck materialized. This made his palm radiate a saber light even more dazzling than the sun. Whoosh! The resplendent saber light directly knocked back the Ghost Race Emperor Wu, causing him to vomit blood. Shao Qin stepped forward, an electric light burst out from under his feet. Then, he punched again. 100 dragon force surged out and exploded this person's body. The physical bodies of the ghost race were much weaker than those of the corpse race in the first place. The ghost race was already severely injured in the first place. Now that Shao Qin punched again, he naturally did not even have a corpse left. The heart of an emperor shattered, and a large amount of life essence scattered. Specks of light fell like rain. Whoosh! Shao Qian's figure flashed, moving like a fish in water. At the critical moment, he dodged Su Muqing, who came to help. Then, like a dragon swinging its tail, Shao Qin moved as fast as lightning. Su Muqing's reinforcements arrived too late. When he saw the Ghost Race Martial Emperor die without a corpse, his expression turned extremely sullen. As Su Muqing watched Shao Qian's figure flicker like a saber light, appearing and disappearing, he forced the other two Ghost Race Martial Emperors into a fluster. Su Muqing immediately felt dispirited. Only now did Su Muqing discover that Shao Qin had been holding back all this time. Shao Qin had not been delayed at all. Instead, he had forcefully delayed the four of them. This caused the Ghost Race Martial Emperors below to suffer a crushing defeat. Under the lead of Elder Ma and Nimo Qin, the two women, the Ghost Race Martial Emperors slaughtered their way out. Let's go. I'll block him. Su Muqing was extremely decisive. Once he made up his mind, he did not hesitate to charge over and block Shao Qin. Right now, Su Muqing only had one thought: he could not allow the losses to continue increasing. This time, he completely admitted defeat. Elder Su, many thanks. Elder Su, take care. The two Ghost Race Martial Emperors heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they quickly turned and fled, not daring to linger for even a moment. Shao Qin was currently in a killing frenzy. He used the Taiji Saber domain to fight the two Ghost Race Martial Emperors and two Emperor-level specters alone, forcing them into retreat. After Shao Qin heard Su Muqing's words, he immediately felt disappointed. The other party did not let anger get to his head. This somewhat exceeded his expectations. As long as Su Muqing still hoped to get lucky and kill Shao Qin, then Shao Qin would have no problem killing two more Ghost Race First Heaven Emperor Wu. Now that the other party realized his mistake and blocked him, allowing the other Ghost Race Emperor Wu to flee, Shao Qin could only sigh. After all, Shao Qin could not use his saber right now. He also did not want to expose his Dermic World trump card, so he did not have the ability to take down Su Muqing instantly. After withdrawing his aura, Shao Qin showed no intention of giving chase. He looked at Su Muqing and smiled. You are a smart person. Even after suffering such losses, you can still maintain your final bit of rationality. Su Muqing gritted his teeth in hatred. This time, Xiao Chen had tricked him too badly. When he heard Xiao Chen's words, he wanted to eat Xiao Chen alive. Don't give me a chance. If you give me a chance, I will definitely pull out your soul and let you experience all sorts of torture. After saying that, Su Muqing prepared to turn and leave. He was a peak third heaven Emperor Wu. He believed that if he left, Xiao Chen would not be able to do anything to him. Xiao Chen retorted coldly, "Who allowed you to leave? What's wrong? Are you thinking of keeping me here?" Su Muqing turned around and said with a mocking smile, "I have a rough idea of your strength. You are just a peak minor heavenly Emperor Wu. You are just relying on the advantage of that mysterious force field and the saber domain. If you really force me into a corner, you will be the one crying indiscriminately." Su Muqing smiled coldly, thinking that he had seen through Xiao Chen and had nothing to fear. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "You are right. However, you are only half right. If you want to leave, you will have to receive a saber strike from me first. If you cannot receive it, then there is no need for you to leave today." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the area within 1 kilometer of him suddenly turned pitch black. When Xiao Chen reappeared, he brought with him a saber light that was even more dazzling and resplendent than the sun. He soared into the air in an unparalleled manner and sent out a palm strike. This was the first move of the flawless saber technique, void-breaking stance. The smile on Su Muqing's face froze. He had not expected Xiao Chen to erupt with such a sudden saber strike. The intense saber light immediately blinded Su Muqing, making him see only a hazy light. Within the hazy saber light, a figure bathed in golden light appeared, looking like a deity. In a moment of desperation, a beam of light shot out of Su Muqing's body and formed an ancient stone pagoda, encasing him within. This was Su Muqing's life-saving trump card. At a crucial moment, it could block the full power strike of an ordinary greater heavenly Emperor Wu. Ka Xie. Ka Xie. The saber light landed, and the stone pagoda shattered, turning into countless shards shooting in all directions. Pitch-black cracks appeared in space, densely packed and even more complicated than a spiderweb. With his life-saving trump card shattered, blood leaked out of a corner of Su Muqing's lips. He was frightened into a fluster and quickly fled. At this instant, Su Muqing regretted what he said earlier. If he had another chance, he absolutely would not have stopped Xiao Chen and let his companions flee first. Xiao Chen watched Su Muqing flee miserably. Then, he scattered the saber light and the Taiji force field around him. Then, he said calmly, "I hope that you will be as lucky next time." This fellow actually had a defensive Emperor-grade secret treasure. Otherwise, that saber strike would have taken half his life. Chapter 1363. Emperor Wu killed 1 fleeing, and 3 more fleeing. The ghost race cultivators below nearly all died. No matter how one looked at it, this was a complete victory. Xiao Chen gently drifted down and landed on the lake. Elder Ma was currently directing the cultivators to clean up the ghost race corpses and some more trophies on the lake surface. When Elder Ma saw Xiao Chen land, he immediately flew over with a smile. "Little brother Xiao Chen, you are really something. This battle was really delightful." Xiao Chen had a clearer understanding of reality. He smiled softly and said, "It is just that the deity Dao Union does not know that I am here. Next time, when the other party is prepared, it will be much more difficult." Elder Ma thought for a while, and his face sank. "It looks like I rejoiced too early. However, no matter what, with little brother Xiao Chen here, I am very confident of defending Maple Leaf Lake." "Right, that's right. As long as the Blue Dragon King is here, Maple Leaf Lake will definitely be able to defend." The disciples of the Haoyan sect and the Thunder and Lightning Palace laughed at the same time. Clearly, Xiao Chen was now like a stabilizing force in these people's hearts. Xiao Chen felt worried, but he could not show it in front of everyone. After chatting with Elder Ma for a while, he returned to his wooden hut alone. It was already noon. However, many mysterious phenomena appeared in the sky. Space trembled endlessly, causing the clouds to churn. The sky was dark, not a single ray of sunlight could be seen. The battle at Maple Leaf Lake had ended. However, that did not mean that the battles at the other nodes had ended as well, especially the core node of the 9th layer, Meteor Trail City. At this moment, Meteor Trail City was enduring wave after wave of intense attacks. Most of the deity Dao Union's Emperor Wu and the King Grade warships were gathered there. As long as they broke Meteor Trail City, the 9th layer of formations would shatter and cease to exist. The deity Dao Union's frontlines would advance as well. Inside the wooden hut, Xiaochen did not care about the situation elsewhere. He sat cross-legged and placed his hands on his knees. He circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of the world to nourish his law energy. In the heart of an emperor, the 100 strands of primordial energy intertwined, forming a purple whirlpool. At the bottom of the vortex was a lake that was formed by the pure power of the laws of the world. Countless purple specks of light fell like raindrops, nourishing the lake. Then, the lake began to feed back the purple vortex, condensing 100 strands of primordial energy. This was a rather troublesome cultivation method. If one could directly absorb primordial energy, then there would be no need to continue cultivating the laws of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, in this land of exile, the absorption of primordial energy was limited. It was rumored that only after reaching the Supreme Being level would there be no more restrictions. This was also the reason why Supreme Beings could calmly refine the primordial pill. While Xiaochen was silently cultivating, the mysterious sword box on his back also released a warm current. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth that Xiaochen had absorbed was strengthened. It was extremely miraculous. 2 days had passed, and the weight of the sword box had lightened considerably. However, it was still unknown when it would be completely unsealed. Without a saber, Xiaochen's strength dropped by a quarter. Furthermore, this was under the condition that he comprehended the flawless saber Dao. If it were any other bladesman without a suitable saber, their combat prowess would drop by at least half. Dong! 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 Knocking rang out, and Xiaochen opened his eyes. Then, he casually waved his hand, and the door gently opened. Elder Ma, Mo Qin, and Yu Bingyun entered at the same time. They handed Xiaochen 3 jade bottles and said with a smile, "Little brother Xiao, these are your rewards. There are 3 bottles of primordial pills, and each bottle contains 5 primordial pills. They correspond to the 3 Emperor Wu pills that you killed. The envoys of the inner palace were all stunned by your military merits. No one has ever obtained so many primordial pills before." Xiaochen's eyes lit up. The primordial pill. That was truly good stuff. Right now, Xiaochen had 100 strands of primordial energy because the Flame Rock Sovereign had given him the primordial pills. As Elder Ma handed the jade bottles to Xiaochen, he could not hide the envy in his eyes at all. Xiaochen smiled. This was human nature. He would not bother about this. "How are the battles at the other nodes?" Xiaochen asked as he received the medicinal pills. He clearly felt that the deity Dao Union's attack this time was exceptionally ferocious. Elder Ma sighed and said, "It was very dangerous. Several nodes nearly fell. Fortunately, the fiend race's reinforcements arrived. The battles in most areas have already ended. The casualties are very severe. Only Meteor Trail City is still fighting. The fiend race's reinforcements arrived." Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then, he asked, "In that case, should we go and provide reinforcements?" Elder Ma shook his head and said, "There's no need. Our nodes are also very important. If Meteor Trail City needs reinforcements, there will be a meteor soaring into the sky. Anyone within 5 million kilometers will be able to see it." Xiaochen nodded. Just as he was about to say something, the entire defense suddenly trembled intensely. Undercurrents surged in Maple Leaf Lake, and the fallen leaves on the lake's surface scattered everywhere. What's going on? Horror flashed on the faces of Imo-chan and Elder Ma as they asked in confusion. This horror came for no reason, appearing out of nowhere. It was incredibly strange. Only Xiao-chin and Elder Ma felt horrified. They exchanged glances and roughly guessed what happened. These two had the heart of an emperor and were extremely sensitive to the aura of experts. If they guessed right, a prime had appeared. Elder Ma said with a grave expression, "Right now, the deity Dao Union has 3 primes on the surface, Emperor Forsaken, the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God, and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. It is impossible for Emperor Forsaken to appear. If he did, his aura would be even stronger. It can only be the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God or the Dongyue Ghost Emperor." Xiao-chin added, "The aura of the ghost race is extremely sinister. If it is the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, we should be able to feel a chill. It might very well be the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God." Imo-chan exclaimed in shock, a prime appearing so early. Are they bringing forward the final battle? Elder Ma rejected that idea. No. Neither side can bear the consequences of the final battle now. This should just be a probing exchange. However, when primes fight, even if it is just a probing exchange, the shockwaves will spread far and wide. Furthermore, if anyone ends up at a disadvantage, it will be a huge blow to their morale. Xiao-chin agreed with Elder Ma's opinion. In reality, he had always believed that the crux of this battle was not with primes. It had never been among primes. Instead, it was among martial emperors below primes. Primes were existences that stood at the peak of the Kunlun realm. They would not fight to the death with each other. Even if they were mortal enemies, they would have a tacit understanding with each other. Ingzongtian, since you became a prime, you have not fought with anyone yet. Do you dare to fight with this corpse god? A boundless laughter rang out in the sky, which was filled with strange phenomena. Following this laughter, a loud laughter rang out. Following this laughter, the many mysterious phenomena in the sky vanished like smoke. The continuously churning clouds split in half and retreated. Whoosh! The long-awaited sunlight reappeared. The dark and gloomy sky was swept away, and sunlight illuminated the surrounding 5 million kilometers. Gazes peered through the wooden window into the wooden hut that Xiao-chin was in, leaving mottled spots of light behind. Xiao-chin looked at the sky through the window. He vaguely saw a stocky, middle-aged man with his upper body bared walking towards the sky above Meteor Trail City. Instantly, the auras of the deity Dao Union cultivators attacking Meteor Trail City soared, and their attacks became much sharper. Corpse God. Big Brother Xing Tian, we both know that there are no gods in this world. Why do you have to be like those deity race cultivators, deceiving yourselves? A blazing sun rose in Haotian City. This sun looked like fire, burning the sky for 5 million kilometers around. A figure slowly walked out of the sun. His gaze pierced into the heaven-punishing corpse god from a boundless distance. Gods or not, those are just minor details. There is no need to speak nonsense. Let me ask you this, do you dare to walk out of the worldly mountain river Great Sun Formation and fight? The heaven-punishing corpse god said as he met this gaze. It had been 1,000 years since the heaven-punishing corpse god became a prime. He was very confident in facing Ingzongtian, so he challenged the heaven-punishing corpse god again. Why not? Ingzongtian stood on the sun and soared into the sky. A battle between primes was about to begin. Chapter 1364. This was a battle between primes. Xiao-chen's heart surged with excitement as he rushed out of the wooden hut. The others quickly followed, not willing to be slow, either. Primes were already rare. A battle between primes was something that had not happened in the past 1,000 years. It was hard not to be excited. The other disciples on the small island in the middle of the lake had already left their wooden huts long ago, staring at the sky without blinking. High up in the sky, Enchanting, who stood on the sun, crossed 5 million kilometers in a few short steps. From the distant Haotian city, Xiaochen directly arrived above Meteor Trail City. Clearly, he already grasped some state of space. He was not like Xiaochen, who only scratched the surface and did not even cross the threshold. When the stout Xing Tian, who looked like a deity, saw Enchanting arrive, he smiled and said, "Just 10% of my strength. How about playing a little?" Enchanting wore long robes and looked rather frail. The instant he left the formation, the sun under his feet vanished as well. Then, he said indifferently, "That's exactly what I wanted." Clearly, the two could not truly engage in a life-and-death battle. At their level, there were many things that they did not care about. There would not be any deep grudges between them. Once they truly fought to the death, the shockwaves would be too great. Neither side would be able to bear it. "I have not fought for a long time already. Enchanting, I hope that you will not lose too quickly." The Xing Tian laughed loudly and clenched his right fist. "Cassier! Cassier!" His bones crackled, and winds blew. Clouds churned as thousands of dragon images appeared behind him. This startled Xiaochen. This was 1,000 dragon force. 10% of his strength was 1,000 dragon force. In that case, wouldn't his full strength be 10,000 dragon force or even higher? Furthermore, the dragon images behind him were clearly more realistic. The dragon images appeared indistinct, hard to distinguish between real and fake. The Xing Tian's use of vital qi was probably much more brilliant than Xiaochen's. Even if they both used 100 dragon force, Xiaochen would not be able to defeat the Xing Tian. "I've long heard that the heaven-punishing corpse god is the first person to prove his Tao with his physical body. His physical body is now comparable to a top emperor-level magic treasure. Ordinary magic weapons will not be able to injure him," Elder Moss said with slight surprise. It was obvious that the heaven-punishing corpse god's combat prowess was deeply shocked. Boom! The heaven-punishing corpse god pushed off the air and appeared in front of Enchanting in an extremely phantom-like manner. He raised his hand and punched out. 1,000 dragons roared behind him and gathered in his fist. His entire right arm transformed into a dragon, shining with a resplendent golden light. Xiaochen's eyes lit up. He saw through this heaven-punishing corpse god's movement technique with one glance. This was using force to control space. The principle was the same as Xiaochen's using saber to control space. In truth, the heaven-punishing corpse god did not move. He merely used his vital qi to control space. His body didn't move, but the space around him seemed to shift, and he was now directly in front of Enchanting. This was the final mystery of the void-breaking stance. However, the heaven-punishing corpse god was already very familiar with this set of moves. It was like he was taking a leisurely stroll in the park. As for Xiaochen, he was still bitterly pursuing it. There was a huge gap between them. Xiaochen no longer dared to look away. He had a feeling that after watching this battle, his flawless saber technique would improve further. When the heaven-punishing corpse god punched, it was like a true dragon came to life, charging over forcefully. Originally, Xiaochen thought that Enchanting was not as strong as the other party and would not clash head-on with this punch. However, to Xiaochen's surprise, Enchanting did not choose to dodge. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in his palm. It vaguely seemed like a sun was forming. Facing the heaven-punishing corpse god's punch, Xiaochen pushed with a flip of his palm. At this instant, it seemed like dawn had broken. A blazing sun leaped out of Enchanting's palm. The blazing light dyed the sky for millions of kilometers behind Enchanting red, as if half the sky was dyed red with blood. When the fist and palm met, the sun clashed with the true dragon. The entire sky trembled intensely, and space immediately turned blurry. The two sides fighting in Meteor Trail City felt this the most. Countless shock waves turned into motes of starlight as they descended. When the motes of starlight touched them, they exploded, radiating for 5,000 kilometers around. However, even under such circumstances, the two sides still fought intensely for Meteor Trail City. Looking at the sky again, in just a single glance, Enchanting and the heaven-punishing corpse god had already exchanged more than 1,000 moves. Their movements were so fast that Xiaoqin could no longer see them clearly. He could only catch some traces of their movements from their trajectories. However, even if there were only a few traces, Xiaoqin felt that he benefited greatly, unable to take his eyes off them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fiery red mote of light mixed with the true dragon's fragments, falling towards Maple Leaf Lake like a rain of light. Oh no! Quickly run! Elder Ma's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in extreme panic. This was an undeserved calamity. Although the two primes fought with only 10% of their strength, the shock waves from this clash were not small. Be it the deity Dao Union or the Haotian sect, they were both affected and suffered significant losses. Don't panic. Xiaoqin remained calm. He waved his hand, and the formation plate appeared in his palm. Then, he formed hand seals with one hand and sent primordial energy into the formation plate at the same time. Suddenly, water splashed up on Maple Leaf Lake. The formation spirit at this node turned into a huge water bird shining with spiritual light and broke out of the water. As Xiaoqin held the formation plate, his figure flickered like a divine dragon swinging its tail, kicking up a strong wind. Then, he landed on the formation spirit water bird bathed in a gentle light. Riding on the huge water bird shining with spiritual light, Xiaoqin soared into the air. As he stood under this formation spirit, Xiaoqin could clearly feel the wind blowing and grass moving within 5,000 kilometers of Maple Leaf Lake. He could feel the pulse of the tall mountain, the breathing of Maple Leaf Lake, and the surging spiritual energy in the formation's patterns. Xiaoqin felt like he had completely merged with the formation. With every move, he could easily drive vast energy. The energy of the formation, this was the support of the formation. Xiaoqin felt very confident. As he faced the descending rain of light, he threw two palm strikes. One palm strike was called Thousand-Year Flame and the other was called Thousand-Year Death. Two full moons soared up from behind Xiaoqin. When the two moons appeared together, they shone with boundless light and clashed with the descending rain of light, not letting a single drop fall. Boom! The rain and the full moons clashed. A startling explosion rang out in an instant. The shock wave surged over, and Xiaoqin could not dodge in time, getting struck by it. Xiaoqin tumbled a few times in the air before landing safely. Casually wiping off the blood at a corner of his lips, Xiaoqin looked at the sky and smiled bitterly. Is this really just 10% of a prime strength? Just the shock wave alone had caught him off guard. If not for the fish dragon art allowing him to dodge at the last moment, he would have been severely injured. Big brother Xiaoqin. Mo Chen and the others rushed over and asked about Xiaoqin's injuries. Xiaoqin stood up and waved his hand. He smiled and said, "It's just a superficial wound. It's worth it." Xiaoqin only suffered some internal injuries in exchange for the safety of the entire Maple Leaf Lake. Of course, it was worth it. When some of the Maple Leaf Lake disciples saw this scene, they immediately felt incredibly moved. Xiaoqin could have avoided getting injured. However, at the crucial moment, he still charged forward without hesitation. Just as the group was about to speak, their eardrums suddenly trembled. Several of them revealed pained expressions, temporarily going deaf. Xiaoqin looked up and saw the 10 blazing suns in Enchanting's palm and the sky slowly entering his palm. The surrounding afterglow turned into rainbow light and slowly faded away. The heaven-punishing corpse god retreated quickly. Dragon patterns covered his exposed upper body. The dragon patterns flickered with light, looking like huge dragons swimming around Xing Tian's body. As the heaven-punishing corpse god retreated, the scenery in the sky seemed like a reflection in water, moving forward. Enchanting performed a cup-fist salute and said with a smile, "Brother Xing Tian, I defeated you by half a move. Many thanks for going easy on me." After saying that, Xiaochen flung out his long sleeves and directly returned to Haoyan City. Xing Tian's expression turned sullen. Clearly, he could not accept this fact. However, he was someone with status, after all. Even so, he could control his temper. After snorting coldly, he turned around and stepped back, feeling depressed and unresigned. After reacting, Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. He clenched his right fist tightly. Victory! Big Brothering won. Xiaochen thought about how the heaven-punishing corpse god came in a ferocious manner and left in a depressed mood. Chapter 1365. The short fight between the two supreme martial artists ended with Enchanting winning by half a move. Only 10% of their strength was enough to affect the camps that were thousands of miles away from each other. After the heaven-punishing corpse god lost by half a move, the morale of the deity Dao Union side plummeted. Furthermore, the fiend race reinforcements arrived. The deity Dao Union could not take down the heaven-punishing corpse god even after a long time, so they could only retreat helplessly. The mountains around Meteor Trail City were no longer mountains, and the rivers were no longer rivers. The battles of several martial emperors had destroyed the landscape of the mountains and rivers, which were not supported by formations, beyond recognition. Although the battle had stopped, the mysterious phenomenon in the sky showed no signs of disappearing. Dark clouds covered the dusky sky, stretching for thousands of miles as far as the eye could see. There were explosions in the sky from time to time. That was the power of the son of the Haoyan supremacy. Dragon roars could be heard within the black clouds. That was the heaven-punishing corpse god's surging vital qi. There were also all sorts of mysterious phenomena, which were the martial techniques executed by the other martial emperors. On the city wall, the three old men looked at the destroyed battlefield and did not say anything for a long time. The three of them had powerful auras and dense battle intent that had yet to dissipate. The person in the middle was the vice-sect leader of the Haoyan sect. He was a genius. 10 years ago, he was only a hair's breadth away from Emperor Wu. Now, he had reached the 6th level of Greater Celestial Emperor Wu. He was much stronger than many of the seniors who had advanced to Martial Emperor earlier. He was the leader of the entire 9th layer of formations. On his left was a supreme elder of the Thunder and Lightning Palace. His cultivation was at the 5th heavenly layer, and his name was Wang Su. His comprehension of the Tao of Thunder and Lightning was astonishing. As for the person on the right, he looked travel-worn. He was the great emperor of the monster race, Jiang Chuan. The Haoyan sect's vice-sect master, Fang Baiyu, said, "This time, many thanks to brother Jiang Chuan for coming to help." Jiang Chuan smiled and said, "It's fine. We're here on the Fox King's orders, so there's no need to be polite. Furthermore, given the current situation of the Kunlun continent, after the Haoyan sect falls, the deity Dao Union will definitely target the fiend race. The fiend race had the most people, and Emperor Wu also had the most. However, there were only 2 sovereign martial emperors. They were actually the weakest of the 5 races. If the Haoyan sect fell, the fiend race would definitely not be a match for the deity Dao Union. Helping the Haoyan sect now was the same as helping himself. The Fox King could see it clearly. Wang Su said at an opportune moment, "The deity Dao Union does not seem to have any intention of launching an all-out attack. They have been testing the waters these days." Fang Baiyu nodded, expressing his agreement with Wang Su's opinion. He continued, "The other party is probably very ambitious and wants to defeat us in one fell swoop. It's not as simple as the 9th layer of the formation. Let's not talk about this. After today's recuperation, gather the people in charge of each node and discuss it together. Yes, it's time to discuss countermeasures. In Maple Leaf Lake, after the battle ended, Xiaochen immediately chose to meditate. He had gained a lot from the Battle of Primes and gained many new ideas for the flawless saber technique. At a rather desolate area on the vast lake, Xiaochen stood on it with his eyes closed in deep thought. The scene of the heaven-punishing corpse god controlling the air with force flashed in his mind. Controlling the air with force was a very difficult technique. It required extremely high attainments in the state of space to accomplish. Xiaochen could not do it, he was far from it. He did not have such thoughts either. Xiaochen only had one thought, to advance the flawless saber technique's void-breaking stance further, to consummation, to the point where he could control the air with the saber. Even a space of 5,000 kilometers could be called space. The state of space was abnormally profound. Even Emperor Wu could only grope around the edges, unable to fully grasp it. Forcefully tearing space like how Emperor Wu did was not comprehending the state of space. That was the stupidest and most barbaric method. Only the heaven-punishing corpse god and big brother Zongtian could be considered to have grasped the state of space slightly. The space Tao was ethereal and unpredictable, controlled by the saber. Originally, Xiaochen had inadvertently achieved controlling the air with the saber once. Now that he saw the Battle of Primes, he gained a lot of comprehensions. Countless strands of light formed clues in Xiaochen's mind, intertwining with each other. Many ideas appeared, but they were quickly rejected. Xiaochen eliminated the clues in his mind. At the same time, Xiaochen's body started to move slowly. The lake water under his feet alternated between being calm and moving. That was Xiaochen's continuous trial and error. Time passed slowly. After some time, only one of the complicated clues remained in Xiaochen's mind. Just at this moment, Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, he instantly executed the first move of the flawless saber technique. Break! The instant the light vanished, Xiaochen's body vanished as well. When Xiaochen reappeared, he was 100 meters away. Then, he used his palm as a saber and slowly descended. A crack that was 1,000 meters long silently appeared on the smooth surface of the lake. Looking down from the crack, one could see the silt below with the naked eye. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. The crack that had appeared on the surface of the lake still hadn't closed. It was like an invisible wall had forcefully parted the lake water in half, looking exceptionally strange. However, only Xiaochen knew that the thing spreading through the crack was the saber intent of his void-breaking stance. What was even stranger was that such a mighty saber strike did not cause any commotion on the lake's surface. Xiaochen revealed an excited expression as he muttered to himself, "This is really wondrous." Controlling the air with the saber. So, this is how it feels. Controlling is not truly controlling space. Instead, it is leaping out of space, turning it into a flat ground and moving about. This saber strike of mine can be considered to be truly perfected. Next, I will use this battle to derive the second move of the flawless saber technique. Xiaochen's eyes gleamed with strong confidence. He had a premonition. He had a premonition that the day this flawless saber technique was completed would be the day the Kunlun realm saber sovereign would change hands. Naturally, it would be Xiaochen. Blue Dragon King, the Vice Sect Master invites you to Meteor Trail City. Just as Xiaochen was savoring the many mysteries of this move, Elder Ma quickly flew over. Xiaochen recovered his wits and withdrew his joyful and excited expression. Then, he asked calmly, "Elder Ma, do you know why the Vice Sect Master is looking for me?" Elder Ma smiled and replied, "He did not say the specifics. However, I heard that the Vice Sect Master gathered all the people in charge of the 9th layer. He probably has something important to discuss. In that case, I'll go." Meteor Trail City was very far from Maple Leaf Lake, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Even when Xiaochen executed the fish dragon art to rush over, it took him 4 hours. The Emperor's aura lingered at the city gates, but it still did not scatter. When Xiaochen looked up, he could still see the remnant marks in the sky where the two primes had fought. It was like the two primes were still fighting. As Xiaochen stood below the city gates and looked back, he could not help but sigh when he saw the shattered mountains and rivers. That place had once been a bustling city of the Haotian province. Now, it had turned into a patch of yellow soil, flattened. Is the blue dragon king Xiaochen below the city gates? Someone shouted from the city walls. Xiaochen found this voice somewhat familiar. When he looked up, he saw a person dressed in purple with a sharp gaze. This person's handsome face gave off a resolute air, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. How familiar! Xiaochen thought for a moment and immediately recalled who this person was. The Thunder and Lightning Palaces in Juanxi, the former leader of the Tianwu Domain's 7 giants. The first time Xiaochen saw this person, the might of his whip had shocked him greatly. However, it was not strange for this person to be in Meteor Trail City. So many experts of the Thunder and Lightning Palace had come, including the Vice Palace Master. And Juanxi's presence here made perfect sense. If Xiaochen guessed right, and Juanxi should be like Xiaochen, responsible for guarding a node. When Juanxi saw Xiaochen's appearance, he smiled and said, "It looks like Brother Xiao remembers who I am. Activate the formation plate in your hand, and you can pass through the barrier and enter directly." Just as Xiaochen was about to go up, a small head suddenly appeared on the city walls. This person looked pure and charming. Her skin was as smooth as snow, and her eyes looked like pearls and gems. "Elder Brother Xiaochen, quickly come up. Quickly come up. Bai has been waiting for a long time." Chapter 1366. Bai. Xiaochen revealed a smile on his calm face. Back then, when he learned that the fiend race reinforcements were rushing over, he wondered if Bai would come. Unexpectedly, she really did come. Xiaochen pushed off with his feet and activated the formation plate in his hand. Then, he easily landed on the city wall. Xiaochen saw not only Juanxi and Bai on the city wall but many of his friends as well. First senior sister Shui Lingling, the fiend race's peacock king Kong Yuan, and the fox king's personal disciple, Yuan Su, were all there. When Bai saw Xiaochen arrive, she immediately stepped forward without any fear and grabbed Xiaochen's arm. Then, she giggled and said, "Elder Brother Xiaochen, why are you only here now? Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time." Xiaochen smiled and said, "I was already very fast. If I had known that Bai was here, I would have been even faster." When Xiao Bai heard these words, a blush appeared on her fair face. She did not look like the famous adopted daughter of the Fox King, the next successor of the Fiend King. Shui Lingling knew about the relationship between Bai and Xiaochen, so she did not mind. She smiled and said, "Let's go. Don't let the Vice Sect Master and the others wait too long." Right. The conversation between people of the same generation was very lively. As the group spoke, they arrived at the palace lord's residence. Along the way, Xiaochen discovered many buildings in the city. Although there were formations supporting them, they were already significantly damaged. Dusk hung over the city walls, making everyone feel somewhat worried. This made everyone feel somewhat worried. After the repeated attacks, the damage that Meteor Trail City received was slowly increasing. Over time, the more time passed, the greater the pressure of defending the city would be. Formations also needed time to be maintained. However, the deity Dao Union's attacks rarely stopped. The speed of repair was far slower than the speed of damage. However, there was no fear of the city breaking. The fear was that the moment the city was broken, they would not be able to retreat easily and the other party would break through several layers of formations. For example, it was like this at the start. The reinforcements of the deity Dao Union's ghost race, deity race, and corpse race suddenly arrived. The Haotian sect was caught off guard, and the martial artists at the outermost perimeter retreated one after another. As for the deity Dao Union, they did not give Xiaoqin any time to catch his breath, frantically giving chase. The Haotian sect only managed to regain their footing after breaking through 5 layers of formations. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. The group chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the Great Hall of the City Lord residence of Meteor Trail City. In the main hall, the people in charge of the other nodes had already arrived. Sitting in the middle was Vice Sect Master Fong Baiyu. The Fiend Race Great Emperor Jiang Chuan and the Thunder and Lightning Palace's Wang Su sat on his left and right. In the entire hall, there were only 3 people who had the cultivation of Great Emperor, and the rest only had the cultivation of Emperor Wu. Before the arrival of the monster race Emperor Jiang Chuan, there were only 2 greater celestial Emperor Wu guarding the entire 9th layer of the formation. The pressure of the deity Dao Union's attack was easy to imagine. It was not that the Haotian sect and the Thunder and Lightning Palace did not have other greater celestial Emperor Wu. It was just that the other greater celestial Emperor Wu had even more intense battles to fight and could not free himself. Seeing Xiaoqin enter, the 3 greater celestial emperors smiled faintly and stood up at the same time to welcome him. Fong Baiyu walked over with large strides and sized up Xiaoqin. He said, "Not bad. I still remember the first time I met you. You were not even a martial sage. Now, in a mere 10 years, you have already become an influential person in the entire Kunlun realm. Everyone, let me make introductions. This is the Blue Dragon King, Xiaoqin, the Dragon's Gate's master. He is also the disciple that my Haotian sect is most proud of. After guarding Maple Leaf Lake for 2 days, he already killed 3 Emperor Wu of the deity Dao Union." Whoosh! The crowd was shocked. Killing 3 martial emperors in 2 days, this result was too valiant. Normally, even if Emperor Wu could not defeat his opponent, he would still be able to flee. Unless the difference in strength was too great, there would be no way to kill Emperor Wu. After all, the Haotian sect and the deity Dao Union had been at war for a long time. They had severely injured many Emperor Wu. However, the number of Emperor Wu killed could be counted on 2 hands. Bai opened his eyes wide and said with a smile, "Elder brother Xiaoqin is really incredible. You are still as incredible as before." And Juanxi and the others also revealed shock in their eyes. They had long heard of the Blue Dragon King's name. Now that they personally heard of his accomplishments, they realized that he truly lived up to his name. Immediately, everyone present stood up and greeted Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin had already experienced many situations. He smiled and dealt with them calmly, not arrogant or impatient. After exchanging greetings, Fong Baiyu got everyone to take a seat and discuss countermeasures. At the same time, the upper echelon of the various races gathered in the headquarters of the deity Dao Union, which was responsible for attacking the ground. They frowned heavily as they read the battle reports. There was a total of 6 people in the room: the deity race Greater Heavenly Martial Emperor Lang Jinyang, the Phoenix's Passion Palace's Su Qianqing, 2 old men from the White Emperor City and the Divine Martial Gate, and 2 Greater Heavenly Martial Emperors from the Ghost Race and the Corpse Race. Without exception, these 6 people were all Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. They were also the ones responsible for attacking Meteor Trail City. Compared to Meteor Trail City, which only had 3 Greater Heavenly Martial Emperors, the deity Dao Union side was more than twice as strong. What does everyone think about this node at Maple Leaf Lake? Ling Jingyang asked softly as he put down the report in his hand. At Maple Leaf Lake, the Ghost Race elites were completely wiped out. Of the 4 Emperor Wus, 1 died and 3 were injured. Of all the nodes of the battle, the casualties were the most severe, nearly unbearable. The corpse race greater heavenly martial emperor smiled and said, "The ghost race emperor Wu is only so-so. He seems even weaker than my corpse race. Some time ago, the corpse race lost 2 emperor Wus." The ghost race old man mocked the corpse race old man. Now that there was an opportunity, the corpse race emperor Wu naturally retorted rudely. The ghost race greater heavenly martial emperor snorted coldly and said, "That is the blue dragon king Shao Qin. Even if it were you, you would not be able to do anything to him. Stop arguing. In my opinion, we might as well give up on this node. The 6 of us have to attack Meteor Trail City and cannot get away. As for the other minor heavenly emperor Wus, they are just cannon fodder. As long as we take down Meteor Trail City, he will have no choice but to retreat." The Phoenix's Passion Palace's Su Qianqing suggested. "Speaking of which, when are the 3,000 Emperor Wus of your deity race preparing to make a move? As long as the deity race steals themselves, the 3,000 Emperor Wus will be able to sweep through the entire Haoyan sect in an instant." The old man from the White Emperor City said with some dissatisfaction. The moment this old man said that, the greater heavenly martial emperors of the other races immediately looked at Ling Jingyang. The deity race relied on the power of faith. They claimed to have 3,000 deities, all of them as strong as Emperor Wu. Although those that relied on faith to advance to martial emperor were weaker, there were too many of them. If they attacked at the same time, even a prime would fear them. Ling Jingyang's expression turned serious as he said, "That is the trump card of my deity race. How can we use it so easily? I heard that the corpse race has been raising several hundred emperor-grade demonic corpses for the past tens of thousands of years. Why do I not see the corpse race taking them out? There is also the ghost race's demon soul army and the 3 holy masters' holy beast totems. I have not seen you use any of them. No one was a fool. The various races all had strong trump cards. However, they would definitely not use them so easily in the Haoyan sect, a battlefield that had not reached its bottom yet. Once the various races lost their trump cards, the damage would be to the luck of their entire race. If things went wrong, they might even face extinction. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. It was clear that although the deity Dao union was strong, the various races and factions might not be of one mind. They all held back from each other, each harboring their own little schemes. Humph. In any case, your deity race is the strongest. This deity Dao union is also something that your deity race gathered. In this war, you should put in more effort, the corpse race greater heavenly martial emperor said coldly. Su Qianqing tried to smooth things over, saying, "Let's not talk about this anymore. After all, we are just minor characters and cannot really make any decisions. Even if Brother Leng wants to use more of the deity race's strength, he would have to get the deity sovereign's permission first. It is the same for us." The resistance of the disagreement still stemmed from the fact that the Haoyan sect was simply too difficult to deal with. Even with the strength of the greater heavenly martial emperors present, they felt that breaking the 9th layer of formations would be somewhat difficult. If they continued fighting, the losses would only increase. The fall of every Emperor Wu was a heart-wrenching loss. My deity Dao union is so strong, breaking the other party's 9th layer of formations. It looks like the Haoyan sect will be destroyed soon. Why is it that the more we fight, the less confident everyone seems to be? Just at this moment, a melodious voice rang out outside the room. Di Wuk led Tian Yushi, the 3 holy masters, Xing Ju, and Xie Zishuan in with large strides. Di Wuk looked radiant, his face brimming with smiles. His countenance brimmed with confidence. "Greetings, Divine Son." The many greater heavenly martial emperors in the room quickly stood up and greeted him. "Everyone, there is no need to be so polite. I am here with the orders of the Alliance Chief and the various Vice Alliance Chiefs. The great decisive battle will arrive soon. No matter how the Haoyan sect resists, it will find it hard to escape destruction. Chapter 1367. The discussions in Meteor Trail City were somewhat dull, as most of them could not make any substantial suggestions. They knew very little about the deity Dao Union. However, in today's battle, the Haotian Exalt had defeated the heaven-punishing corpse god by half a move, causing everyone's morale to be higher. In addition, Xiaoqin had killed 3 Emperor Wu in 2 days. Therefore, the group of people present were quite optimistic about defending the 9th formation circle. Xiao Chen's expression was calm and unruffled. He only listened quietly and didn't speak much. Xiao Chen's opinion was different from the others. Right now, the deity Dao Union had not truly displayed its might yet. The situation was not optimistic, even somewhat pessimistic. Xiao Chen, what do you think? Speak your mind. There's no need to keep silent. Fong Baiyu, who was sitting in the middle, smiled and pointed at Xiao Qin. After being called out by the vice sect master in front of everyone, Xiao Qin had something he wanted to say. After organizing his thoughts, he said, in the past 2 days, although the battles at the various nodes were intense, I feel that the deity Dao Union is far from exerting its full strength. Be prepared to retreat at any time. Otherwise, you might be caught unprepared and lose several positions. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately caused an uproar and incessant discussion. Blue Dragon King, aren't you boosting their morale by saying that? During this period of battle, although our defense was dangerous, none of the nodes were breached. The deity Dao Union's losses are more than 3 times ours. It would not be wrong to say that they suffered heavy losses. That's right. Not to mention that our fellow demons have also arrived. Isn't that even more impregnable? Blue Dragon King, you are too humble. Now, there are only 9 formations left. If we retreat 1 formation, we'll have 1 less. When the final battle arrives, the Supremes and Great Emperors will be in a very passive position. That's right, we can't retreat. There were many opinions, but most of them shook their heads and disagreed with Xiao Chen's view. Bai blinked and said, everyone, don't be in a hurry to deny it. Let's listen to Big Brother Xiao Chen first. Big Brother Xiao Chen must have other ideas. Fong Baiyu was also astonished at Xiao Chen's opinion. Although he had guessed that the deity Dao Union would make a big move, he had never thought of retreating. This was because they no longer had any capital to retreat. After exchanging glances with the 2 people on his left and right, he smiled and said, Brother Xiao Qin, we are now at a critical juncture of war. You can't say such disheartening words. Let's end our discussion here. Everyone, please go back and guard your nodes well. As long as the node is not broken, no matter how strong the deity Dao Union is, we will wear them down. When Bai heard this, he immediately became anxious. He wanted to say something but was stopped by Kong Yuan and Yuan Su. Xiao Chen laughed bitterly in his heart, not giving him a chance to speak at all. However, he also understood Fong Baiyu's actions. At this juncture, retreating would greatly affect their morale. Right now, everyone still had some morale. If they took the initiative to retreat and that morale scattered, the consequences would be dire. Hence, Fong Baiyu did not argue. Then, the people in charge of the nodes walked out of the hall calmly, not revealing much on their faces. Junior brother Xiao Qin, wait for a moment. First senior sister Shui Lingling, Bai, and the others chased after Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin stopped and turned his head back. First senior sister, what's the matter? Shui Lingling sighed and said, don't take it to heart. Right now, the vice sect masters and the others are under a lot of pressure. They are not purposely not giving you a chance to speak. However, Bai was clearly dissatisfied. She said softly, what elder brother Xiao Qin says is definitely right. Bai does not understand why elder brother Xiao Qin is not given a chance to speak. Xiao Qin said seriously, first senior sister, I understand what you are saying. However, it is fine if you don't say it. I will not get angry over such a small matter. There is no need to worry for me. After saying that, he looked at Bai and said, Little lass, there is no need to complain about this. There is no absolute right or wrong in this world. It is just that the perspective is different. And Juanshi, who was at the side, said, Actually, I agree with Xiao Chen's view. However, right now, Haotian City does not have much capital to retreat. The first senior sister added, Haotian City's formation circles are in groups of 3. If we give up on the 9th layer, the 7th and 8th layer will have to retreat as well. In other words, we only have 3 chances to retreat. We simply cannot do so. Xiao Chen nodded and said, There is no need to worry. No matter what, I will do my best to guard the node, Maple Leaf Lake. After the battle is over, we will find an opportunity to meet up. And Juanshi smiled and said, All right, it's a deal. We all have to live. Bai will work hard as well, Bai said seriously as she clenched her fists. Take care. Xiao Chen performed a cup fist salute and bid farewell to everyone, then rushed to Maple Leaf Lake. Inside the Great Hall, the Fiend Race Greater Heavenly Martial Emperor Jiang Chuan showed a somewhat grave expression. He rapped his knuckles on the table and said, This Xiao Chen does not seem to know how to conduct himself. He is not like a greenhorn youth, speaking without thinking. The Thunder and Lightning Palace's Wang Su added, At the crucial moment, he said to make preparations to retreat in front of everyone. This is simply immature. Now, it is hard to take back what is done. The people in charge of those nodes are probably thinking of holding back. Fong Baiyu, who sat in the middle, appeared somewhat embarrassed. After all, Xiao Chen was still considered a member of the Haotian sect. Xiao Chen did not know the rules. Even if he felt dissatisfied, he could not say anything. The 3 powerhouses immediately felt somewhat dissatisfied with Xiao Chen. All this was because of a careless remark. Never mind, never mind. No matter what the people in charge of the other nodes are thinking, let us bear more responsibility. Young people are still somewhat inconsiderate. I apologize to the 2 of you. Fong Baiyu performed a cupped fist salute. When Wang Su and Jiang Chuan saw the situation, they could only accept it helplessly. However, they could not help but feel some dissatisfaction in their hearts. They had gone through so much trouble to come here to guard Meteor Trail City. Yet, their own people attacked them in front of everyone, saying to prepare to retreat at any time, completely ignoring their efforts in the past few days. After returning to Maple Leaf Lake, Xiao Chen told his children about what happened in the hall. Mo Chen's and Yu Bingyun's expressions changed slightly, finding this somewhat strange. They exchanged helpless glances. The 2 girls were very intelligent. How could they not understand that Xiao Chen had committed a great taboo? There were some things that could not be said in front of everyone, even if they were the truth. Fong Baiyu gathered everyone together to discuss countermeasures and boost morale. At this difficult moment, he wanted the people in charge of the other nodes to not be disloyal. However, Xiao Chen said some things honestly. Naturally, the situation turned somewhat strange. Mo Chen consoled, Big Brother Xiao Chen, there is no need to overthink. This bit of grievance is nothing. Just remember your original intentions in coming to help the Haotian sect. You are indebted to the Haotian sect. Just do your best. Yu Bingyun added, Xiao Chen, no matter what, we will support you from the side. Xiao Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Unexpectedly, a small matter could cause so many people to worry for him. He shook his head and smiled. Naturally, I understand the ways of the world. However, there are some problems that I can clearly see through. However, because of some external factors, I have to hold it in and not say anything. This is not in line with my character. If something really happens, I will find it hard to calm down. Even if I have to suffer some grievances, I will not feel bad about it. This was how Xiao Chen was. If it were a sect that he did not have a deep relationship with, no matter how much he saw through it, he would not say anything. However, Xiao Chen's feelings for the Haotian sect were too deep. Even if he knew that no one would accept what he said, he had to say it. Time passed day by day. However, Xiao Chen's words were not verified. The deity Dao Union attacked continuously. However, the Haotian sect, which still relied on the advantage of formations, could not do much. Instead, the deity Dao Union suffered losses, suffering unspeakable misery. While the intense battles continued in the other nodes, Maple Leaf Lake, where Xiao Chen was, became peaceful. For the past half a month, Maple Leaf Lake had not suffered any attacks, not giving Xiao Chen a chance to make a move. Meteor Trail City's side also did not summon Xiao Chen to help. Xiao Chen, who had been preparing to make a move, found peace instead. This vast battle that changed the color of the sky for thousands of kilometers around no longer had anything to do with him. However, Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. The more things were like this, the more he felt that his guess was correct. Amid this chaos, his heart became even more calm. He worked day and night, perfecting the flawless saber technique's second move, Dragon Subduing Stance.